Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Just as Loki was about to be executed by Hodel and the others, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. A teasing voice followed, lazy but sharp enough to freeze the air. "So lively in here, looks like everything's already been settled." The moment the voice sounded, every movement in the hall stopped. Faces stiffened as everyone turned toward the entrance. When Tony's figure appeared, Hodel and the others visibly tensed. Panic flashed across their faces. Thor, who had nearly given up hope, suddenly lit up and shouted, "Tony, save Loki. They're trying to kill him." Those words made the atmosphere even heavier. Banner quickly stepped forward, forcing a calm smile. "Sir, don't listen to Thor's nonsense. Loki betrayed the gods. We're only dealing with a traitor." His explanation came too quickly, almost desperate. They had seen Tony's power before. Even together, they stood no chance against him. The last thing they wanted was to become his enemies. Tony didn't move. A faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth. "Loki, a traitor?" He tilted his head slightly. "That's strange. I remember him being one of mine. If my people betrayed me, shouldn't I be the first to know?" The question landed like a hammer. Banner froze. He clearly hadn't expected this connection. His throat tightened as panic crept in. He glanced around, hoping someone else would step in, but everyone avoided his eyes. His heart sank. Forcing out an awkward smile, he said, "Sir, if I said this was all just a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" The words sounded hollow even to himself, but survival left little room for pride. To his shock, Tony nodded immediately. "Of course I believe it, why wouldn't I?" Now everyone looked confused. Tony's relaxed attitude seemed to suggest he wouldn't pursue the matter. Relief appeared on several faces. Banner quickly seized the chance. "Your wisdom rivals the god king himself," he said with exaggerated respect. "Since the misunderstanding is cleared up, may I leave?" He intentionally didn't mention Hodel or the others. They had been ready to sacrifice him first, and he had no intention of helping them now. Tony smiled casually. "Sure, your legs belong to you. Go wherever you want. None of my business." "Thank you, sir." Banner almost stumbled in his haste to leave. Tony's presence felt suffocating, and escaping seemed like the only smart choice. Tony waved lazily, but his expression gradually lost interest. What began as entertainment was already becoming dull. Seeing Banner abandon them, Hodel and the others panicked. If he left, what chance did they have? Then Tony's voice cut through the hall, cold and quiet. "So, how do you all want to die?" The question crushed what little courage they had left. None dared to answer. Before anyone could react, a clear but weak voice echoed through the hall. "Let them go." Tony turned, surprised, and looked at Loki, pale and barely standing. A smile returned to Tony's face. "Generous, aren't you?" he said softly. "Fine, I'll leave them to you." As Banner reached the entrance, Tony casually snapped his fingers. A flame burst into existence on Banner's body. His scream shattered the silence. The fire consumed him instantly, burning not just flesh but soul. The pain twisted his face into something unrecognizable as he staggered forward, howling. No one moved to help. They didn't dare. Tony stood there calmly, watching. He had always admired the resilience of the strong. The begging of the weak bored him. Banner stumbled step by step toward the exit, his cries gradually fading until only ashes remained. The hall fell silent again. Cold sweat dripped down Hodel's face. Death felt impossibly close. "Sir, please spare us." Tony raised an eyebrow with mock surprise. "Oh, a misunderstanding, wasn't it? I was just testing something. How could it burn you like that?" His tone was light, but his eyes were empty. Banner's final screams echoed in the hall, unanswered. Tony casually cupped a hand to his ear. "Sorry, couldn't hear you." Then he turned away entirely, his gaze settling on Hodel and the others. The smile disappeared, replaced by complete indifference. They looked at him with pleading eyes but couldn't bring themselves to speak. Finally, Tony said one word. "Leave." The command hit like a pardon from death itself. Hodel and the others rushed out, stumbling over themselves to escape. As they passed Banner's ashes, their hearts pounded in terror, afraid flames might erupt on them next. Soon the hall was empty except for Tony, Thor, and the weakened Loki. Tony walked slowly toward Loki and stopped in front of him. "How about joining the Dark Alliance?" he asked casually. "Next time something like this happens, you'll have someone backing you." His tone was almost friendly, but the meaning was clear. The fate of gods or traitors meant little to him. To Tony, they were nothing more than ants. Life or death was only interesting when it served a purpose. and badder. He had died because of a misunderstanding, or perhaps because he had misunderstood who truly held power. Tony extended the invitation once more, deliberately avoiding any mention of Loki's earlier promise. In his eyes, Loki agreeing was almost guaranteed. There was no need to make it look like a favor being repaid. As expected, Loki answered without hesitation. I am willing to join the Dark Alliance. The moment the words fell, a pleasant system notification rang in Tony's mind. Ding, the evil god Loki has successfully joined the Dark Alliance. Reward 1 lottery draw. A faint smile appeared on Tony's lips, but he ignored the prompt for now. He had just drawn rewards recently and there was no rush. Instead, he turned toward Thor. Now that everything's settled, you should head back. There's plenty waiting for you to handle. Thor blinked, slightly confused. What about you? Tony's tone remained calm. Don't worry about me. We still have things to do. Seeing that Tony had no intention of explaining, Thor scratched his head and finally nodded. All right, I'll go first. Before leaving, Thor glanced at Loki. Loki immediately understood. With a casual wave of his hand, Jane was released from the pocket space. Thor gently lifted the unconscious Jane and strode out of the hall. As his figure disappeared, the atmosphere changed instantly. Loki turned toward Tony, a trace of respect in his voice. Do you have any orders? Tony smiled faintly. Compared to the straightforward Thor, Loki was far sharper. He had clearly noticed that Thor was intentionally being sent away. Do you want revenge against the gods? Tony asked directly. A cold light flashed through Loki's eyes. As long as I live, he said quietly, they will never know peace. It wasn't a direct answer, but the hatred behind it was obvious. Tony chuckled and patted Loki's shoulder. You don't have to wait for someday, you can start now. Loki frowned slightly. Asgard just survived a war, Tony continued. Their guard is down, this is the perfect moment. Surprise flickered across Loki's face, quickly replaced by caution. With just the two of us, he said in a low voice. Even if you're strong, Odin isn't as simple as he appears. Most of his power has been suppressing something. What he shows the world is only a fraction. Tony wasn't surprised. Odin was the king of gods, of course he had hidden strength. And the moment Loki mentioned suppression, Tony thought of one name, Hela, Odin's daughter, the goddess of death, sealed away long ago. Tony's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't worry, he said, we won't be alone. He paused before adding, I need you to do something for me. Please give your orders, Loki said, lowering his head. Tony nodded, satisfied. This was exactly why he wanted Loki in the Dark Alliance. Beyond system rewards and personal appreciation, Loki always understood his position. Having a subordinate like that was comfortable. Find a way to lure Odin out of Asgard. Loki froze. How am I supposed to do that? Without answering directly, Tony reached into the shadows. The Mind Scepter emerged from the darkness, spinning once before landing in Loki's hands. Use this, Tony said casually. You'll figure something out. Before Loki could respond, Tony turned and walked away, leaving him standing there in stunned silence. Outside the hall, Tony called out calmly, Heimdall. A moment later, the guardian of the Bifrost stepped forward, King. Tony gave a faint nod. Moments later, he left the ship and vanished. When he appeared again, he was already standing within Asgard itself. The Golden Palace shone brilliantly under the sky. Inside, gods lined both sides of the Great Hall, awaiting Odin's rewards after the war. Wars always ended the same way. Victory, ceremony, reward, Tony observed quietly from above. A world's strength, he reflected, came from three things: its laws, its powerful beings, and its origin. The stronger the beings, the stronger the world itself. Asgard was no exception. When he killed Malekith, Tony had gained fragments of memory revealing the truth about the Reality Stone. It could grow stronger by devouring worlds, even the 9 realms themselves. But swallowing a realm as powerful as Asgard wasn't easy. To weaken a world, you first weakened its strongest protectors. Tony's fingers brushed the Reality Stone hidden within his possession. For the first time, he truly felt tempted by its power. Even the Space Stone and Mind Stone meant little to him now. He had casually handed one to Loki without hesitation. The Reality Stone was different. Standing in the sky, Tony's eyes shone faintly as he calculated the difficulty. Hard, very hard, but not impossible. He looked toward the shining palace and murmured softly, the age of the gods is ending. Let me begin their twilight. Inside the Golden Palace, Odin sat upon his throne as the ceremony ended. Take him to the treasury, Odin ordered calmly. Let him choose 3 treasures. Heimdall stepped forward respectfully. As you command, King. The gods soon dispersed, leaving the hall quiet once more. When silence finally settled, Tony's figure appeared soundlessly in the center of the hall. Odin looked at him without surprise. You are here, the old king said. Tony smiled. I've come to collect my reward. Leaving the main hall, under the leadership of Heimdall, Tony quickly arrived at the door of the Asgard treasure house. A thick stone door stood in front of Tony. Two armored immortal palace guards stood on both sides of the door with guns and cold expressions on their faces. Even when they saw Heimdall, the expressions of the two Asgard guards did not change at all, and even the two spears directly crossed each other in midair, blocking Tony and the two of them. It is forbidden to trespass in this important treasure house. Violators will be killed without mercy. Seeing this scene, Heimdall was obviously not surprised. He took out a token from his arms and said loudly, "According to the king's order, I enter the treasure house to get 3 treasures. No one can stop me." Seeing this, the two immortal palace guards put away their spears, got out of the way, and slowly opened the treasure house door. As the treasure house opened, Heimdall did not move but turned to look at Tony behind him. "Sir, you can only go in by yourself later. I will wait here. After the selection is completed, you can come here to register." Hearing this, Tony nodded and stepped into the treasure house without saying a word. As he stepped through the treasure house gate, a dazzling light suddenly filled Tony's eyes, and everything he saw was golden. After getting used to the light in front of him, Tony looked around and saw mountains of gold stacked in front of him. Various gold standard items are placed everywhere like garbage. At this moment, Tony, who was the richest man in Blue Star, suddenly felt his poverty. But these things are just simple yellow and white things, which are of no help to Tony. So after the initial surprise, Tony quickly adjusted his mentality and walked towards the depths of the treasure house. As we go deeper, the items in the treasure house are getting better and better, which makes Tony a little dazzled. It's a pity that these things have no meaning to him. He can only move on and find his goal. Finally, when he reached the deepest part of the treasure house, the items on display became scarcer, but the quality became higher and higher. And Tony's goal of entering the treasure house finally appeared in front of him. A glove. In the last life, although Tony didn't know Marvel very well, he came across a video about the Infinity Gauntlet in a short video. Among them, it is recorded that there is an Infinity Gauntlet stored deep in the treasure house of God's domain. This thing became famous because of Thanos. Although it has strong side effects, it does not prevent Tony from getting it. After all, if he hadn't come to this timeline, Tony would have become Iron Man and eventually died on this thing. Get the gloves now, and they will naturally come in handy when you gather 6 Infinity Stones later. Of course, Tony himself will definitely not be able to use it, but he can give it a try to the Black Shadow Core. Anyway, the Shadow Core is immortal. Even if it dies, it can be reborn at any time. The side effects of the Infinity Gauntlet are almost non-existent. The only thing that makes Tony unsure is whether the Shadow Core can carry the power of the Infinity Gauntlet. Thinking quickly in his mind, Tony's movements on his hands were not slow at all, and he directly put away the Infinity Gauntlet. As for the other 2 places, Tony did not waste it and randomly selected 2 treasures that looked pretty good: a golden spear and an eternal chalice. Needless to say, the golden spear is the main attack, and its lethality is not bad. Although it is not as good as the eternal spear, it is still no problem to blow up a small planet with one shot under Tony's full strength. As for the eternal holy grail, it is a bit interesting. If you pour it into it, it can turn into eternal holy water, which can make the drinker live for hundreds of years. However, the side effects of this thing are also very obvious. That is, you must continue to drink it, otherwise your longevity will be exhausted and you will die in an instant. And this thing has a limitation, that is, it is only effective for ordinary people. For the strong, it is completely worthless, tasteless to eat, and a pity to discard. After selecting all the treasures, Tony did not stay any longer and turned around and left the treasure house. When he stepped out of the treasure house gate, the 2 thick stone doors closed instantly, and Tony finished his trip to the treasure house after registering the 3 items he had selected. And just when Tony was finishing his trip to the treasure house, on the other side in the Golden Palace of Asgard, Loki, who had returned from the spaceship, walked into the hall step by step. On the throne, Odin's eyes, which were originally closed, opened in an instant. Looking at Loki walking into the hall, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Loki rarely comes to see him when he is not summoned by him, and it is even rarer for him to take the initiative to walk in like today. At that moment, Odin's voice slowly sounded, "What's the matter?" After finishing speaking, Loki did not speak, but looked at Odin with complicated eyes, an inexplicable look flashing in his eyes. After a long time, Loki's low tone slowly sounded, "Father, it's been a long time since we had a good chat." Hearing this, Odin was stunned for a moment, subconsciously thinking in his mind 10 years or 100 years. Before he could get an answer, Loki, who was standing in the hall, suddenly raised the spiritual scepter. An illusion that could be mistaken for reality suddenly enveloped the entire hall. Sensing the fluctuation of divine power, Odin came back to his senses instantly and looked down, only to see Loki still standing in the hall with a downcast face. That was an expression that Odin had never seen before. For a moment he couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt as a father. And this also made him ignore the fluctuation of divine power just now. In fact, what appeared before him at this moment was entirely the illusion constructed by Loki. Loki is a genius in illusions. His illusions have reached the pinnacle, but now with the blessing of the Mind Stone they are even more terrifying to the extreme. True or false, it's all in Loki's mind. In addition, most of Odin's power is suppressing Hela, and he was injured by Tony before. Now Odin can be said to be the weakest in history. Therefore, even as the God King, it was difficult for him to detect it for a while. In the fantasy space, Loki told his grievances and unwillingness bit by bit. In the real space, Loki pushed the spiritual scepter desperately. Beads of sweat had covered his forehead before he knew it, and the huge amounts of energy consumed made him feel extremely tired. However, he did not dare to stop, because once he stopped, Odin, who had finally fallen into the illusion, would wake up instantly, and then all his efforts would be in vain. Time passed little by little, and Loki's face gradually turned pale just when he was about to reach his limit. Suddenly, Odin on the throne finally made some movement. I saw surging divine light emanating from his body, and a huge amount of black hole appeared behind him. A suction force came from the black hole, pulling Odin in. When his figure was completely submerged into the black hole disappeared, and Odin's figure was completely lost on the throne. When Odin's figure completely disappeared, Loki in the hall fell to the ground without any force. At this moment he was breathing heavily, and waves of strong fatigue kept flooding into his heart, making him feel like he would fall asleep at any time. In order to complete the task assigned by Tony, this time he drained himself completely. Fortunately, the final result was gratifying. He successfully completed the task and sent Odin out of the divine realm. Such a thing sounds a bit fanciful, but in fact it is true. As the king of the gods, the divine domain is Odin's home court. Without his permission, no one can expel him from the realm of God. This is the authority of the king of gods. So in order to complete the task, Loki could only find another shortcut and let Odin take the initiative to exile himself. That's why he assumed a very low posture at the beginning, just to arouse the fatherly love in Odin's heart and relax his vigilance. Coupled with his secret guidance, this was barely successful. Well done. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him, instantly making Loki feel like he was dead. He suddenly turned his head to look, and when he saw Tony's figure, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Why are you here?" Loki asked, confused. Hearing this, Tony immediately smiled and explained. "I felt your aura and guessed that you might have taken action, so I came here to take a look. Now that Odin has been exiled, what should we do next? Wait, someone will take the initiative in what happens next." However, Odin's disappearance cannot be hidden at all, and it may even be discovered at any time. By then, the entire god's domain will not be shaken. That's up to you. During this period, I will trouble you to be the king of the gods for once. By the way, I will let you experience how it feels to be the king of the gods. This is your reward," Tony said with a smile on his face, and Loki looked at him in horror. "Make yourself the king of the gods." Is it such a big deal? Thinking of this, Loki swallowed nervously. Nothing will happen this way. If I were discovered, I feel like the gods could tear me alive. Don't worry, with me behind me, even if they are discovered, what can they do? Besides, it doesn't take long. Soon you will be free. Oh well. Loki nodded hesitantly. Under Tony's persuasion, he finally agreed to this bold and exciting proposal. After convincing Loki, Tony did not stay any longer and quietly disappeared into the Golden Palace just as he came. As Tony left, Loki immediately turned to look at the throne behind him. A strong sense of excitement filled his heart and drove him to walk towards the throne step by step. Finally, he came to the throne, turned around and sat down. At this moment, a huge amount of satisfaction rose in his heart. His long-held dream came true. This feeling seems not bad. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth raised slightly and his body shape began to change. Soon, another Odin appeared on the throne. In the palace where Tony lived, Tony returned directly to this place after leaving the Golden Palace. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Tony looked up. His eyes passed through the roof of the palace and landed on the top of the fairy palace. "I saw a vast divine power gathering above the immortal palace, suppressing the unknown land in the dark. These divine powers were naturally left behind by Odin. Even though he has left, his divine powers are still lingering in the immortal palace." At this moment, a strong dark power rose from Tony's body and disappeared towards the vast divine power. He wants to use the reality stone to devour Asgard, and before that, he must reduce the number of powerful people in the divine realm. But compared to doing it himself, he prefers to kill with a borrowed knife. So this is why he sent Odin away. Old guy, you're going to die soon. This is one of the most dangerous places in the universe, and it is also the destination of all exiles. And this knife is Hela, the goddess of death. Although it was only slightly weakened compared to the ever-increasing seal power, this slight weakening made her ecstatic because it represented hope. And Hela is one of them. From being a high-ranking god, he was reduced to being associated with the devil, which filled Hela's heart with anger and violence. On this day, Thor also stepped into the Golden Palace, planning to bid farewell to Odin and send Jane back to Blue Star. But if the old man is provoked, I don't know if you young people can survive it. Time keeps passing by and never stops for anyone. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed in the divine realm. I have finally waited for this day. I swear when I see the light of day again, it will be the end of the Asa clan. Over hundreds of millions of years, countless powerful beings have been sealed here, gradually becoming one of the restricted areas in the universe. Talking to himself, Odin quickly looked away and closed his eyes. At the same time, some powerful beings were awakened and looked at him one after another. In the depths of hell, lava is filled and demons are fighting. After a while of exchange, those powerful beings fell silent one after another. As long as Hela is released, he doesn't have to do anything and just wait to devour the divine realm. Ha ha ha. That woman is going crazy again. I have met my father. After suppressing you for so many years, it's time for you to come out and cause trouble. His figure continued to rock as the rocking chair continued, and a feeling of relaxation filled his whole body. At this moment, he seemed to feel something. He cast his gaze into hell, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Crazy laughter rang out, and her voice echoed in the depths of hell, causing countless demons to panic. But because of Odin's suppression, she could only stay in this place and endure the eternal silence. Because Odin continues to stay in the divine realm, it is impossible for him to erase the divine power he left behind. Even if he makes a slight move, Odin will be able to detect it immediately. Blue Star, a nursing home, Odin is lying on a rocking chair, wearing a vest and pants, looking like an old man in his twilight years. Hey, this is the prison of the gods. Who can get out if the gods are immortal? Isn't she tired of going crazy once every few decades? But even today, Hela suddenly woke up from her deep sleep. She felt that the seal that suppressed her was weakened a little. Thor saluted respectfully, but at this moment, Loki on the throne was a little panicked. No one knew whether he was in self-exile under Loki's influence or whether he was really tired. Didn't you hear? She's about to go out. Let's make trouble. Looking at Thor below, Loki felt a little flustered. Among the gods, who knows him and Odin best, it must be Thor. After all, the two parties have not dealt with each other once or twice, so when he saw Thor, Loki instinctively felt a little guilty. Fortunately, he quickly adjusted himself and coughed lightly. Thor, what's the matter? Hearing this, Thor quickly said, Father, I came here specifically to say goodbye to you. I plan to send Jane back to Blue Star. Oh, let's go ahead and do this. Loki waved his hand indifferently. He thought it was some big deal and didn't take it to heart at all. But just after he spoke, Thor's expression in the hall suddenly changed. He, who was originally full of respect, looked up at Odin on the throne with a suspicious expression. Odin didn't have this attitude towards Jane before. He wanted to break them up, so when Thor came this time, he was ready to be scolded. But now Odin actually agreed directly and asked him to leave quickly. This sudden change made him feel particularly unreal. Seeing that the hall suddenly became quiet, Loki, who originally just wanted to send Thor away quickly, suddenly felt a thump in his heart. He looked down at Thor with a suspicious face and suddenly cursed in his heart. Then he pretended to be nonchalant and said, What's wrong? Is there anything else? No, it's just that my father, I have something else to ask your father for help. Saul clasped his fists respectfully. Loki's mouth twitched. Although he didn't know what Thor was planning to do, his instinct told him that it was better not to agree and to send this guy away quickly. With this thought in his mind, Loki also did the same thing. He coughed lightly and said, I don't have time. You can go find someone else. If you have nothing to do, leave as soon as possible. Loki urged, but the more this happened, the less Thor wanted to leave. He already felt that the Odin in front of him was a little weird. There seems to be something wrong with my hammer in the previous battle, so please help me check it out, father. As he spoke, Thor's hammer suddenly appeared in Thor's hand. As Thor kept throwing Thor's hammer up and down, Loki's eyelids jumped as he looked at the throne. What you up to? Loki said, and a smile suddenly appeared on Thor's lips. Nothing, I just want to see if father can resist my hammer. After saying that, Thor instantly smashed Thor's hammer at Loki. A sound broke through the air and Loki's expression changed, damn it. Then his figure moved and quickly disappeared from the throne. When he reappeared, he was already standing in the main hall. Boom. Holding the hammer that flew back with one hand, Thor looked at Odin with an ugly expression and said in a low voice, "Loki, what on earth are you doing?" Hearing this, Loki, who still looked like Odin, spread his hands helplessly, and then his body changed to reveal his true body. Looking at this scene, even though he had guessed his identity before, a trace of shock flashed through Thor's eyes, shocked by his audacity. How dare he pretend to be the king of the gods? Ahem. He coughed lightly. Looking at Thor, who was staring at him, Loki explained helplessly, "Don't get excited. Do you believe me if I say this is a misunderstanding?" Loki was perfunctory, but Thor ignored his perfunctory. Now he just wanted to know where Odin was. Where is father? It should be in Blue Star. Tony's voice came from inside the palace. After hearing this, Saul naturally couldn't stop here. As soon as he said this, he immediately grabbed Loki's painful leg, making the look on his face look a little ugly. After saying this, Saul's face darkened. He said this like a fool. He always knows how to use his brain. Therefore, Thor walked quickly past Loki and walked towards the palace where Tony lived. Without any hesitation, Thor directly knocked on the palace door. In other words, if you want something, you can tell me and I can get it for you with your credit. I'll go find him right now. Tony, what do you want to do? At that moment, Tony's brows raised slightly, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he said, "You discovered it so quickly, Thor. When did you learn to use your brain?" Looking at his appearance, Thor had no time to continue grinding with him. He just wanted to find out what Tony planned to do. Although he didn't see what happened in the Golden Palace, looking at the state of the two of them, Tony reacted instantly. Loki's secret was revealed and Thor exposed him. Loki said a little uncertainly, "Is it Tony's idea for you to pretend to be father?" He denied it repeatedly, but at this moment, Thor seemed to have evolved from the Tai Hanhin to Sherlock Holmes and ignored his denial at all and continued his analysis. Thor pushed open the door and entered, followed closely by Loki. Soon, Thor came to the palace where Tony was. He thought silently in his heart, but Loki naturally couldn't let Thor go to find Tony, so he stepped in front of him in a flash. The place where he guided Odin to self-exile was Blue Star, but he didn't know whether it had any specific effect. Although Tony helped him before, he would never forget what kind of person Tony was originally. If he didn't care, the entire Asgard might be destroyed by Tony. Seeing this, Loki had no choice but to follow, but in order to hide his identity, he deliberately hid his figure and was not exposed to the eyes of the Asgard guards. Loki's expression changed and he waved his hand quickly. Don't talk nonsense." Tony, who was erasing Odin's seal, slowly opened his eyes, looked at the angry Thor and the helpless Loki, and immediately raised his eyebrows. For a time, he could neither advance nor retreat and was caught in a dilemma. Thor continued to ask, "You should take Jane away quickly. This matter is not something you can participate in." He thought a little unconvinced, but Saul was not here to discuss this issue with Tony, so he went straight to the point. "What does this guy want to do? With me here, you can't get there." Thor was analyzing to himself, and Loki looked like he was having a headache. He didn't say anything. This guy just relied on his imagination to figure out Tony's situation. It was just nonsense. Saul said in a sincere tone that although they were opponents before, he was still grateful for Tony's help this time. "Enter. He actually took away his father and asked you to pretend to be him, so what he wants to do is probably not finished yet. Otherwise, there would be no need for you to pretend to be someone to stabilize the situation." However, he did not force his way in but said with a faint smile, "You are sure you want to fight me here? There are all Asgard guards outside and Heimdall is also there. If I fight, you are sure you can still hide it? Go down." Seeing Saul's serious expression, Tony smiled and shook his head. "You can't give me what I want, so I can only take it myself." "How is it possible? No matter what you want, as long as you tell me, I will definitely get it for you." Thor continued that he knew very well how powerful Tony was, and coupled with Tony's previous help, he did not want to conflict with Tony. "Really? Then I want the whole Asgard," Tony said slowly. Hearing this, Thor's face was stunned and his tone suddenly became a little dry and said, "The whole Asgard, what do you mean? That's the literal meaning, so you can't give it. Take Jane with you, leave Asgard, and don't get involved in this matter. This is my last advice to you." "No, you can't do that," Thor roared. Just when he was about to say something else, suddenly, Tony's telekinesis directly acted on him, lifting his entire body from the ground. "For Loki's sake, I won't kill you, but don't challenge my patience. Trust me, you won't want to know the consequences." After saying that, Tony immediately threw Thor out of the palace with a thought. Boom! There was a fierce collision, and Thor's whole body hit the open space outside the palace, making a big hole in the ground. But he ignored the pain in his body, struggled to get up from the ground, and walked towards the palace again, saying as he walked, "Tony, you can't do this." But before he could step through the palace gate, Loki stopped in front of him, looked at him with a complex expression, shook his head and said, "Let's go, stop talking. You should know Tony's temper. No one can change the things he decides. Unless you plan to stay here with your life." As Loki tried to persuade him, the excitement on Thor's face faded and he became completely lost. After a long silence, a bitter smile appeared on his face and he said, "What did Tony mean when he just said that he wants the whole of Asgard? Does he want to be the king of the gods?" "I don't know either, but he probably has no interest in this position," Loki said calmly. "Then he wants to destroy the entire Asgard, right?" Thor roared instantly. This time Loki was silent and didn't answer. Seeing this, Saul confirmed what he was thinking, became more and more silent, and then turned around and left without saying a word. It's not that he gave up, but that he knew that he couldn't stop Tony by himself, so he needed help. Of course, he did not seek help from the gods. After all, with Tony's strength, even if the gods join forces, they may not be his opponent. Therefore, to stop Tony, he must find Odin. Only Odin can prevent things from happening. Quickly returning to his palace, Saul took Jane directly towards the Rainbow Bridge without saying a word. After entering the temple, Heimdall looked at Thor and greeted him respectfully, "Your Highness." Hearing this, Thor stopped and glanced at Heimdall. He wanted to tell him the truth. But he didn't dare. If he ruined Tony's plan now, who knows if Tony would go on a killing spree. Therefore, looking at Heimdall, Thor finally did not inform the matter but just reminded him, "I've been paying more attention to my father lately. He doesn't seem to be in a good condition." "Understood, Your Highness." Heimdall nodded, and Thor didn't know if he understood what he meant. He could only take Jane onto the Rainbow Bridge and return to Blue Star. After Blue Star returned, Thor immediately sent Jane home and then went to Shield. Fury seemed very happy to see Thor again. But before he could talk about the past, Thor told him what happened in the Divine Realm and asked for help. After hearing the whole story of the incident, Fury, who was originally smiling, suddenly turned into a bitter smile. "Thor, it's not that I won't help you, but what do you think we can do? You also know the strength of Shield very well. That guy is a pervert. None of the gods in your domain can match him. Even if Shield is added, there is no way to deal with him." Hearing this, although Thor knew that Fury was right, he still felt a burst of anger in his heart. "So, are you going to watch Tony destroy my hometown?" Thor stared at Fury, and Fury also knew that what he did was unreasonable. Thor had helped Shield a lot before, but now he refused directly, which was indeed a bit unkind. At that moment, Fury spoke to comfort him. "Don't misunderstand, Thor. I didn't say I won't help. It's just that we have to have a feasible plan instead of leading everyone to death, which is completely meaningless." Fury kept explaining, and listening to his words, Thor gradually became quiet. Because what Fury said did make sense, I was a little impulsive. Taking a deep breath, Saul said slowly, "Sorry, I lost my temper. But we don't have no hope of winning. My father Odin should be in Blue Star now. I need you to help me find him. If anyone can stop Tony now, it's only my father Odin." Saul once again revealed a piece of news. Fury, who originally had a headache on his face, stood up instantly when he heard this. "Odin is on the Blue Star." "Yes, my father was exiled to Blue Star by Loki before. As long as my father is found, there is still hope of saving everything. So, I can only leave this matter to you," Thor said solemnly, and Fury nodded directly. "No problem, don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. As long as Odin is still on Blue Star, I will definitely find him." Fury said excitedly, "He thinks more than Thor. Who is Odin? He is the king of the gods. If he takes action, can he completely eliminate Tony? After all, compared to God's domain, Tony's base camp is on Blue Star, so Fury wants to deal with Tony more than anyone else." But before, he had no choice but to suppress all his thoughts in his heart, but now Odin's appearance gave him hope. As long as Odin can deal with Tony, he won't have to face that guy in the future. Thinking of the excitement, he couldn't help but smile on his face. Looking at Fury with a smile on his face, Thor couldn't help but have a strange look on his face. After staying with Loki and Tony for a long time, his control over people's hearts has increased. Looking at Fury's appearance, he almost guessed what Fury was thinking. For a moment, he hesitated to tell him that Tony had fought against Odin and won. After thinking for a long time, Thor still didn't say anything about it. He couldn't bear to expose Fury's hope. Full of hope, Fury immediately took action. Thor was responsible for providing the portrait, and he mobilized 80% of Shield's intelligence power to search for Odin's whereabouts. As the #1 intelligence organization in the United States, Shield's intelligence capabilities have crushed almost all agencies in the world. Therefore, under the search of a large number of intelligence personnel, news about Odin soon appeared on Fury's desktop. Seeing the news passed back, Fury's face lit up and he quickly said, "Go and call Thor." "Yes, director." The assistant responded, immediately turned around and walked out of the office. Soon the office door was pushed open again and Saul quickly walked in with a trace of excitement on his face. "How is it, did you find my father?" Thor said excitedly. Fury did not show off and nodded directly and admitted, "Yes, we have locked Odin's location, but my people did not dare to go up and disturb him. I plan to go with you." "Okay, no problem, without further ado, let's leave now," Thor responded directly. At that moment, the two of them left SHIELD together, boarded the helicopter that had been prepared, and flew towards a certain state in the United States. On the way, Thor learned all the information found by SHIELD. Odin actually lived in a nursing home as a lonely old man. Knowing this, the corner of Thor's mouth suddenly twitched. Fortunately, SHIELD's intelligence ability was good. If he had to look for it himself, he would not be able to find Odin even if he killed himself. Who would have thought that the majestic king of the gods would live in a nursing home? Really, it gives people an unexpected feeling. After spending 3 hours, Saul and others finally arrived near the nursing home. In order to avoid trouble, they did not let too many people accompany them, and only Thor and Fury entered the nursing home. Compared to the fast-paced life outside, the pace of life in a nursing home can be described as very leisurely. A calm and peaceful atmosphere permeates the entire nursing home, making people unable to help but relax. However, Saul and the two did not forget their purpose, so this feeling was quickly dispelled from their hearts and their eyes quickly searched the crowd. Without any surprise, Thor soon saw that familiar figure, and suddenly a touch of excitement appeared on his face. "Father," Thor called. Not far away, Odin, who was lying on a rocking chair and fanning a cattail leaf, suddenly opened his eyes and looked back. When he saw Saul, a smile also appeared on his face. "Saul, why are you here?" Odin greeted with a smile and Thor walked up quickly with fury. Seeing Odin looking like a lonely old man, Thor felt a sore nose and resisted the urge to cry, "Father, I'm here to take you back." "Go back, no need, I'm fine here." "What are you going to do?" Odin refused without thinking. After hearing this, Saul suddenly became anxious. He didn't have time to feel sad and quickly told Tony's conspiracy. However, I never thought that his words did not attract Odin's attention and he still looked that leisurely. "If they want to mess with it, let them mess with it." Thor smiled, and with a casual move, a spear appeared in his hand. The next second, a large amount of divine power poured into his body, crazily increasing his strength. Originally, Thor didn't have much confidence in Tony, but with his improved strength and the artifact in hand, he felt certain. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed, and the suspended Thor was put down. At this moment, he felt the change in his own power with a face filled with surprise. Odin spoke very calmly, but his words made Thor frown. Therefore, even if Odin doesn't take action, he plans to return to God's domain to fight Tony again. Just now, when Odin infused Thor with divine power and improved his strength, he also gave him the eternal spear. "I have guarded Asgard for so many years and I am tired," Fury said slowly, his tone full of desolation. For a moment, a powerful aura slowly emanated from Thor's body. Seeing this, Saul fell silent, a trace of guilt rising in his heart, and then he didn't speak again and turned around and walked away from the nursing home. Looking at Thor with a look of confidence on his face, Fury didn't know the source of his confidence, but after being silent for a while, he finally said with a wry smile, "I'm going to summon the people from SHIELD and go to God's domain with you. This is a calamity for the divine realm, but also an opportunity for the divine realm." And just when this idea came to his mind, Odin's voice sounded again. After finally calming down, just when he was about to say something, he saw Odin falling asleep on the rocking chair with a tired face. Hearing this, Saul glanced at him in surprise, wondering why he changed his mind. Soon the two walked out of the nursing home, and Fury, who had been silent until now, said, "What should we do now? Your father doesn't seem to want to go back." "You." Hearing this, Saul showed a smile on his face and said, "It's okay, leave the rest to me." Without continuing to be sentimental, the two quickly returned to SHIELD, and Fury immediately summoned all the extraordinary people in SHIELD. If we get through it, the divine realm will naturally be smooth. If we can't get through it, the divine realm will be destroyed. Obviously, improving Thor's strength will take a lot of effort from him. After all, this was not something Odin would say, and he couldn't help but doubt that the Odin in front of him was someone else pretending to be him. No one refused Fury's arrangement, and soon, under the leadership of Thor, the group set out on the road to God's domain. So, joining forces with God's domain is our last chance. Fury on the side saw this and followed him without saying a word. Fury naturally doesn't recognize this thing, but the gods in the realm would definitely recognize it. This is Odin's artifact, the Eternal Spear. He felt that his power was at least 10 times stronger than before, which filled his heart with excitement. Seeing this, Fury sighed and said, "Tony is getting stronger and stronger. If we continue, Shield will not even have a chance to stand in front of Tony. The green fat man, the magical trio, and the captain will follow Thor to God's domain to fight Tony." Fury looked at him with surprise. In this regard, Saul did not express an opinion, nor did he refuse. After saying that, Odin suddenly waved his hand, and suddenly, a majestic divine power directly enveloped Thor's body and dispelled the doubts in his heart. "However, since you have found this, the Father will not stand idly by and let me help you. For him, it must be good to have more strength to deal with Tony." In the immortal palace of the gods, after many days passed, the power of the seal left by Odin became weaker and weaker. As of now, only a thin layer is left, and it may be completely broken at any time. Looking at his masterpiece, Tony smiled and worked harder. If nothing else happens, the seal will be broken in a day or two. And just when Tony devoted himself to the seal, Loki outside was also encountering huge amounts of trouble. In the Golden Palace, Heimdall looked at Loki pretending to be Odin with a serious face and shouted angrily, "Who are you? How dare you pretend to be the God King?" Hearing this, Loki was startled, but on the surface he didn't panic at all. "Heim, what are you doing questioning this king?" He spoke in a stern tone, trying to use Odin's accumulated majesty to forcefully subdue Heimdall. Without Thor's reminder, Heimdall might have given in. However, after Thor's reminder last time, he has been observing Odin played by Loki during this time. He has tried his best to imitate Odin, but a person's behavior habits and some small actions are not so easy to imitate. In addition, Heimdall has always been guarding Odin, and he can be called the god who knows Odin best. Therefore, even though Loki's role was very similar, he was sure that the person in front of him was definitely not Odin, which was why he asked the question just now. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Heimdall looked at Loki with cold eyes and said word by word, "If you are really the God King, I would not dare to offend you, but you a fake have stolen the position of God King. You are simply looking for death. I give you two choices now, either reveal your true form and wait for the return of the God King to punish you, or I will kill you on this golden palace with my own hands." Heimdall said righteously, and Loki's face suddenly turned ugly. Looking at Heimdall's appearance, he knew that he had been exposed, otherwise this guy would never dare to speak to him in this tone. But now the question comes, what should he do? Although he is confident that Heimdall is not his opponent, his desire to win over Heimdall will not happen overnight. Once he takes action, the gods will definitely sense him, and by then, he will no longer be able to pretend anymore. Coupled with his past reputation, the gods will definitely not let him go. If everyone takes action together, his life will be in danger. Thinking silently in his heart, Loki kept thinking about solutions. It's a pity that Heimdall didn't give him this chance at all. Just when he was silent, Heimdall moved, holding the hilt of the sword with both hands, and pulled out the giant sword from his waist. With a soft cry, Heimdall said with a murderous look on his face, "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed his sword towards Loki, and huge amounts of sword energy roared towards Loki. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, and Loki, who was deep in thought, was awakened on the spot. At that moment, he didn't care about thinking. His expression changed instantly, and he quickly struck back. Peng, the only one who can save him now is Tony. Unless he wants to die, Tony's palace is his only way to escape. Although Loki has been fighting with Heimdall, he is always paying attention to what is going on around him. With the arrival of the gods, the two people fighting in the Golden Palace also noticed it. At that moment, Odin, the incarnation of Loki, quickly said, "Heimdall betrayed the divine domain. The gods obeyed the order and followed me to kill the rebel." Hearing this, Loki walked in without hesitation, and after he entered, the door closed instantly, and the gods also descended at this moment. But before the gods could take action, Heimdall's voice also sounded. Seeing the actions of the gods, Loki knew that he could no longer hide it. If he didn't leave, his life would be at stake. The gods who had originally planned to take action stopped after hearing this. As soon as he finished speaking, the palace door opened instantly, and Tony's voice came from it. Each of them looked at the two of them with inexplicable expressions, not knowing who to listen to. A cluster of flames flew out of his hand and collided with the sword energy. Suddenly, a violent explosion resounded through the Golden Palace, and the fluctuations in the aura of the two people's fight were quickly transmitted to all directions. "Come in." At the moment, Odin, played by Loki, is their king, so they naturally have to obey orders. With their strength, it didn't take them too long to reach the outside of the Golden Palace. Seeing this, the gods shouted loudly, "Stop him." It didn't take long. A few minutes later, Loki landed directly outside Tony's palace and said with a wry smile, "I need your help." Thinking of this, many people immediately cast their cold gazes on Loki, stepped directly into the Golden Palace, and slowly surrounded Loki to prevent him from escaping. At that moment, before the gods could complete the encirclement, Loki suddenly erupted and knocked Heimdall back. Loki, who was running away like crazy, turned around and glanced at the movement behind him, only to see the gods following him like evil ghosts, trying to tear him into pieces. This person has stolen the position of God King and has evil intentions. You all should quickly join forces with me to take him down. Suddenly, the gods who were practicing hard in the immortal palace opened their eyes one after another and turned their heads to look in the direction of the Golden Palace. Don't listen to this man's nonsense. He is not a king at all, he is a fake. As he said that, the gods quickly chased out, and suddenly streams of light passed over the fairy palace. Seeing this scene, the gods were shocked and looked at Heimdall in surprise. In the previous battle against the Dark Elves, the gods came out of their slumber. Although the matter is over now, the gods still have not returned to their respective territories. Instead, they are digesting the gains from that battle in the fairy palace. At this moment, the scene in the Golden Palace also appeared before their eyes. I saw Heimdall actually fighting Odin. Sensing the fighting coming from the Golden Palace, the gods walked out of the palace one after another and rushed to the Golden Palace. Heimdall spoke loudly, his tone full of urgency. Taking this opportunity, he directly used his speed to the extreme and escaped from the Golden Palace. Therefore, unlike the emptiness of the past, the immortal palace now is occupied by many gods. However, there are also smart people among the gods, and they quickly reacted. Loki ordered directly. After hearing this, many of the gods who were watching suddenly became ready to take action. This made Loki shudder for a moment, and he rushed towards the palace where Tony was without a second thought. If Odin, played by Loki, is really the God King, how could he be unable to win over Heimdall? After all, the God King represents the strongest strength in the gods' domain. Although Heimdall is not bad, he is not qualified to fight against Odin, so the Odin in front of him is fake. Looking at the closed palace door, the gods' eyes flashed, but no one acted rashly. In the previous battle in the universe, Tony had proved his strength. Now Loki had entered the palace, and they did not dare to force their way in. For a moment, the faces of the gods were full of hesitation. However, not everyone is afraid of Tony. Heimdall looked at the palace gate, then turned to look at the hesitating gods, then took a deep breath and slowly walked out, heading towards the palace gate. He is the patron saint of the divine realm, not only guarding the Rainbow Bridge, but also guarding Odin. Now someone pretended to be Odin, and Odin was missing. He had to find out the situation no matter what, so he suppressed his fear of Tony and knocked on the palace door. Boom, boom, boom. There was a dull knock on the door, and Heimdall said calmly, "Please see Lord Tony." After the words fell, there was no response from the palace. Heimdall's face darkened and he continued, "Since you don't want to meet me, don't blame me for offending you." As he spoke, Heimdall suddenly pushed open the palace door with a sudden force. Squeak. The sound of the palace door being pushed open slowly sounded. When the gods heard the sound, their hearts suddenly lifted. Soon, the door was completely pushed open, and Heimdall stepped in without hesitation. At that moment, Tony, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, and Loki, who had recovered his true form, suddenly appeared in front of him. First, he glanced at Tony, who had his eyes closed, and Heimdall's eyes quickly locked on Loki. "It's you." Heimdall stared at Loki and said slowly. Although Loki recovered his true form, Heimdall, who had fought with him, still recognized him at a glance as the person who had just pretended to be Odin. Suddenly, a trace of anger flashed across Heimdall's face. "Where is the God King?" Hearing this, Loki did not answer but turned to look at Tony. At this time, Tony slowly opened his eyes and his dull gaze fell directly on Heimdall. Suddenly, Heimdall felt a chill all over his body, and a great fear arose in his heart. At this moment, he felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, being stared at by a lion, and might become the lion's ration at any time. If it were an ordinary god, he might simply become intimidated at this moment. But Heimdall didn't. He suppressed the fear in his heart, turned his gaze to Tony and asked word by word, "Sir, what exactly do you want to do?" He didn't ask Tony before because Tony's strength prevented him from speaking rashly for fear of irritating him. But now, when Tony stood up for Loki, he understood that Loki's pretending to be the God King had absolutely nothing to do with him. Therefore, he stopped covering up and asked Tony directly past Loki. Listening to his words, Tony's calm lips couldn't help but reveal a smile. "You will know what I am going to do soon." Seeing this, Heimdall couldn't help but take a deep breath and said seriously, "No matter what you want to do, unless I die, you can never succeed." "Yeah." Tony raised his eyebrows, then raised his hand and pointed at the top of his head. "This also means that everything Tony has to do has been done, and all that is left is to watch the show." And Tony didn't bother to explain to him. Just now, the moment he entered, in the sky above the Asgard, the last trace of Odin's divine power was completely wiped out by him, and the seal was completely broken. This is the horror of Hela, where death is everywhere. "Your Majesty, God King, what happened?" Suddenly, a world of lava appeared before the eyes of the gods. They saw erupting volcanoes, blazing hellfire, and demons that were constantly fighting. Suddenly, a huge amount of crack appeared in the sky accompanied by lightning and slowly opened. Just when he thought of this before he could continue to ask further questions, suddenly there was a burst of exclamation from outside the palace. "But I have succeeded," Tony said playfully. "Where is the God King? Where is the God King? Please call the God King." Heimdall looked up. He saw nothing but the roof, and there was a hint of confusion on his face. "It's cracked, it's cracked." Although he didn't know what Tony meant by what he just said, his intuition told him that there was big trouble. Fear, panic, madness, and all kinds of human states are now taking place among the gods. Heimdall withdrew his gaze, and a bad feeling quickly arose in his heart. She was wearing a dark green battle suit, and her body was filled with a terrifying aura of death. In her habitat, everything was extinct and the lava was extinguished. Everything seemed to have lost its life, leaving only dead silence. When the three of them arrived outside the palace, their attention was immediately attracted by the strange sight in the sky. Seeing this scene, the gods took a deep breath, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. Hearing the noise from the outside world, Heimdall's expression changed. He ignored Tony and turned around and walked out quickly. Tony did not stop him and even walked out with Loki. With the influx of the breath of death, the trees washed away by the breath of death suddenly lost their vitality and died at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it, that madman is back and we are all going to die." The guards guarding the immortal palace seemed to have been deprived of their longevity at this moment. Their skin quickly became old, and their whole people were rapidly declining. At the end, a loud roar suddenly sounded in the sky, and terrifying thunder flashed across the sky. I saw that the originally clear sky was dyed dark red at some point, and thick fire clouds covered the entire sky. "Oh my God, what's going on?" Of course, these are not important. The most important thing is that a woman appeared in front of them. As soon as these words came out, they immediately aroused fear in everyone's hearts. Everyone seemed to be going crazy and started talking to themselves. A terrifying aura emanated from the sky, making the gods tremble. It seemed as if he had encountered something scary. Finally, someone who didn't know who it was said tremblingly, "Hela. Impossible, how could Hela appear? Isn't she sealed?" And all this is only because of the appearance of Hela, the goddess of death. Although they are still not sure what happened, the power that can tear apart the divine realm is definitely not something they can fight against. At this time, the cracks in the sky above the gods' domain became larger and larger, gradually allowing people to see clearly the scene on the other side of the cracks through the cracks. Looking at this scene, the gods felt a chill in their hearts, and fear appeared on many people's faces. Just as the gods were going crazy, Hela gradually woke up on the other side of the crack. Suddenly, the death aura on her body began to increase rapidly and even rushed into the divine realm through the crack. As time passed, the vision in the sky not only did not dissipate but became more and more intense. Seeing the horrific scene in front of him, Loki suddenly took a breath of cold air and his whole body felt numb. Tony's eyes also froze at this moment. He didn't expect Hela to be so terrifying. Before he appears, just the aura emanating from his body is already so terrifying. "What do we do now?" Loki said seriously. "Watch a show." Tony replied calmly, holding his hands and quietly watching the changes. Although Hela was released by him, what happened next was none of his business, so it's best to do nothing now. At this time in the depths of hell, Hela completely woke up from her sleep. Suddenly, the aura of death surrounding her began to surge tenfold. Terrifying divine light emanated from her eyes, instantly piercing the void. She looked up at the crack in the sky above her head, and a crazy smile suddenly appeared on her face. Then a voice full of evil meaning slowly sounded. "Has the seal finally been broken?" "Odin, I'm back." Waves of echoes echoed over the immortal palace and quickly spread throughout the entire immortal palace. The expressions of the gods changed one after another after hearing these words. Heimdall instantly responded from his shock and shouted loudly, "Reinforce the seal and seal the cracks." After speaking, he didn't wait for anyone else's reaction. Heimdall quickly burst out with divine power and rushed straight into the sky, trying to seal Hela back again before she was completely out of trouble. and his actions also reminded the surrounding gods. At that moment, the gods came to their senses one after another, and each one quickly exploded with divine power to strengthen the seal. Suddenly, the gap in the sky that was originally open suddenly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Apparently, the reinforcements from the gods had an effect. But Hela finally waited for the opportunity to break through the seal. How could she give up so easily? At that moment, a sharp roar came from her mouth, and the aura of death permeating her body skyrocketed again. At the same time, the power of death in her body seemed to be free of charge at this moment, venting out crazily and attacking the seal crazily. Boom, boom, boom. A series of dull, loud noises echoed over the immortal palace. Each loud noise seemed to step on the hearts of the gods, making them feel heavy in their chests and making them want to vomit blood. But the more this happens, the less the gods dare to relax. They know very well the terror of Hela. Once Hela is born, all of them will suffer. Therefore, even though they felt so uncomfortable that they wanted to vomit blood, the gods still gritted their teeth and persisted. Seeing the stalemate between the two sides, Loki, who was watching the show, couldn't help but ask, "Do we want to help? Otherwise, she may not be able to escape." Loki put forward his suggestion, and Tony shook his head without hesitation and then said in a cold tone, "I have helped her remove Odin's seal. If she can't even deal with these guys, what will happen even if she comes out? It's just trash." The next second, an overwhelming force burst out from Hela. Suddenly, the gods, who had already reached their limit, could no longer withstand the impact of the power of death, and vomited blood and flew out. Hela's sharp voice came from the cracks and echoed throughout the fairy palace. As the goddess of death and Odin's first child, Hela was born extraordinary. After becoming an adult, her strength even caught up with Odin's. These are not just one or two creatures, the gods put together are almost over 100. Hela, with a sneer on her face, walked out of the depths of hell step by step, exuding a terrifying aura of death, and finally stepped out of hell and fell into the realm of God. Suddenly, everything on the suspended continent began to wither, and life continued to pass. The crack that had healed for 1/3 was torn apart again, and this time the crack in the sky became even bigger. In just a short moment, the suspended continent where the immortal palace is located has been shrouded in a strong aura of death. Heimdall looked at this scene with dull eyes, and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down from his eyes. He knew that Asgard was over. He was thinking speechlessly, but Loki didn't speak. Since it was Tony's decision, he just had to follow it. Loki was speechless for a moment when he said this. But now, Odin's seal has been broken, and he has lost the power blessing of the entire Asgard. If he wants to seal Hela back, he can't do it even if Odin is present, let alone a group of gods who are not even comparable to Odin. Boom, and this scene directly caused a chain reaction. Suddenly, all the gods who strengthened the seal vomited blood and flew upside down, and the seal was completely shattered. Although there are many of them, as the saying goes, sheep flock in a flock and ferocious beasts roam alone. Are sheep in a flock not sheep? Feeling this scene, the gods were completely frightened. I like the taste of freedom. In fact, Hela did not disappoint Tony, but Hela, who was finally out of trouble, had no time to pay attention to the gods below. She took a deep breath and felt the sweetness in the air, which was completely different from the smell in hell. Now that so many years have passed, Odin has gradually aged and his strength has declined, but Hela has crossed over from the growth stage and reached the peak. As Hela completely entered the divine realm, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly spread out without any hindrance. For a moment, a trace of intoxication appeared on his face. At this moment, despair appeared in the eyes of many gods. Looking at Hela, they seemed to have seen the end of the world coming. While muttering to herself, Hela unabashedly allowed the aura of death on her body to spread. "A bunch of ants dare to stop me, you will all die." Before, Hela's aura had already made the gods uncomfortable when they were separated by a world. Now that they have lost the isolation of the world, Hela's own momentum alone has overwhelmed the gods and made them unable to lift their heads. If Odin hadn't used his own power as a guide to gather the power of the entire Asgard to seal it, Hela would have escaped thousands of years ago. At the same time, Hela's figure also became clearly visible. Even the gods who are aloof can feel that they are constantly declining at this moment. Streams of light pierce the sky, and the frightened gods increase their speed to the extreme, just wanting to escape from this fairy palace shrouded in the breath of death. It is so easy to deal with the power of so many gods gathered together. However, I hate the breath of life. Death is the destination of all things. There is no doubt about the power of the gods, but Hela's power is not something to brag about either. With the intrusion of the breath of death, they seem to have reached the end of their lives ahead of schedule, and the end began to approach. At that moment, the gods completely lost the courage to confront Hela, and they all mobilized their divine power to flee outside the fairy palace. Everything is withering and the gods are fleeing. In this desperate scene, Loki and Tony seem out of place. Compared to the panicked gods, the two of them seemed like outsiders, watching this scene calmly without any panic. Should we go? Loki reminded. Right now, everyone is on the run, and it's really a bit eye-catching for them to watch the show like this. After hearing this, Tony was about to nod, but when his eyes glanced at Heimdall, the words he was about to say suddenly changed. Don't worry, the good show is on. How can the audience leave early? After saying this, Loki let out a sigh and looked at Tony with a trace of doubt on his face. But Tony didn't look at him but still stared at Heimdall's position. Seeing this, Loki followed his gaze and looked at Heimdallton, who looked sad and determined. What does he want to do? Loki asked, confused. There is no shortage of bloody people in this world. It seems that not all of the gods are worthless. Tony said calmly, and Loki immediately reacted. Sure enough, the next second, the grieving Heimdall suddenly raised his voice and shouted, Hela, go back to your hell. As soon as he finished speaking, Heimdall soared directly into the sky, holding a giant sword and slashing at Hela with a fearless look on his face. A sword energy cut through the sky, and with the blessing of divine power, it released a dazzling light. This scene not only stunned Hela for a moment, but also made the fleeing gods look back subconsciously. The next second the sword light approached, and the stunned Hela suddenly came back to her senses. With a cold smile on her lips, she pointed out calmly. The divine power of death gathered at his fingertips and collided with the sword light. The seemingly indestructible sword light was shattered directly under Hela's finger. Then Hela's finger kept moving and fell on Heimdall's chest. Boom! There was a roar, and Heimdall's figure flew back faster than before, hitting the ground heavily, creating a huge amount of potholes in the ground. At this time, Hela's indifferent voice slowly sounded, remarkably brave. After saying that, Hela's face showed a hint of a smile, full of unspeakable sarcasm. The gods who originally turned around to watch ran faster after seeing this scene. At this moment, Hela's figure flashed and appeared in front of Heimdall. Before Heimdall could make a move, Hela's right hand had already landed on his head, looking like a mother comforting her child. But after Heimdall saw this scene, a look of despair appeared on his face. The next second, his life breath quickly began to dissipate. Heldam's soul body was directly pulled out by Hela, and then he opened his mouth slightly and swallowed Heimdall's soul in one gulp. This is Hela's most basic ability as the goddess of death, to control life and death. She can easily extract the souls from any Asgard god she touches. After doing all this, Hela smiled with satisfaction. Then she stopped looking at the corpse on the ground and turned to look at the two remaining spectators, Tony and Loki. You are not afraid of me. Hela said in a cold tone. Her eyes revealed the aura of death, as if she could take away their lives at any time. Loki swallowed and said nothing. If it weren't for Tony, he would have run away. Hela was already terrifying enough, and he had just witnessed Heldam's soul being drawn out and devoured, which made him want to stay away from Hela. Therefore, when faced with Hela's inquiry, Loki had no intention of answering and instead did be prepared to run away at any time. However, Tony was not afraid of Hela because of the scene just now, because he and Loki were fundamentally different. He was a human being, not a creature of Asgard, and was not under the jurisdiction of Hela, the Asgard goddess of death. Of course, in addition to this, it is also because Tony is very confident in his own strength, which gives him confidence. Why should I be afraid of you? I freed you with my own hands. Since I dare to release you, I am naturally not afraid of you. Oh, is it so? Hela smiled. Her smile was like the legendary Medusa, charming and dangerous. Then should I thank you? That's no use, just take what you need. Tony shook his head slowly, with a confident smile still on his face. Hela looked at him deeply. The smile on her lips disappeared and then turned around and left. Tony made her feel a little bit of danger, so she didn't want to provoke Tony when he didn't actively antagonize him. After all, making enemies for yourself for no reason is what a fool does. Although Hela is crazy, she is not stupid. Looking at Hela, who turned to leave, a trace of surprise flashed across Loki's face, leaving now. He was ready to run away and clear the battlefield for them. With a flash of regret in his heart, Loki turned to look at Tony. Now that the show is over, where should we go? Hearing this, Tony had a smile on his face and did not explain, but just asked Loki to leave with him. It is naturally not an easy task to devour Asgard with the reality stone. In addition to weakening Asgard's resistance, Tony also needs to prepare a formation to provide sufficient energy to the reality stone. Of course, Tony originally didn't know any formations, but there was such a formation in the memory of Melkith's death, which could assist the reality stone in swallowing the world. However, setting up the formation requires a lot of materials, and Tony naturally doesn't have them, so he needs to go and rob them now. Of course, we can't say robbery, just taking things that others don't want. The treasury of the divine realm and the guards of the immortal palace have all disappeared. As long as they open the door, they can take whatever they want from the treasure house of God's domain. He turned to look at Loki beside him. Loki was stunned under Tony's gaze and then said with an ugly face, "You don't want me to open this door, do you?" "Smart," Tony praised. Loki's mouth twitched. "I don't have the ability, I can't do it." Loki refused without thinking. Unfortunately, Tony did not let him go but patted his shoulder and said slowly, "Don't worry, we have plenty of time, you can study it slowly. I believe you can. Come on." Tony gave him an encouraging look. The door to the divine treasure house was naturally not easy to open, and he didn't expect Loki to open it directly. However, Tony didn't believe it if Loki didn't know how to open it. With the level of trouble this guy had, he must have thought about the treasure house more than once. He believed that he would have a way, just when Tony and the two were studying how to open the treasure house of God's domain. On the other side, at the Ji-Yin Temple, Thor has led the captain and others across the Rainbow Bridge and entered the Ji-Yin Temple. Looking at the empty hall, the captain's eyes were full of curiosity. "Is this the divine realm? It's different from what I imagined." The captain sighed somewhat. Banner carefully felt the changes in the gravity of the temple, and after a while he said, "The gravity of this world is 10 times that of the Earth, and it is not suitable for ordinary people to survive." Listening to the conversation between the two, Saul, who was walking at the front, said helplessly, "Everyone, we have sightseeing and research to do. We have plenty of time when we go back. Now let's complete the task first, okay?" Hearing this, the captain and Banner smiled awkwardly. Soon the team returned to calm, and the group left the guiding temple and officially entered the divine domain. However, just after they entered the divine realm, Thor's expression suddenly changed, and the expressions of Banner and others also showed different changes. "I don't feel it, it's so peaceful." The captain said in a serious tone. Johnny spoke from the side, "Is the entire God's realm so lifeless? Problem occurs," Saul concluded. At that moment, the group of people stopped delaying and quickly rushed towards the immortal palace. Since the captain and others could not fly, Thor could only use his divine power to surround them and take them to fly together. However, Thor, whose strength has been improved, can't fly much slower even with people. Soon, an hour later, everyone arrived at the immortal palace, and suddenly, a ruined wall with all things exhausted appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. Thor didn't say anything and headed towards the back garden of the immortal palace. Because his mother, Frigga, queen of the divine realm, lives in the back garden. When he came to the back garden, he saw that the evergreen flowers, plants and trees in the back garden had fallen into decay. A dead breath filled the back garden, which made his heart skip a beat. Soon he reached the deepest part of the back garden, but he didn't find the figure he wanted to see. For a moment, Saul couldn't help but feel a haze in his heart. He returned to Xiangong Square with a gloomy face where the captain and others were waiting for him. After seeing him return, the captain quickly asked, "What happened?" "I don't know either." Thor shook his head. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but frowned. They didn't know what was going on, and they had no direction to take action. And just when everyone was at a loss what to do, a loud noise suddenly came from the direction of the God's domain treasure house. When they heard the noise, without anyone saying anything, everyone rushed towards the direction where the noise came from. At the door of the God's domain treasure house, Tony found a rocking chair from somewhere and lay comfortably on the rocking chair, his figure swaying. At this moment, Loki was standing at the door of the God's domain treasure house with a disgraced look on his face, looking at the door of the treasure house with a worried look on his face. Just now he tried to break open the treasure house door, but unexpectedly the protection of the treasure house door was activated, sending him flying out. And just when Loki was trying to continue opening the treasure house door, a sudden sound broke through the air, and Thor appeared behind the two of them. Looking at Tony and Loki, Thor's eyes lit up, although he came back to deal with Tony. But now something had obviously happened in God's domain that he didn't know about. He didn't take action immediately but started asking, "Tony, Loki, what happened in God's realm? How did Asgard become like this? Also, where has my mother gone?" As soon as he stood still, a series of questions came out of Saul's mouth. Loki looked back at him, ignored him, and continued to think about how to open the treasure house door. Tony looked back at Thor and said with a smile on his face, "You ask this? Someone named Hela ran away from Hel, and then Asgard became like this." As he said that, Thor wanted to step forward to stop him, but before he could make any move, Tony's lazy voice suddenly sounded. Saul asked with a stiff face, You didn't do anything, why didn't you stop her? You may not be able to open the treasure house door anyway. Tony spread his hands and didn't reply, but his meaning was very clear. I don't know. Where is Hela? He asked eagerly. Why should I stop her? But just when he was relaxing, Tony patted his head as if remembering something and said in a relaxed tone, by the way, Heimdall is dead, killed by that woman. Seeing this, Tony smiled with satisfaction. This guy left and came back, making it clear that he was here to deal with him. After a long time, Thor came back to his senses, looked at Tony with an ugly face and said, aren't you her opponent? As soon as these words came out, Saul suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning, and his relaxed mood was completely caught off guard. Open the door. By the way, can you open it? Thor shook his head directly. This is the treasure house of God's domain. No one can open it except for the order of Father. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Tony's words made sense. What are you doing? We just stole the treasury of God's domain, but she plans to destroy the entire Asgard. Hearing this, a flash of astonishment suddenly flashed across Saul's face, but he finally breathed a sigh of relief as he didn't hear the bad news. Does it have anything to do with me? It's inexplicable. I think you have time to stop us, so you might as well go find Hela's whereabouts and see if you can stop her. Now that the evil taste in his heart was satisfied, Tony also lost interest in continuing to talk to him and lay comfortably on the rocking chair. Hearing this, Tony rolled his eyes and was too lazy to pay attention to him. As soon as these words came out, Thor's figure suddenly froze in place. Saul's mouth twitched, not knowing what to answer. As for your mother, I didn't pay attention. She seemed to have evacuated with the gods. I do not know. I didn't fight her. I don't know if she can beat her or not. Tony kept teasing Saul, causing Saul's mentality to explode instantly. Seeing this, Thor couldn't help but say in a more serious tone, stealing the treasure house of God's domain is a serious crime. To stop Hela, what he should do now is to steal the treasure house, steal it, steal it. Thinking like this, Thor left quickly, completely unaware that Tony had to do much more than Hela. For a moment, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Tony shrugged and said indifferently. After finally calming down, Saul took a few deep breaths and looked at the two of them seriously. Seeing this, Thor glanced at the two of them, thought about Tony's words, and finally turned around and left. Tony asked expectantly. That's why Tony kept teasing him, otherwise this guy would really think he had no temper. Thor, who was deceived and lame, left the fairy palace with his captain and others to search for Hela's whereabouts. Tony continued to wait for Loki to crack the divine treasure trove. As time passed soon, the treasure house of God's domain was gradually opened under Loki's hard work. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy on his face. Although he wasn't very anxious, the lack of results still made him a little irritated. Fortunately, everything is fine now. Just when he was about to enter it, suddenly, a figure walked out of the space and stood beside him. I saw Sister Hela looking at Tony with aura, a smile on her lips, and said, "How about it? Do you mind if I go in with you?" Hearing this, Tony rolled his eyelids and said bluntly, "I don't mind. If you want to have S*X for free, there is no such thing as such a good thing." He said this unceremoniously, completely forgetting that he was also a member of the prostitution party. Listening to Tony's words, Hela was not angry. Her arrogance would only exist in front of the weak. In front of strong people, she can still communicate calmly. According to the current speed, it may take some time for you to open the treasure house door. If I help you, I can open it soon. Hela said slowly with a smile on her lips, her tone full of calmness. Oh, Tony glanced at her and said doubtfully, then you can go in by yourself, why follow me? I want to cooperate with you, deal with the gods of the divine domain together and help you open the treasure house. It's my sincerity, how about it? Collaboration? Interesting. A playful smile appeared on Tony's face. Those guys don't seem to be your opponents. Cooperation would be unnecessary. Although they are nothing, there is an old guy who is very difficult to deal with. I may not be sure. Odin? No. Who is that? Bull. Speaking of this name, Hela's face rarely became serious and Tony's eyes also focused at this moment. Most people may be unfamiliar with Baal, but Tony happened to know this person from a short video introduction in his previous life. Odin's father, the previous king of the gods. Are you sure you are talking about Baal? Is he still alive? Tony frowned. The Asa Protos has a lifespan limit. Odin is almost reaching his end. It is unimaginable that Baal is still alive. After hearing this, Hela slowly shook her head, not sure, but it's very possible. Don't underestimate these old guys. If you think they are dead, in fact, they may still exist in some corner of the universe. As for longevity, it is indeed a limit for ordinary gods, but for these old people, there are many ways to increase their lifespan. Hearing this, Tony shrugged helplessly and had to accept this fact. However, he still has not made a decision on whether to cooperate. Thank you very much for telling me this, but it seems that I still don't need to cooperate with you. Opening the treasure house is nothing more than spending more time. If you want me to help you based on this, I'm afraid it's impossible. Tony folded his hands and looked at Hella quietly, wanting to see what other chips she could bring out. After listening to Tony's words, Hella said calmly, "You help me and I can also help you. Don't tell me you released me from hell just for fun. Although I don't know what your purpose is, but having more friends is better than having many enemies. What do you think?" Hella spoke clearly and analyzed it very well. Unfortunately, she missed one thing, that is, her and Tony's attitudes naturally conflict. As the goddess of death, she has a very close connection with Asgard. It can even be said that as long as Asgard exists, she will never die. This is one of the reasons why she is so powerful and dangerous, but Odin only sealed her instead of directly killing her. Because in order to kill her, Asgard must be destroyed first. Unfortunately, Tony's goal is to devour Asgard, so there is a fundamental conflict of interest between the two parties, making cooperation almost impossible. Of course, nothing is absolute. Although the fundamental interests of both parties conflict, Hela doesn't know it. Therefore, there is still a slight possibility of cooperation between the two parties. The reason why Tony wanted to cooperate was also because Hela mentioned Baal. He thought that Odin was the strongest man in God's realm, but he didn't expect that there was another old guy, maybe even more than one. Then, it is necessary to cooperate with Hela. At least before falling out, he can use her power to fight against Baal. Tony thought a lot, but the outside world only passed for less than a second. Looking at Hela's expectant eyes, Tony was a little reserved and finally nodded. "Okay, then I wish us a happy cooperation." Tony smiled enthusiastically, which made Hela shiver all over. He quickly interrupted, "Forget it, you should go back to the way you were before. You are so enthusiastic that I think you are plotting against me." After saying this, Tony couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Good guy, is this a woman's sixth sense? It's almost like a prophet. It's been cut. After officially reaching a cooperation, Hela stopped watching the show and stepped forward to crack the divine treasure trove with Loki. With the addition of Hela, the progress of cracking the god's domain treasure house has increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few minutes, there was only a click. The originally closed treasure house door was finally opened. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but smile on his face. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with cooperation. At that moment, the three of them walked into the god's domain treasure house together. Tony had already come in once not long ago, and now that he was here again, he didn't have too many mood swings. As for Loki, although he is not well received, he is a prince after all and has visited the treasure house more than once, so naturally there is nothing new about him. Hela's words were even more exaggerated. As soon as she entered the treasure house, a look of disgust appeared on her face, and she muttered, "What kind of rubbish are these? This kind of thing is also qualified to be put into the treasure house. Asap Protos and the like, isn't it true that the years are getting worse? Just like this, the treasure that is enough to make 99% of the creatures in the world excited is completely ignored by Tony and the other three at this moment. And is even constantly disliked by Hela, as if what is in front of her is a pile of garbage. Fortunately, this phenomenon gradually disappeared as we gradually deepened into the treasure house. After all, anything that can be placed in the depths can be considered to be on the table. Unfortunately, Hela is still not interested in these, but Tony and Loki have already begun to select suitable materials. The two of them were just like shopping in a supermarket, picking up whatever they liked without any psychological burden at all. After picking and choosing along the way, Tony and others soon arrived at the depths of the treasure house. Compared to Hela's quietness, the two of them were like bandits crossing the border and took away 1/3 of the things in the treasure house. You know, this is tens of millions of years of accumulation of the god's domain, and now 1/3 has been taken away in one breath. If the gods knew about it, they would be absolutely furious and vomit blood. After searching so many things, Tony finally collected all the materials he needed. "You haven't found what you're looking for yet?" Tony asked casually. After saying this, Hela curled her lips and pointed at a burning flame deep in the treasure house. "I found it, this is what I want." Hearing this, Tony looked in the direction of her finger and saw an orange-red flame burning continuously, which looked ordinary. "What is this?" Tony was a little curious. "Eternal fire, a flame that is said to never go out." Loki on the side opened his mouth to explain. Listening to these words, a flash of understanding flashed in Tony's eyes, and Hela had already stepped forward to put away the eternal fire. She needed the eternal fire to unblock her undead army. Both parties got what they needed and did not stay in the treasure house any longer. They turned around and left the god's domain treasure house. At the gate of the god's domain treasure house, Hela looked at Tony and invited, "Would you like to witness the resurrection of my legion with me?" "No, I still have something to deal with, you can go on your own." Tony refused directly. Seeing this, Hela didn't force it but just reminded, "Don't forget the cooperation between us." "No problem, I will take action when the time is right." After hearing this, Hela nodded and said nothing more. Her body directly merged into the void and disappeared. After Hela left, Loki, who was standing next to Tony, said, "What are we going to do now? Find a place to rest." "Forehead?" Loki looked at Tony in shock. Tony patted him on the shoulder. "Now is not the time to act, don't worry." After saying that, Tony walked towards the palace where he lived before, while Loki shrugged and quickly followed. Back at the palace, Loki found a place to rest by himself and Tony returned to the room alone. What Hela said before echoed in his mind. "Bol, that's really troublesome." He didn't know how strong Bol was, but being able to make Hela fearful meant that Bol was something special. Although he promised Hela to cooperate with her to deal with Bol, Tony never liked to put his hope on others. Therefore, rather than cooperate, he hopes that he will have enough strength to fight against all enemies. Thinking of this, Tony called up the system. He had been busy with various things before, and he never had time to draw a lottery. Loki's lottery for joining the alliance still stayed quietly on the system panel. After taking a look at the panel data, Tony thought and summoned the 12 talisman lottery wheel. With a thought, the number of draws returned to 0 and the pointer on the roulette wheel quickly spun. "Stop." With a low shout in his heart, the pointer on the roulette wheel slowed down and stopped quickly. Suddenly, a dog appeared on the roulette wheel. Woof woof. A roar came from the roulette wheel and the puppy disappeared into Tony's mind. Suddenly, a mysterious force acted on Tony, causing Tony's body to undergo an unknown transformation. I don't know how long this change lasted, it seemed like an instant, and it seemed like 10,000 years. Until the transformation was completed, Tony slowly opened his eyes with a look of ecstasy in his eyes. Among the 12 talismans, which talisman Tony wants most is not the dragon talisman with huge amounts of power, nor the horse talisman that can cure everything, but the dog talisman that represents immortality. The holder of the dog talisman can stay young and live forever. The introduction is very brief, but the terrifying effect is enough to make anyone's mind sway. Call, taking deep breaths. It took Tony a long time to calm down, but he still had a happy smile on his face. If he was vaguely worried before, now he has no fear in his heart. With the dog spell on his body, no one or anything can worry him anymore. Opening the personal information, Tony glanced at the data on the panel. Name Tony Stark S*X, male. Identity, heir to the Shadow Kingdom ability. Horse talisman, dragon talisman, sheep talisman, rabbit talisman, pig talisman, ox talisman, tiger talisman, dog talisman. Sombra ninja control, sombra blade control, sombra nightbat control, sombra troll control, sombra warrior control, sombra alien control, and sombra shadow eater control. Demonic Chi, cursed blue demonic Chi. Number of draws, 0 members of the Dark Alliance. Spider-Man, Winter Soldier, Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, Mr. Fantastic, Evil God Loki. Looking at the panel data, Tony's eyes couldn't help but fall on the Shadow Eater Ninja. With a thought, a Shadow Eater Ninja the size of a thumb file appeared in front of him. Looking at the pocket version of Shadow Eater, Tony couldn't help but smile. He suddenly discovered that Loki was indeed his lucky general. The dog talisman drawn from his body was drawn out of the lottery, and the number of Shadow Ninjas increased by him turned out to be Shadow Eater Ninjas. Although this little guy looks cute now, in fact, he has the greatest potential among all the Black Shadow Ninjas. As long as you can swallow the shadow, you can grow infinitely. Thinking of this, Tony couldn't help but think about it. With so many creatures in Asgard, they were all going to die anyway, so it would be better to contribute to him before death. Thinking of this, Tony flashed and left the fairy palace directly. This time he had no fixed target and would go wherever there were crowds. Every time he arrived in a city, he would stay for a moment and summon a large number of shadow-eating ninjas. Although he could let Shadow Eater Ninja go to major cities by himself, this little thing was too weak in its early stages, so he could only make the trip himself. However, Asgard was too big. Tony ran for a whole day without even visiting Asgard. In the end, after summoning a large number of Shadow Eater Ninjas in hundreds of cities, Tony, who was impatient, chose to return to Asgard. And just after he left, the summoned shadow-devouring ninja began to develop. Because of Tony's order, they were not exposed to the world but chose to grow secretly. In addition, their bodies were only the size of a thumb file, so almost no one noticed. Soon, an epidemic broke out in major cities. A large number of residents suddenly fell into coma while walking on the road and were sent to the hospital for examination. Their bodies were functioning normally, but they could not wake up. For a time, the people in power in major cities convened a large number of top medical personnel to study response methods. The Shadow Eater ninja is also in the darkness, gradually passing through its infancy and growing stronger. While Tony and Hela were acting independently, Thor and others were not idle either. In order to find traces of Hela and ways to fight against Hela, Thor visited the resting places of the gods one by one, hoping to get help from them. Get the solution there. However, the gods were frightened by Hela and hid one by one. Therefore, Thor spent a lot of time but could not even find any trace of the gods. Helpless, Thor could only take the captain and others to the Fountain of Wisdom to find the wisest man in God's domain, Mimir. Mimir is a wise man of the giant family, famous for his extensive knowledge. He is also Odin's uncle and is related to Thor. If there is anyone else who can give him guidance in the gods' domain now, then besides Mimir, Thor can't think of anyone else. With an uneasy mood, Thor and others came to the Fountain of Wisdom. This time they finally did not run away and successfully met Mimir, the god of wisdom. A towering giant tree has its roots in the spring of wisdom. On the giant tree, a human face with two horns on its head is closing its eyes and concentrating. He is Mimir. When Saul and others appeared at the Fountain of Wisdom, Mimir slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, a feeling of vicissitudes of life rushed directly towards Saul and others. Especially Mimir's eyes, which seem to contain infinite wisdom, and one can be deeply immersed in it at a glance. "Saul, why are you here?" Mimir's rich voice sounded slowly. Hearing this, Thor bowed respectfully and then said, "Great god of wisdom, God's domain is about to face a disaster. I came here specifically to find a solution. In addition, I want to know the whereabouts of Hela." Saul asked straight to the point. He had already wasted a lot of time and had no time to waste anymore. After hearing these words, Mimir's eyes full of wisdom immediately looked towards the sky. He seemed to have seen through the secrets hidden in the world and said unhurriedly, "Is there a catastrophe in the divine domain? I saw blood and war, the withering of countless lives, and finally the divine realm ceased to exist." As he murmured, Mimir withdrew his gaze, looked at Thor, and said slowly, "This is an unavoidable disaster. You can't stop it. Before the disaster breaks out, take your friends and leave God's domain." Mimir, instead of answering Saul's question, advised him to leave. Upon hearing this, Thor clenched his fists instantly, knowing that Mimir must have seen something. However, he could not give up his hometown, so he insisted, "Please ask the wise man to tell me the solution, and I will definitely prevent the disaster." Seeing his persistence, Mimir sighed helplessly. "Okay, I hope you can succeed. Hela is now in the Sea of the Dead, the deepest part of God's domain. Find her and get her help. Maybe you still have a chance to survive the disaster." Hearing this, Thor was shocked, and the captain and others were also surprised. After finishing his words, Mimir said with neither sadness nor joy, "I saw the black natural disaster spreading in the gods' domain. All living beings were destroyed by the natural disaster. The immortal existence defeated the gods, and the entire Asgard was eventually swallowed up." Full of doubts in his heart, Saul asked directly. At this moment, above the Sea of the Dead, Hela's figure was floating in the sky, and under her control, the eternal fire fell over the Sea of the Dead. The Sea of the Undead is located in the deepest part of the gods' domain. It is a sea of corpses and bones, where nearly endless undead souls sleep. Looking at Saul approaching, Hela raised a smile at the corner of her mouth. She didn't make a move and just watched Saul approaching quietly. If you want to save the divine realm, you can only get a chance of survival by getting the help of Hela and gathering the power of the gods. Suddenly, at the entrance, Thor and the others slowly walked out. Looking at the endless Sea of the Dead, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. Compared with the shock of others, although Thor was also very shocked, he quickly came back to his senses. His eyes swept over the Sea of the Dead and quickly found Hela's figure. Helpless, everyone could only look at Thor and wait for him to make up his mind. After saying that, Saul turned and left, and the captain and others quickly followed. For a moment, the originally peaceful Sea of the Undead shook violently, and the undead army continued to attack the seal. As time passed, the seal was gradually broken by the burning of the eternal fire, and the breath of the undead army was gradually leaked as the seal was broken. Just when Hela broke the seal, suddenly, she felt the breath of living people breaking into the Sea of the Dead. Suddenly, the eternal flame burned instantly, burning the seal above the Sea of the Dead. After saying that, Mimir's face on the giant tree slowly blended into the trees and disappeared. At this moment, for some reason, he thought of Tony. He felt that Tony was the leader of this catastrophe in the gods' domain. And Thor stood there for a long time, constantly pondering Mimir's words in his heart, and his brows gradually frowned. After coming back to his senses and looking at everyone, Saul let out a breath of turbid air. Looking at Hela suspended in midair, Thor took a deep breath and said, "Wait for me here." Thor did not tell anyone about his inner speculation. No matter what, he first followed Mimir's guidance to get Hela's help before talking about anything else. The captain asked from the side, waking Thor up from his meditation. "Wise man, isn't Hela the cause of the disaster? Why seek her help?" They always thought that the disaster was caused by Hela, but how could Mimir let them seek Hela's help? This kind of thing made everyone feel extremely absurd. For a moment, they didn't know what to do at all. To the sea of the dead, this feeling had no basis, but it firmly occupied his heart. The enemy they originally imagined turned out not to be an enemy, but became the key to them surviving the disaster. At that moment, Hela suddenly looked back at the entrance to the Sea of the Dead. She could feel that the same blood as hers was flowing in his body, so she didn't mind giving him a chance to speak. Looking at this scene, Saul and others didn't know what to say for a moment. After saying that, regardless of everyone's reaction, Thor's figure immediately rose into the sky and headed towards Hela. Feeling the familiar breath, Hela's lips raised a smile, and the sleeping undead army gradually woke up after feeling Hela's breath. "I hope you can survive the disaster, go ahead." They are loyal to Hela and are immortal. After Hela was sealed, the army of the undead was also sealed by Odin. "Thor, what do we do now?" Looking at Hela, who was standing there with her hands folded, staring at him with a half-smile, Thor felt a mountain-like pressure. Especially as the distance between the two parties got closer and closer, Thor became even more breathless. This is not entirely psychological, but stems from the strength gap between the two sides. The greater the gap in strength, the more difficult it is for the weak to compete head-on with the strong. Fortunately, Thor's strength has improved a lot compared to before. Although the pressure brought by Hela is strong, he can still withstand it. "Hey, isn't this my dear brother?" "Looking for me?" Hela said in an exaggerated tone. Even though her face was full of smiles, in fact, there was no emotion in her tone. He even carried a murderous intention unconsciously, cold and ruthless. She has been sealed for thousands of years, enduring boundless loneliness and eternal loneliness every day. All normal emotions have been wiped out by time, so she naturally has no feelings for Thor. It is a kindness of hers not to kill him directly. Saul himself knew this very well, so he had no intention of playing the emotional card. He had already thought of the wording before he came, so when faced with Hela's inquiry, Thor took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and said calmly, "I brought you a piece of news I think you would be interested." "Oh, what is it?" "Someone is going to destroy Asgard." Thor's words were astonishing. Hela was stunned for a moment when she heard this and then laughed crazily. "The person you are talking about cannot be me." "Of course not. What does that have to do with me?" "I just want to see Asgard destroyed. I will take action even if others don't. So what's the point of telling me this?" Hela's tone was full of sarcasm, but Thor didn't panic at all. "Really, but as far as I know, you should have a deeper connection with Asgard. If Asgard is destroyed, I think you will be the one who loses the most." Saul spoke slowly. Hela looked at his face, and the whole person fell silent for an instant. She does intend to take revenge, but it is the gods she wants to take revenge on, Odin, not Asgard. As Thor said, she is the one who least wants to see Asgard destroyed. Therefore, after noticing the seriousness in Saul's words, his expression changed instantly. After a long silence, Hela spoke again. "How do I know whether what you said is true or false? I'm not sure you're lying to me. Mimir told me all this. I think you should know him. The god of wisdom in the divine realm can penetrate the fog and see through the future." "Then, what are you asking me for? You're not planning to cooperate with me, are you?" Hela curled her lips and spoke in an inexplicable tone. Thor didn't care about the weird meaning in her words. To him, as long as he could save Asgard, being ridiculed once or twice was nothing. "Yes, I'm here to cooperate with you. Let's put aside our grudges. No matter what, Asgard is our hometown. I don't think you want to see it destroyed, right?" Thor spoke in a sincere tone. Seeing this, Hela, who had originally planned to ridicule him, finally put away the joking in her eyes and became serious. "Little guy, don't think you're scaring me with this trick. I will cooperate with you. Even if someone really wants to destroy Asgard, I will not let him succeed. For the sake of the information you sent me, I won't embarrass you this time. You can go." A strong vibration emerged above the Sea of the Dead. When the two were chatting earlier, Hela did not forget to break the seal. "I have said so much just to tell her that there is danger and to unite all the forces that can be united." Hearing this, Hela glanced at him in surprise, then smiled nonchalantly, "Whatever." Saul's face froze and he couldn't help but curse wildly in his heart. Is this crazy woman serious? It can't be considered cooperation, but at least it's no longer the hostile state it was before. Having made up his mind, Thor smiled and said, "Then we will follow you and help you find out the whereabouts of the gods." As soon as these words came out, Hela suddenly laughed. "I am planning to hunt the gods. Are you sure you want to follow me?" "Boom, now if it's broken, let's break it. Can you please slow down first? I think the gods are also part of our strength to survive the disaster. In this way, you know my bad intentions, I know your bad intentions, and the two parties stay together for the time being." Well, Thor wasn't too surprised when he heard this answer. Therefore, he must unite all forces. In his opinion, this time the catastrophe of God's domain is likely to be verified by Tony. Therefore, although Hela is very strong, he does not think that Hela will be Tony's opponent. Cannot. Hela stretched out her hand and started to chase people away. It can be summed up in 4 words, which is unfathomable. But after such a long period of experience, he has grown up. How about this? During this period, we will follow you. If you can cope with the disaster, we will never interfere. If not, we can also help. In the end, she still hunts the gods, which is simply unreasonable. Therefore, under the burning of the eternal fire, the seal of the Sea of the Dead will be completely broken. He finally saw that this woman was paranoid and insane, and it was almost impossible to change her mind. Thinking quickly in his mind, various thoughts kept flashing through his mind. Finally, Thor let out a breath and said, "Don't be too busy refusing." He knew that if he really left, there would really be no hope of cooperation. As for Tony's terror, he also had a deep understanding of it. However, he still plans to follow her, firstly, to be ready to deal with disasters at any time, and secondly, Thor can't find where the gods are, so if Hela can find them, it won't be too late to turn against her. Seeing this, Thor's heart sank. In the past, if Hela said this, he might really leave, and he wouldn't care about the consequences. Therefore, even if she saw that Saul had other ideas, Hela didn't care. Saul said with a strange expression, and Hela rejected him without hesitation. "Although our strength is not as good as yours, we are still somewhat useful and won't hold you back. The divine realm is already in chaos anyway, and we don't care about another undead army." As for why he wants them to follow her, Hela also has her own considerations. The strong will not care about the plans of the weak. Without absolute strength, no matter how many conspiracies and tricks there are, they are all vain. Looking at this scene, Thor would have stopped it before. Time passed by inadvertently, and soon, a few hours later, an evil spirit rising into the sky rose from the Sea of the Dead. Thor, the captain, and others who were waiting at the entrance all changed their faces under the impact of the evil spirit. Only Hela felt the evil spirit emanating from the undead army, and her face was filled with joy. "Wake up." A loud shout rang out from Hela's mouth. Hela was exuding Ling Ran's power at this moment, like a high and mighty queen. As her words fell, a series of violent noises emanated from the Sea of the Dead. The white bones opened their scarlet eyes one after another. Wearing armor and holding spears, they formed elite phalanxes and roared loudly. Roar! Suddenly, the already strong evil spirit increased by more than 10 times. Looking at this scene, Saul suddenly regretted it. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to sit back and watch this army wake up. But when things got to this point, it was obviously irreversible, and he could only watch this scene quietly. Ha ha ha! A burst of crazy laughter came from Hela's mouth. Looking at her army, she seemed to be filled with great pride. Now he waved his hand and led the army towards the exit. The captain and others who were originally waiting at the exit saw this scene and made way for the undead army to pass by them. And Hela turned her head to look at Thor, with a contemptuous smile on her lips, and flew directly towards the exit. Looking at this scene, Thor said nothing because he didn't know whether his choice was right or wrong. As Hela left, the captain and others came to Saul one after another, each frowning and saying, "Thor, how was your discussion? Just now, everyone was a little far away. Although they could hear the conversation between the two, they could not hear clearly. It's not good. She didn't promise to cooperate, nor did she say she wouldn't cooperate. Now we can only take it one step at a time." Saul helplessly spread his hands, and the captain and others sighed when they saw this. "Then what do we do now?" Banner asked. "Follow her first. She wants to make trouble for the gods. We just can't find the gods. If she can find them, we won't have to waste time." "Well, it seems that's all. It's just that I always feel like you're playing with fire and burning yourself." Banner smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Saul could only smile bitterly. It's better to play with fire and burn yourself than to sit back and wait for death. No matter what, I have worked hard. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air from his mouth, Saul said, "Let's go, follow us and take a look." After speaking, Thor took the lead and everyone quickly chased in the direction Hela left. Perhaps because Hela said hello, no one was attacked by the undead army along the way. When they arrived on the surface, a large number of undead legions had gathered on the surface. Looking around, wherever you look, there is an indifferent army of undead. Only the soul fire beating in the eyes is chilling. Seeing this scene, Thor found Hela and took the initiative to ask, "What are you going to do next?" After he finished speaking, Hela glanced at him and said with a smile on her lips, "Pushing the 9 kingdoms across the board, what you want to stop me?" Hearing this, Saul had this idea in his mind, but after thinking about it for a while, he finally did not speak. Therefore, after realizing Hela's purpose, Thor suddenly didn't want to stop it. The captain turned to look at Thor and roared in a low voice, "Is it worth it?" In just 3 days, all 9 lines of defense deployed by the Midgard army at the border were shattered. But just when the undead army broke through the Midgard border and invaded on a large scale, something unexpected happened. As soon as these words came out, the captain fell silent, and Banner and others who couldn't bear it also fell silent. However, under the offensive of the undead army, the troops defending the city were still retreating. Seeing Saul's silence, Hela smiled disdainfully, hypocritical. Unfortunately, thousands of years have made them forget the terror of the undead army. Almost as soon as the war started, the Midgard army was completely defeated. Although this method of searching for the gods is crude, it is also effective. Thor used to be the one who led the army, so he naturally understands the importance of taking into account the overall situation. It's not a question of whether it's worth it, it's a question of what they have to do. Hearing this, Thor glanced at the captain calmly and said in a faint tone, "There are more than 1,000,000,000,000 gods in the divine realm. When the divine realm is destroyed, the scene you will see will be 100 or 1,000 times crueler than this." As a person with a sense of justice, the captain obviously couldn't accept this scene. If the sacrifice of some people can unite the gods, then Thor thinks it is worth it. However, everyone understands the truth, but the depression in their hearts is still not less. During the next journey, Thor and others felt dull for a while, watching the undead army attack the city. With a solid body and powerful strength, although the undead army is made of bones, it is not as weak as they seem. Midgard is the kingdom of mortals in the divine domain, and it is also the kingdom closest to the army of the undead, and most of the believers of the gods are mortals. After saying that, he ignored Thor and waved his hand directly, and the undead army set off. Coupled with their near immortality, the Midgard army was crippled almost immediately after a confrontation. He knows Hela's purpose and wants to force the gods to appear through believers. After all, believers are one of the foundations of the gods. Although this will lead to the death of a large number of people, what they will face next is a catastrophe, and there is no one who is not Deadman. Soon, a monster tens of meters high appeared in front of the world. The overwhelming undead army directly entered the kingdom of Midgard, and her target this time is directly at Midgard. Therefore, Midgard became Hela's first choice. On the city wall near the border area, the city's defenders were fighting fiercely with the undead army, desperately defending. Behind the army, the captain and others looked at the bloody battlefield, and everyone's faces turned pale. Seeing that the city is about to be lost, millions of people in the city will be massacred. Saul is not suitable for this due to his status, but Hela has no such scruples. Now it is nothing more than advancing this time. After marching for 9 days and 9 nights, the undead army finally arrived at Midgard. At the Midgard border, Midgard, which had received the news a few days ago, had already stationed heavy troops to guard the border, hoping to block the undead army from the border. Soldiers shed blood on the battlefield, generals were wrapped in horse leather, and the undead army continued to advance bathed in the blood of the Midgard army. He has no arms and legs, only a huge mouth, and his white teeth shine with a cold edge in the sun, making people shudder. No god will sit idly by unless absolutely necessary. At this critical moment, outside the city wall, large shadows gathered, and a huge amount of heads slowly rose from the ground. Seeing the sudden appearance of the giant monster, the soldiers guarding the city all looked horrified. "Oh my god, what is that?" Screams of surprise kept ringing on the city wall, and the faces of the soldiers guarding the city showed panic. They thought this was a unit that did not appear in the undead army, but soon they discovered something was wrong. The newly appeared giant monster did not attack them, but went straight towards the undead army. One side is huge in size, and the other side is numerous in number. This is a battle between quality and quantity. Under the watchful eyes of many defenders, the giant monster rushed into the undead army and wreaked havoc directly on the undead army by virtue of its huge amounts of body advantage. Boom, boom, loud roars continued to sound, mixed with roars. Everyone who was destined to die was surprised to find that they were still alive. The undead army was actually blocked by a giant dark creature. For a moment, everyone felt surprised, and the soldiers guarding the city couldn't help but cheer, "We are saved." This must be an envoy sent by the gods to help us. Everyone was discussing excitedly, but unfortunately the good times did not last long. Just when they thought they had saved a small life, on the city wall, one after another the defenders suddenly fell down without any struggle. At first, everyone thought he was seriously injured, but when an intact defender fell, everyone immediately realized that there was something wrong. Just when they thought of this, a neighing sound suddenly came from under their feet, causing everyone to subconsciously look down. Suddenly, everyone saw many weak dark creatures. They looked exactly the same as the big guy outside, but they were smaller than that guy. These dark creatures seem to be malnourished. Each of them is only the size of a fist file. Even more, only thumb file size. Soon, they witnessed these little guys with their own eyes, lowering their heads towards their shadows, and then biting their white teeth. The originally untouchable shadows were immediately bitten by them and sank into their stomachs at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the dark creature that swallowed the shadow became stronger than before, and its size also expanded a lot. Upon seeing this, everyone who saw this scene trembled in their hearts. In vain, they were ecstatic before, thinking that this was an envoy sent by the gods. In fact, what kind of angels are these? They are just a group of demons that eat people without spitting out their bones. There is no difference between them and the group of undead creatures outside. Thinking of this, everyone's faces turned pale with despair. "What do we do now, General?" one soldier asked with trembling lips. When a rough-looking general heard this, a trace of pain flashed in his eyes and he immediately ordered, "The envoy needs sacrifices. Look for living people to sacrifice to the envoy." So they must be divine envoys, and they can only be divine envoys. Listening to the report of the undead men, Hela's brows instantly frowned. Seeing this scene, the general saw a trace of pain in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a cold face. He pointed at the undead army outside the city wall and said in a low voice, "The city is broken, everyone in the city is broken. All will die." Just when the general hesitated at this moment, the shadow-devouring group on the city wall changed again. "General, do you want to continue to support me? The cell is already empty. If you continue, it will be for the common people." He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but after meeting his general's cold gaze, he finally nodded silently, turned around and walked towards the bottom of the city wall. Looking at the large number of people, the shadow-devouring group let out excited neighs one after another, just like normal people's eyes gleaming when they see a big meal. And such a scene is not an exception at this moment. This scene is almost happening in all the cities in Midgard at this moment. Afterwards, most of the generals guarding the city chose to support the shadow-devouring group and let them help resist the undead army. The captain and others who had been following her couldn't help but have a strange look on their faces after hearing the description of the shadow-devouring group. At this moment, behind the undead army, Hela received the intelligence from the front line immediately. As soon as these words came out, many soldiers were stunned. They looked at their general in shock and did not react at all. If it weren't for the huge amounts of shadow devouring outside that were still resisting the undead army, he doubted whether these guys would help them. The next second, among the undead army outside the city, shadow-devouring figures with a height of more than 10 meters emerged from the ground and attacked the undead army. To the soldiers guarding the city, it was already a giant. They no longer stared at the soldiers guarding the city, but began to blend into the ground and disappeared on the city wall. After almost all the prisoners in the cells in the city were swallowed up by the shadow-devouring group, powerful shadow devourers suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Hearing this, the soldier's face trembled. Although he was just a soldier, his IQ was not bad. "These guys will really help them resist the undead army?" the captain asked doubtfully, which elicited a burst of agreement from the people around him. They had all seen Tony's shadow core. His decision was not wrong. Seeing this scene, the general who had been tense on the city wall finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know if he should continue. He needed the Shadow Eater group to help him stop the undead army outside the city, but it seemed like these guys always wanted to have S*X for free. At this moment, the battle escalated again. The undead army that originally had the upper hand was losing its advantage bit by bit with the addition of the new force of the shadow-devouring group. What they call a criminal is not something they have the final say with their mouth. Thinking of this, he immediately turned around and looked at the soldiers beside him and ordered, "Find another group of criminals to prepare for emergencies." Occasionally, a few uncooperative city-defending generals were swallowed up by the Shadow Eaters, and all the city guards died. A large number of shadow eaters still firmly blocked the undead army, preventing them from getting any closer. Soon, a large number of prisoners who were escorted fell down one after another, and the shadow-devouring group continued to grow. They are still not as powerful as the huge amounts of shadow devouring outside the city, but their bodies are over 10 meters tall. First, the powerful shadow eaters helped resist the undead army, and then a large number of weak shadow eaters were exposed to the world, showing their abilities. The soldier said with a mournful face, and the general also had a solemn face at this moment. The general spoke word by word. Listening to his words, many people reacted one after another. At that moment, they all shouted loudly and full of pain. The description of the shadow-devouring group at this moment made them feel very similar to the Black Shadow Legion. For a moment, everyone's faces couldn't help but show a complex look. Why does this sound like Tony's handiwork? At that moment, many soldiers walked down the city wall, escorted a large number of people in prison uniforms up, and sent them into the mouths of the shadow-devouring group. They sit back and watch Hela invade Midgard, while Tony's Black Shadow Corps helps Midgard resist the undead army. It's as if the roles between them have been completely reversed. They have become villains, and Tony has become a hero to save the world. Thinking of this, everyone's mood became indescribably complicated. But just when their thoughts were ups and downs, Hela suddenly turned to look at them with a cold smile on her lips. "I don't raise trash here. Since you want to follow me, then go and deal with those guys." Hela said unhurriedly, and the captain and others' expressions suddenly became ugly. They just stood by and watched. Are they going to help the evildoers now? Thinking of this, everyone turned their attention to Saul. After all, Saul was the person in charge this time. And Thor also fell silent at this moment, watching Hela silently. Hela didn't push him, she just stood there with her hands folded, waiting for him to make a decision. Seeing the coldness in Hela's eyes, Thor knew that if he refused, not only would the previous efforts be in vain, but the relationship that had finally been eased would fall to the freezing point again. Looking at Midgard not far away and thinking about the entire Asgard, Thor quickly made a decision. "Okay, follow me." Thor gritted his teeth. When the captain and others heard this, they frowned and couldn't believe that this was the decision made by Thor. However, they still followed Saul to the front line. Everyone moved very quickly and soon arrived at the frontline battlefield. Looking at the shadow-devouring group blocking the undead army, the captain frowned and said, "Do we really want to help her? I can understand you sacrificing some people for the sake of the overall situation, but if you have to be the executioner yourself, what do you think is the point of what we are doing now?" The captain questioned. Although Banner and others did not speak, the meaning in their eyes was obviously the same as that of the captain. Looking at everyone's reactions, Thor sighed and said slowly, "Do you think Tony will really be kind enough to protect Asgard?" Thor asked back, and everyone who was originally dissatisfied was stunned. Only then did they suddenly realize that Tony was not a good person, and he would not protect others for no reason. But Thor's voice still did not stop at this time and continued. "Do you still remember what Mimir said? Black natural disasters are spreading in the gods' domain. Look, do they look like black natural disasters?" Thor raised his hand and pointed at the shadow-devouring group, mocking himself. Hearing this, the captain and others' pupils shrank. "You mean the disaster in Asgard was probably caused by Tony? There's an 80% chance it's him. Then why don't we just go to Tony?" Johnny looked puzzled. Hearing this, Thor smiled. "Who is his opponent?" "You have no idea how powerful he is. Even my father Odin may not be his opponent. With just a few of us, what can we do even if we know that he may be the source of the disaster? Why do you think I want to cooperate with Hela? Only she can possibly rival Tony. Only by gathering the power of the gods can we survive this disaster." Thor kept talking in an excited tone and then looked at the Shadow Eater group with cold eyes and said, "So, we are not helping the villain, but we are reducing Tony's power. Although I don't know why he protects Midgard, there is definitely another purpose. Maybe I can go check it out." Boom! Looking at this scene, Susan's eyes were filled with horror. This strange and inexplicable scene was far more shocking and more nerve-wracking than the bloody battlefield outside. They treat everyone as food. But if you ask me to help the undead army without evidence, I can't do it. The shadow-eating group the size of the thumb file continued to swallow the shadows of these people and gradually grew stronger. Therefore, after listening to what Susan said, the captain ran away directly. They are not protecting humans at all, they are just protecting their own food. Although they couldn't touch her, the destructive power they showed still made her scalp numb. At this moment, her figure quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, and she quickly approached the city not far away. Susan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Loud noises sounded on the battlefield, and the angry Thor and others directly pressed down on the shadow-devouring group to fight. Damn it, how dare they? Hearing this before Thor could speak, the captain nodded in agreement and said, "Then go and see what these things are doing. Thor, I admit that what you said makes sense. Gulu, because of Hela, the undead army did not attack them." Soon Thor and others collided with the shadow-devouring group. Boom, as soon as these words came out, everyone's heart suddenly shook. Boom, not only that, but in the distance, a large number of humans were brought here to feed the shadow-devouring group. After swallowing Droily, Susan did not dare to make a sound and retreated quietly. When she crossed the battlefield again and returned to Saul and others, her face turned pale due to excessive fright. He can tolerate human beings being defeated in battle, but he can never tolerate human beings becoming food in the mouths of other creatures. Walking through the edge of the battlefield, feeling the shadow-devouring group and the undead army so close at hand, Susan's face was filled with nervousness. After finally reaching the city wall, a strange and terrifying scene appeared in front of her. The captain roared, the anger on his face far greater than before. Her ability is invisibility. Unlike ordinary invisibility, she can ignore most attacks after being invisible. She is the most suitable for detecting intelligence among everyone. All the people who lost their shadows fell asleep directly. Although they seemed to still have the breath of life, all the people whose shadows were swallowed turned pale for a while, like floating corpses soaked in water. His figure disappeared from his eyes in an instant, and he headed straight towards the battlefield. Seeing this, Thor and others followed him one after another. The captain apologized, and Thor waved his hand indifferently. In fact, he was also curious about why those guys protected the humans of Midgard. A celebrity stood in the sun crying, while the soldiers guarding the city looked around with cold eyes. Then, those monsters are all fed by humans. Looking at Susan, who was breathing heavily, the faces of Saul and others changed one after another, and they quickly asked, "What did you find?" As both parties reached an agreement, Susan did not waste any time and quickly disappeared from the place in a flash. If he had to choose between the two, he would rather human beings go to destruction than live like pigs and sheep. The anger in the captain's heart suddenly surged into his heart. Just as Thor and others were fighting the Shadow Eater group, Tony slowly opened his eyes in the Immortal Palace. His eyes were looking at the void, but his attention fell on Thor and others through the eyes of the Shadow-Devouring group. He was not surprised that Thor and others fought against the Shadow Eater group. What surprised him was how did these guys get involved with Hela? Shouldn't they be fighting with Hela? Many doubts flashed through his mind, and Tony's eyes became serious. Things seemed to have changed inexplicably. Although he had not watched the movie several times in his previous life, he also knew that Hela belonged to the villain camp and was naturally opposed to Thor and others. But now, the villain and the decent are mixed together. Is it an accident? Or is it a butterfly effect caused by oneself? After thinking about it, Tony's thoughts finally gravitated toward the latter possibility. The world is all alive. Although they have no specific consciousness, each world has its own rules, so no world wants to be destroyed. In the original work, Hela tried to destroy the gods and indirectly weaken Asgard, so she directly opposed Thor and others. Now Tony intends to devour all of Asgard, even more than Hela. Compared to before, Hela's destruction of gods was nothing. So was it influenced by the will of the world that changed the direction of things? Thinking silently in his heart, Tony frowned slightly. He hated trouble, so he deliberately released Hela to help him clean up the trouble. But now it seems that he made a stupid move. Not only did it not alleviate my own troubles, but I created an even bigger one for myself. If it were Tony from before, he would definitely have said nothing at this time and would have directly found a way to deal with Hela and nip the danger in the bud. However, after integrating the dog spell and gaining the ability to die, Tony's thoughts changed. It could be said that he was drifting, or that he wanted to see what other tricks the world's will could play. After all, there are definitely not a few worlds that he will devour in the future, so he can learn about them in advance. It has to be said that once a person has someone to rely on, it is easy to become confident. Just like Tony now, who has a regenerative healing factor. Even if his plan fails, the worst he can do is return to the Blue Star and continue to be his richest player. Therefore, no matter what the situation becomes, Tony can say that he will not lose. Of course, it's not like he didn't do anything. He just wanted to watch the fun, and he still had to make preparations. The power of telekinesis emanated from his mind and instantly enveloped the surrounding palace. After finding Loki's location, Tony directly sent a message, "Come see me." In another palace, when Tony's voice sounded in his mind, Loki opened his eyes instantly. Without any nonsense, Loki walked out of the palace and headed towards Tony's residence. When he opened the door and walked in, Tony was already sitting at the tea table making tea. Coming. Tony smiled and said hello. Loki nodded without saying anything. He was waiting for Tony to give the order. Seeing this, Tony stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Suddenly, Loki felt a burning sensation on his shoulder. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Shadow Troll and the Black Shadow Ninja nodded at the same time. In the next second, they merged into the ground and dispersed in all directions. Gods, are you ready? In the blink of an eye, there were Shadow Trolls and Shadow Ninjas standing in front of him. For example, Shadow Kingdom, I will ring the death knell for you with my own hands. After leaving the palace, Loki, who was impatient, immediately started summoning. However, this does not mean that Tony is helpless. Of course, what appeared was not an ordinary shadow troll but a transformed lava troll. It can be said that Hela is the nemesis of the gods and everyone else is a little worse, including Odin. Seeing them staring at him with scarlet eyes, the corners of Loki's mouth suddenly rose and gradually turned into a burst of laughter. Different from the previous control given to Peter and others, they can only summon the Shadow Core, but they don't know where the Shadow Core comes from. As his heart began to call, large swaths of shadows began to gather on the ground. It is easy to destroy the bodies of the gods, but the foundation of the gods lies in the soul. The soul is immortal and the gods are immortal. Only Hela can easily peel off the souls of the gods. Slowly exhaling a breath, Loki nodded at Tony, then turned and walked out of the palace. So after listening to Loki's words, Tony flicked his fingers, and suddenly the shadow troll appeared in the hall. Talking to himself, Loki's figure stretched particularly long under the sunlight and gradually disappeared within the scope of the immortal palace. He had already heard about the Black Shadow Core under Tony's command, but he had never had the chance to see it. Hearing this, Loki immediately frowned, shook his head and said, "It's difficult." But Loki can feel the existence of the Shadow Kingdom and therefore can deeply feel the power and terror of the Shadow Core. In addition, I will temporarily give you the command of the Shadow Trolls and Shadow Ninjas. They can help you search for the whereabouts of the gods. And Loki also left the fairy palace step by step at this moment, with a trace of cruelty flashing in his eyes. After listening to Tony's words, Loki's eyes flickered, and he looked at the lava troll with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Therefore, I can't help but look at it carefully now. The Kingdom of Shadows belongs to the dark side of the world. In the Kingdom of Shadows, dragons are coiled and tigers are lying down. Even if the gods enter the Kingdom of Shadows, they are easily eroded by the Kingdom of Shadows. You are responsible for dealing with the gods, and they will take away the souls of the gods. At the same time, his mind seemed to be connected to a dark place, and the terrifying dark aura made Loki change his color instantly. After Tony retracted his palm, Loki suddenly felt a mark on his shoulder. Looking at Loki with a look of shock on his face, Tony smiled indifferently. The souls of the gods are naturally difficult to destroy, but the souls of the gods can be sealed. Looking at the lava troll that exuded a cold aura, Loki finally nodded slowly and accepted the task. And Tony didn't keep him waiting for long. After making tea, he suddenly said slowly, "There is something wrong with Hela. I want you to search for the whereabouts of the gods and kill them by the way, if you can do it." Although Tony has not yet completely controlled the Shadow Kingdom, it is not difficult to use the Shadow Kingdom to seal the souls of the gods, but it is just a little more troublesome. Loki explained, and Tony listened calmly. He naturally knew this, otherwise he wouldn't have worked hard to release Hela. After a long time, he calmed down his inner excitement and ordered, "Go and find the resting place of the gods." The Dark Abyss, the resting place of the dark god Hodel, is also his territory. Without his permission, ordinary creatures cannot step into it, even the gods, otherwise they will be impacted by the Dark Abyss. But success is also dark and failure is also dark. As the god of darkness, Hodel's dark aura is the strongest among the gods. As for the aura of darkness, the shadow core that came out of the Shadow Kingdom couldn't be more sensitive. Therefore, when Loki sent the Shadow Core to search for the whereabouts of the gods, Hodel was the first to be discovered by the Shadow Core. As the Black Shadow Core passed the information back, Loki received the news immediately. Looking at Hodel, who was sleeping and recuperating in the Dark Abyss, Loki's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of coldness. "Got you." After speaking, Loki turned around and headed towards the Dark Abyss. Flying at full speed, Loki spent several hours arriving outside the Dark Abyss. As the name suggests, the reason why the Dark Abyss is called this is because it is located in an abyss. Loki stood on the edge of the cliff and looked down, only to see a layer of darkness shrouded below. Even the sunlight could not shine into it. Just a glance at it would make an ordinary person's scalp numb. Those with weak minds might even be affected by it. The bewitchment of the dark breath leaped into the dark abyss, but Loki naturally has no such troubles. As one of the gods, it is completely easy for him to isolate the dark atmosphere. Of course, the premise is not to get too deep into it. Otherwise, even the gods will be infected by the dark atmosphere. Without hesitation, Loki looked at the dark abyss below and jumped down. Whoosh! The strong wind howled in his ears, and Loki's figure disappeared into the darkness completely. From the outside, it looks like it is being swallowed by darkness. After entering the dark abyss, a feeling of palpitations suddenly appeared in Loki's heart. It was as if there was something terrifying hidden in the darkness that might swallow him up at any time. Coupled with the fact that the dark aura blocks his line of sight, even Loki cannot see clearly things in the darkness, which undoubtedly greatly reduces his combat effectiveness. This is one of the reasons why, although everyone knows where the resting places of the gods are, they cannot find them. Because the place of sleep is the headquarters of the gods here, the gods have an absolute advantage whether hiding or fighting. In addition, the scope of the sleeping place is very vast, and the area of each god's sleeping place is no smaller than that of Blue Star. In such a dangerous environment and vast scope, finding the gods is undoubtedly a matter of finding a needle in a haystack. His figure continued to decline, and Loki didn't know how much time had passed, but he still hadn't reached the bottom of the great dark abyss. Until an hour later, boom, there was a loud noise and Loki finally stepped on the ground. And the moment he landed, a whistling sound suddenly came from the darkness. Loki's eyes suddenly flashed with caution. The dark abyss is Hodul's resting place, but it does not mean that only Hodul exists. There are a large number of dark creatures living here, and some of their strength is no worse than that of gods. Seeing this, Loki's lips turned into a smile. An hour later, they had crossed tens of thousands of miles and arrived at Hodul's resting place. Although they were walking, neither Sombra nor Loki's footsteps were slow. In this way, Loki followed the black shadow ninja all the way, and at the same time there were constant roars and screams along the way. It was also mixed with the sounds of fighting. Even the strength is much stronger than outside. Suddenly, a sound broke through the air, and a black python broke through the darkness and attacked Loki's face. The next second, a sword flashed. His eyes penetrated the palace, fell on Loki, and quickly searched around him, looking for that terrifying figure. Slowly rising from the throne, Hodul took one step, left the palace directly, and appeared at the door of the palace. He stared at Loki with cold eyes and said in a bad tone, "What are you doing here?" Suddenly, under his feet, a large shadow dispersed towards the darkness in all directions, while the shadow ninja who had taken action before led the way. A shadow ninja appeared in front of Loki and cut off the dark python with one knife. As the saying goes, the weather has cleared up and the rain has stopped, and he feels like he can do it again. When the dark palace appeared in front of Loki's eyes, Loki's sight began to expand rapidly, because there was no darkness surrounding it. Perhaps he was confident that no one could break into the dark abyss, so Hodul did not deliberately hide in the dark abyss. Similarly, just when Loki appeared at the door of the dark palace, Hodul, who was recovering from his injuries, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Loki outside the door in surprise. Hodul naturally dislikes Loki, not to mention that he paid a heavy price in order to kill him before. If Loki could see through the dark aura, he would find that on his way forward, the Black Shadow Corps and the Black Shadow Troll were slaughtering a large number of dark creatures. As a result, the road 10 meters in front of Loki was covered with corpses, but when he walked by, he didn't see any corpses except the residual smell of blood. "Trespassing on my territory without permission, even if I kill you, Odin will have nothing to say." Loki spoke. Fortunately, except for Loki, he did not see Tony's figure, which made him instantly relieved, and his originally tense mind could not help but relax. In this case, Loki decided to go faster and give him a good time when he takes action later. This is also the reason why gods will not easily enter the resting places of other gods. Clear a path out and take me to Hodul. Loki was unable to see through the dark aura, so his vision was blocked, but the Black Shadow Corps was not affected and could still see the way forward clearly. Although he can't see through the aura of darkness, they are both dark creatures, and the Black Shadow Corps can be regarded as a fish in water here. After listening to Hodul's words and looking at Hodul, who took the initiative to show up, Loki also smiled. He is really a good person. Countless dark creatures shed blood and were dragged into the Shadow Kingdom by the Shadow Ninja to become nourishment. And the look he looked at Loki also had a hint of murderous intent. He thought he would have to search carefully to find Hodul's location, but he didn't expect this guy to come out to see him, saving him the trouble of finding someone. If he hadn't been worried about Tony behind Loki, he would have killed him right now. Looking at this scene, Loki did not move, standing there with a calm face, completely turning a blind eye to the attack of the dark python, still staying in his palace to heal. "I'll take you on your way," Loki said calmly, and as his words fell, a large number of shadow ninjas and lava trolls began to appear around them. Looking at this scene, Hodel frowned. "You want to kill me?" His tone was full of surprise, as if a little unbelievable. Loki nodded without any attempt to hide it. Seeing this, Hodel smiled with a smile on his lips which soon turned into a burst of wild laughter. His laughter echoed in the dark abyss and his face was full of disdain. "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of killing me? He's just a B****ch, you're worthy of it," Hodel said with a mocking tone, and his words made Loki's expression instantly turn cold. If there is any taboo about Loki, it is his origin. Although he is nominally the crown prince of Asgard, he is not Odin's biological son, which is why he has always been unpopular with the gods. In fact, because of their hatred against the Frost clan, the gods frequently targeted him. Among them, Hodder is one of the gods who is most disdainful of Loki. "Laugh, laugh, after today you can shut up forever." Loki's cold voice echoed in the dark abyss. Hearing the words, Hodel's eyes narrowed and a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from his body. Before, he was hesitant to attack Loki because he was afraid of Tony, but now that he has completely lost his temper, he naturally has nothing to worry about. Today, only one person here can make it out alive. Die. With a loud shout, Hodel immediately launched a surprise attack. Although he was very disdainful of Loki, he also knew that a lion can fight a rabbit with all his strength. Therefore, without saying hello, he directly greeted Loki with a killing move. Therefore, if you live for a long time, even the simplest people will become old Yinbai, and even the gods who are alive will not be stupid. A giant hand condensed by the power of darkness directly grabbed Loki's body from the air, and then Hodel squeezed hard without any hesitation. Suddenly, Loki's figure exploded like a watermelon. Seeing that he easily killed Loki, Hodel was very excited at first, but he soon realized something was wrong. Although he looked down on Loki, he was still a god, so how could he die so easily? Thinking of this, Hodel instantly put away the smile on his face and became alert again. Watching this scene, another Loki walked out of the darkness. "You're quite defensive and don't give me a chance to make a move, but it doesn't matter, you will die today anyway." Looking at the intact Loki, Hodel's expression suddenly became serious. "What is it, an illusion? You guess." Loki's lips turned up into a smile. The next second, the shadow core standing around launched an attack. When Hodel saw this, he immediately became vigilant, and his divine power suddenly released, attacking in all directions. With the impact of divine power, the black shadow core collapsed at the first touch, as if they were made of paper. Looking at this scene, Hodel's expression changed again. "Another illusion? Do you think you can deal with me with these little tricks?" Hodel said in a cold tone, while Loki said unhurriedly, "Whether I can deal with you or not is up to you. You will know after trying it." Suddenly, the black shadow core rushed towards Hodel again, but Hodel looked at this scene coldly without making any move. At this time, the shadow core reappeared. He glanced at the shadow core coldly, but Hodel ignored them. Loki said calmly, and Hodel snorted coldly, "I'll kill you if you pretend to be a ghost." But it was too late now. Just when he was about to make a move, hundreds of lava trolls exploded at the same time. Besides, he didn't believe that these guys could take him away in one wave. At most, he would be slightly injured. The moment he spoke, Hodel quickly raised his hand to catch Loki's true form. "Otherwise, if you continue like this, you will definitely be consumed to death." While talking, another group of shadow soldiers were summoned and attacked Hodel again. This is a scene that has never happened before. Suddenly, a charred corpse appeared in the center of the battlefield. Looking at this scene, Loki suddenly took a breath. Boom! Even Loki's eyes flashed with surprise when he looked at the self-destructing lava troll. Secretly, Loki watched this scene with a cold curve on his lips. In this way, Loki continuously summoned batches of black shadow troops to charge. Although Hodel was prepared every time, his efforts were in vain every time. Hodel is a little crazy. A mushroom cloud rose slowly, and the terrifying high temperature completely flooded Hodel's palace. Unfortunately, the moment his hands touched Loki, Loki's figure disappeared. Therefore, Hodel looked at the black shadow core coldly but made no move. Really taken away in one wave? Illusion, another illusion. Soon, the distance between the two sides became closer and closer. When the distance between the two reached 1 meter, the lava troll's body suddenly expanded. Ah! His eyes swept over the lava troll, and with a thought in his mind, Loki directly ordered an attack. Half an hour later, Hodel looked at Loki bitterly, with a ferocious look in his eyes. Fighting is not necessarily about fighting and killing, it can also be a battle of wits. He knew that Loki wanted him to let his guard down, so he had been holding on hard before, but now he decided to change his strategy no matter what. He first found the true identity of these guys. Seeing this, Hodel shouted loudly, quickly burst out with divine power and launched a defense. He kept breathing heavily and the breath on his body quickly slipped away. In the darkness, a large number of dark creatures were directly carried away by the shock wave before they realized what was happening. Looking at Hodel's choice, Loki knew that he would win. Looking at his appearance, Loki's figure appeared again with a smile on his face and said, "How is it? My little trick is good, isn't it?" A terrifying roar sounded, and the entire dark abyss trembled violently at this moment. A violent shock wave centered on Hodel's position and spread out in all directions. After a long time, the flames gradually dissipated, and the dust raised by the explosion fell again. Loki's vision became clear again, and he looked towards the center of the battlefield. Although he knew that the self-destruction of the lava troll was very powerful, this was the first time he had seen it. Obviously, he has made up his mind to find the true identity of these guys even if he is injured. Looking at Hodel's charred corpse, Loki's eyes flashed with suspicion, but he did not step forward immediately. Although the lava troll's explosion just now was very powerful, it is a bit unreliable to say that it directly killed Hodel. Out of caution, Loki did not show up but continued to observe quietly. Half an hour, then an hour, time passed slowly, and Hodel remained motionless as if he was really dead, and Loki never appeared like a very patient hunter. After another 2 hours, finally Hodel, who had been motionless, suddenly sat up from the ground. His face was still charred, but the anger and disappointment on his face could be clearly seen. "Damn it, Loki, you be *****D, Hodel started yelling. The lava troll's reaction had really shocked him, but a plan flashed through his mind and he used it to lure out Loki, who was hiding in the dark. For this reason, he did not hesitate to bear the explosion of the lava troll head-on with his seriously injured body in order to achieve a realistic effect. However, he didn't expect Loki to be such a thief. He was already in such miserable condition, so I didn't even come out to see him or else collect his body. In the end, he could no longer consume anymore and had to get up on his own initiative. Looking at the furious Hodel, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Loki's lips. He admitted that Hodel, the old fox, was indeed good. He was extremely intelligent, and his grasp of the battle situation did not live up to his reputation as the god of darkness. But he may not have forgotten that he is the god of deceit, and conspiracy and lies are his specialty. Although he didn't see anything wrong just now, he instinctively felt a little uneasy. It is simply wishful thinking to use this method to defraud yourself. The corners of his mouth curled up in disdain, and with a thought in Loki's mind, the figure of the Black Shadow Core reappeared. There is no need to worry about old tricks, as long as they are useful, so he plans to continue to repeat the previous operations. If the guy can't be killed in one explosion, he'll have to do it several times. Anyway, for the Black Shadow Core, death is just a common occurrence and not worth mentioning at all. However, Hodel obviously didn't want to play with him anymore. As the figures of the Black Shadow Core emerged, his expression became even more angry. However, this time he did not stupidly fight with the Black Shadow Core, but turned around and left. Obviously, faced with Loki's rogue style, he gave up. Since he can't afford to offend him for the time being, he must be hiding. For this reason, he doesn't even want his own palace. This made Loki stunned. Is this still the dark god who is famous for his madness? There was a hint of confusion on his face, but Loki quickly realized it. It's not that easy to run away after a duck has reached its mouth. Soon, in front of his path, lava giants appeared and their bodies swelled up. Without waiting for him to get close, he directly chose to self-destruct. Seeing this scene, Hodel was also anxious. Before, such an explosion would not have bothered him at all. But now, not only has his previous injuries not healed, but he has just been hit from the front again, and his overall condition can be said to be extremely bad. In this case, if he continues to be hit by the explosion, he may really be blown to death alive. What's more, this time Loki summoned almost all the lava giants blocking his path. Even if he could dodge one, he couldn't dodge them all. Boom, you're right. His attention was subconsciously focused on the lava troll, not expecting Loki to take action. Hodel's head fell to the ground and rolled over, and his body became stiff and motionless. Hodel said with a tone full of hatred. With only his head still able to move, Hodel cursed crazily, like the roar of an incompetent dog. Isolating you from the divine realm, how can you be resurrected without the help of laws? A trace of anger suddenly appeared on his face, and he was about to speak, But unfortunately, Loki didn't give him this chance at all. At that moment, Loki looked down at Hodl's head with a smile on his lips and asked, "How does it feel to be beheaded by an owl?" Before he could make a move, Loki's figure flashed in front of him. "Loki, you scumbag." Although cutting off the head is not a complete death for a god, it has no ability to resist at all and can only be slaughtered by others. After all, Loki had not taken action when he had so many opportunities before, so he subconsciously ignored Loki's vigilance. Hearing this, Hodl had a bad premonition in his heart, but he still said stubbornly, "Only Hela can take my soul, and you are not qualified to kill me completely. Man cannot live without a head, and the same is true for God." Although this time is short, it is enough for people like Loki. The moment he stopped moving, suddenly, a flash of fire appeared directly in front of him, causing his expression to change instantly. At this moment, the head on the ground opened its eyes instantly. Hodl looked at Loki with a crazy face. His voice was like an evil ghost crawling out of hell, echoing in the dark abyss. Different from just now, if he had intended to resist the wave of attacks just now, he really didn't react now. "Stop dreaming and stay in the Shadow Kingdom with peace of mind from now on." Hodl naturally cursed him constantly during the process, but unfortunately, Loki paid no attention to him. After speaking, Loki thought, and a shadow ninja appeared, picked up Hodl's head, and took him to sink into the ground. Looking at this scene, Loki's tense mind finally relaxed. Now Loki happened to seize the opportunity to be stunned. "I curse you to die badly." The spiritual scepter appeared in Loki's hand, and a tyrannical spiritual power violently broke into his mind, creating an illusion of peace and making him momentarily lost. Hearing this, Loki couldn't help but reveal a strange look on his face. "Do you think you can come back?" Loki naturally doesn't care about this. As a winner, he still has this heart. Loki nodded generously and admitted, but then smiled and said, "But I can banish you." There was a loud noise and the flames struck him hard, sending his entire body flying away. I saw Loki's palm turning into a knife and the knife fell down. After saying this, Hodl's expression froze and he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't be complacent. If my soul is immortal, I will not die. I will return after 1,000 years." The next second, a big head rose directly into the sky, blood sprayed out from the neck, and Hodl was directly beheaded by Loki. Boom, boom, boom. Therefore, as the lava troll blocked the road, Hodl, who was about to run away, stopped instantly. Soon, the Shadow Ninja returned to the Shadow Kingdom with Hodl's head. Watching the Black Shadow Ninja disappear, Loki also turned and left the Dark Abyss. Because of the loss of Hodl again, the dark aura of the Dark Abyss is no longer as strong as it was at the beginning, and has dissipated a lot. Loki, who had been unable to see his fingers, suddenly felt that his vision had broadened a lot. It is foreseeable that as time goes by, if Hodl cannot return, there will be no new god of darkness to succeed him. The famous Dark Abyss will one day dissipate. Leaving the Dark Abyss, Loki looked in all directions. Soon his eyes locked on the resting place of Mani, the Hercules. A playful smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. "There are only 2 of you left, so let's start with you." After saying that, Loki's figure quickly disappeared into the air. He has never been a generous person. He just wanted to take revenge by letting them go before. Now that the opportunity has come, the 3 gods who survived the spaceship have naturally become his first choice. On this side, Loki's plan to hunt the gods is in full swing. On the other side, Hela's ambition to push Midgard to the level is repeatedly blocked. On the border battlefield of Midgard, Thor and the others looked at the shadow-devouring group pantingly, their eyes full of despair and helplessness. They fought with the shadow-devouring group for a day and a night, and defeated the shadow-devouring group several times. In terms of overall strength, their strength is superior to that of the shadow-devouring group. But what makes people helpless is that no matter how many times they destroy the shadow-devouring group, new shadow devourers will soon join them. At first they thought it was the new Shadow Eater, but after a long period of fighting and observation, they collapsed and discovered that the shadow devourers they fought with were the same group from beginning to end. Because the shadow-eating masses have different development and different body shapes, they are easy to distinguish. Therefore, they fought all day and night, but it was completely useless. Not only did they fail to win the shadow-devouring group, they also exhausted themselves to death. In the end, everyone was desperate. What can they do in the face of a group of undead monsters? Therefore, when the shadow-devouring group was reborn for the 5th time, Saul and the others could only run away. Behind the undead army, looking at Thor and others who came back dejected, Hela was rarely sarcastic. She had seen all the previous battles, and her face couldn't help but become much more serious. "Do you know what kind of creature this is? Why is it so difficult to deal with? Looking at Saul and the others approaching, Hela asked directly. Hearing this, Thor glanced at the captain. After long-term cooperation, the two finally had a certain tacit understanding. So after Hela finished speaking, the captain took the initiative to explain, "We have never seen this kind of creature. But they all have a name, the Shadow Corps. They are Tony's loyal troops. The Black Shadow Corps." Hela murmured to herself, and the whole person couldn't help but fell silent, not knowing what she was thinking. Seeing this, the captain and others waited for Hela to make a decision without saying a word. They have no choice against the Shadow Eater group, and the only one they can count on now is Hela. After being silent for a while, Hela came back from her thoughts, glanced at Saul and the others, and then walked towards the battlefield without saying a word. At the moment, Saul, the others, and the undead army are unable to break through the shadow-devouring group's blockade, so she can only do it herself. And she was also curious about whether these guys were really immortal. While thinking about it, Hela quickly arrived above the battlefield, her figure standing in the air, floating above the battlefield. Lowering her head and looking down at the shadow-devouring mass on the ground, a breath of deathly silence suddenly filled the air from her body. Thinking of this, Hela couldn't help but feel a haze in her heart, but looking at the cheering people, she didn't bother to break their illusions. But just when everyone was full of excitement, Hela, who was the leader of all this, frowned. However, it could not wake anyone up. "I saw corpses lying in various directions on the city wall, not much different from dead men." Suddenly, bursts of excited roars came from the mouths of the undead army, and Saul and others also had a smile on their faces. However, after a long time, the shadow-devouring group still did not appear, as if it had been completely wiped out by Hela. Looking at this scene, everyone waited quietly with wide eyes, wanting to see if there were any other changes. More importantly, she did not feel the breath of the soul. Although she can only harvest the souls of Asgard creatures, she can also feel the souls of creatures in other worlds. Or, this city has no more food for them, so they retreated. As expected of the goddess of death, the Black Shadow Corps is unable to resist. If they remembered correctly, there were defenders in the city. Even if the shadow-devouring group was gone, they should continue to resist. Seeing this, Thor said with a solemn face, "Do you think those monsters were really eliminated? They seemed to be asleep, and Thor and the captain could even hear the beating of their hearts." Hela said calmly, and then pointed out, the terrifying aura of death immediately centered on her and swept towards the shadow-devouring group. Her order quickly spread throughout the undead legion, and the legion advanced again, breaking through the barriers of the city wall and entering the city. More importantly, the Death Army did not seem to encounter any resistance. It was so quiet, the city seemed to have become a dead place and no sound came out. Thor put forward his guess and the captain had a wry smile on his face. He didn't know how to answer, but he felt that Thor should have guessed correctly. Soon, the shadow-devouring group disappeared on the battlefield and did not reappear. Although their relationship with Hela is very subtle in any case, the two sides are now on the same front. "In my name, I grant you death." Thor and the captain looked at each other, each seeing the confusion in the other's eyes, and they quickly came to the city wall. As the powerful shadow-devouring group swept past with the aura of death, each one was like a tree in winter, withering and dying, eventually dying. However, after entering the city, Saul and others immediately noticed something was wrong. She didn't believe that the Shadow Corps, which had been reborn several times, was wiped out by her. Even the earth seemed to have been deprived of life at this moment, turning into a wasteland without any breath of life. She had been observing for a long time before, and the blow just now was just her test. Then he waved his hand and ordered, "Continue to march. If they really died, their souls should appear." They were also sincerely happy to be able to destroy the shadow-devouring group. But just now they didn't encounter any resistance at all. Something was wrong. "Wherever death passes, everything withers," the captain said with a smile, and the others nodded in agreement. The two of them kept their guesses in mind and searched the city together with the undead army. Soon, they discovered that the entire city had fallen into a deep sleep. They still have the breath of life, but they will never wake up again. So in a sense, this is already a dead city. Similarly, Hela could also guess what Saul and the two could guess. She suddenly felt that she was doing useless work. The reason why she attacked Midgard was to force the gods to come out. But now someone is already doing it without her taking action. For a time, her desire to attack Midgard was greatly reduced. Just at this moment, Saul and the captain came to her side. Hela turned to look at Thor and said, "Do you think we still need to continue? Those guys seem to be doing the same thing as us even without us." Listening to Hela's words, Thor didn't know how to answer, but the captain interjected at this moment. "Ms. Hela, do you think they are dead?" He asked, pointing to the bodies on the ground. As soon as these words came out, Hela suddenly realized that yes, these people were already dead in a sense, but their bodies are still alive and healthy. Since the believers are still alive, how can the gods appear? Thinking of this, Hela's eyes suddenly showed murderous intent, but before she could give the order, the captain continued. Ms. Hela, do you still think that the gods are your biggest enemies? What's the meaning? Hela looked at the captain, her eyes full of coldness. Anyone who stopped her from destroying the gods was her enemy. But under her gaze, the captain did not panic at all. He just sighed and said, Ms. Hela, you just want to destroy the gods, but someone wants to destroy the world. Even now, if you are still obsessed with destroying the gods, once Asgard falls into destruction, who will stop this disaster? You are also one of the gods of Asgard. I think you don't want to see Asgard destroyed. It's a joke who can destroy Asgard as long as I'm here. Hela said confidently. She also has that confident strength. Regarding her stubbornness, the captain already had a clear understanding of her during this period of contact. He knew that in order to convince Hela, there must be a reason that he could not refuse. So after a moment of silence, the captain exaggeratedly said, Ms. Hela, I admit that you are very strong, but Tony's strength is not weak either. He once defeated Odin head-on. Even if you are stronger than Odin, I don't know if you have thought about it. Even his legions can be immortal. Will he be able to do this? The captain exaggerated Tony's strength just to persuade Hela to temporarily give up the idea of being an enemy of the gods and stop Tony together. As everyone knows, his exaggeration just guessed Tony's biggest confidence now. And when he finished speaking, Hela couldn't help but fell silent, her whole brows slightly furrowed. What Steve was saying was indeed something she hadn't considered before. She didn't doubt that he was deceiving her. After all, she had already seen the immortality of the Shadow Core. Then the possibility of Tony doing this is very high. No matter how confident Hela is, he doesn't realize that he can fight against a guy whose strength is comparable to that of Odin and who is immortal. For a moment, her thoughts were shaken. Otherwise, how about joining forces with the gods to deal with Tony, and then causing trouble for them again? I was thinking slowly in my mind, and at this moment, suddenly a blood cloud quickly condensed on the sky of God's realm, and a rain of blood fell instantly, and a faint sadness enveloped the entire God's realm. The sudden change instantly woke Hela up, and Thor on the side once again looked up at the sky with a horrified face. How can it be? God's sorrow, that God has fallen, Saul said in a hurried tone with a look of panic on his face. Hela, who was recovering from her thoughts, also had an extremely solemn face at this moment, and a solemn breath slowly emanated from her body. Among the three, only the captain was confused and somewhat confused. Although a blood rain is indeed a bit weird, it is not like this. Thinking of this, the captain poked Thor and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Hearing this, Thor explained without looking back, "A god has completely fallen." After finishing his words, before the captain could continue to ask questions, he went on to explain. Except for the gods of the divine realm who have reached the end of their life and died, they generally remain immortal as long as they are in the divine realm. Even if their bodies are destroyed, their souls will return and be reborn under the protection of the laws of the divine realm. But if someone breaks the laws of the divine realm and extinguishes the souls of the gods will completely perish and never have a chance to return. And only Hela can harvest the souls of gods. Therefore, except for the disaster thousands of years ago, as long as you are in the divine domain, there has never been such a thing as the death of gods. But now, the rain of blood from the sky means the death of a god. A god has completely fallen. After saying that, Saul's body trembled involuntarily. Besides Hela, who on earth could completely kill a god? Thor was thinking, and Tony's figure subconsciously appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but murmured, "Could it be you?" At the same time, in the fairy palace, Tony looked at the rain of blood outside the palace and raised his eyebrows slightly. Just now he felt that Hodel, who was brought into the Shadow Kingdom, was actually swallowed by the Shadow Kingdom. After swallowing the soul of a god, the Shadow Kingdom seems to have grown a lot. In addition, the strength of the Black Shadow Core has also improved a lot. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little joy and doubt in his heart. Is it the soul of the god that can strengthen the Shadow Kingdom, or is it because Hodel is the god of darkness that he was swallowed by the Shadow Kingdom? If it's the latter, then although this thing surprises him a little, so be it. After all, there is only one god of darkness. Even if he can strengthen the Shadow Kingdom and upgrade the Black Shadow Core, it is impossible to strengthen the Black Shadow Core, to the point of being outrageous. But if it is the former, it means that the strength of the Black Shadow Core can be continuously improved. If he can strengthen all the Black Shadow troops to the strength comparable to the gods, then he will soon have an immortal army of gods. Thinking of the excitement, even though Tony had long stopped being happy with things, he couldn't help but feel excited. But what exactly happened can only be known after the Shadow Kingdom receives the soul of the second god. I hope Loki doesn't disappoint me. Whispering in his mouth, Tony looked in a certain direction, and he seemed to see Loki, who was hunting the gods. The Plane of Bones is a special place. The gravity here is 100 times that of the gods' domain. Ordinary creatures will die if they enter. Every year, some birds and animals accidentally enter this place and are crushed alive by the strong gravity. As a result, this plane was covered with corpses and bones, so it was called the Plane of Bones by the world. What the world doesn't know is that this is also the place where Hercules Mani sleeps. As the god of power, the strong gravity can help him temper his body and strengthen his strength. Therefore, the Bone Plains is where Mani trains himself, specially modified. After leaving the Dark Abyss, Loki went straight to the Plains of Bones. After spending several hours, he finally arrived at the Plains of Bones. Floating on the Kangshung, Loki lowered his head and looked down at the Plain of Bones. Wherever he could see, there were all weathered bones. Seeing this, Loki thought, and suddenly a black tide gathered on the ground and then slowly rose up. Soon, hundreds of shadow ninjas appeared outside the Bone Plains, looking like a black ocean. At the same time, Loki's voice also sounded at this moment. Go and find the place where Mani sleeps. As soon as the words fell, the shadow ninjas suddenly started to move. One by one, figures jumped into the Bone Plains. As the black shadow ninja entered it, the hundredfold gravity of the Bone Plains seemed to have lost its effect and had no impact on the black shadow ninja at all. Because their bodies are all composed of dark breath, essentially, the black shadow ninja is like air. Although 100 times gravity is terrifying, it will completely lose its effect when it acts on the air. Therefore, the skeleton plane, which ordinary people fear like a tiger, is like a back garden to the black shadow ninja, who can come and go freely. As the black shadow ninja spread out and explored the entire Plane of Bones, Loki's figure also fell from the sky and stepped into the Plane of Bones. As soon as he entered it, an inexplicable gravity suddenly acted on him, making his body sink slightly. Feeling the gravity of the Bone Plains, Loki frowned slightly. As a god, he can naturally withstand 100 times gravity, but in such an environment, his strength has also been affected to a certain extent. 100% strength can only be used 80% of the time. This is the advantage of taking advantage of the location. In contrast, although Mani's strength did not increase dramatically in the Bone Plains, one maintained his original strength and the other's strength was reduced by 20%, which already created a huge amount of difference. No wonder these guys like to stay in the land of sleep and never easily go to the territory of other gods. Shaking his head and sighing, Loki walked towards the depths of the Bone Plains while adapting to the gravity. Suddenly, Loki's eyes flashed and he quickly rushed towards the direction passed by the black shadow ninja, or deathly silence is more appropriate. Going hundreds of miles deep into the Bone Plains, Loki not only didn't see any living things along the way, there wasn't even the sound of snakes, insects, rats, or ants. It was simply a forbidden place for life. After saying that, Mani launched the attack directly, unlike Hodel, who looked forward and backward at all. However, he moved quickly, and Loki, who had been prepared for a long time, did not move too slowly. The Mind Stone emitted an amazing light, directly building a false world and dragging Mani into it. The fireball hit the mountain peak hard and exploded instantly. The terrifying explosion tore apart the rocks and caused the entire mountain peak to tremble instantly. And a loud noise also sounded at this moment, and the mountain peak tens of meters high was suddenly torn apart from the middle, like tearing a piece of rag. A series of horrific natural disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, falling meteorites, etc. erupt directly in the virtual world. This is a mountain with a height of tens of meters, with jagged rocks and no green at all. It would be easy for ordinary people to ignore it when they see this place. However, according to the information conveyed by the Black Shadow Ninja, Mani is hiding in this mountain. Middle. There is a way to heaven if you don't take it, but if there is no door to hell, you just have to throw yourself into it. Mani's tall body also slowly stepped out of the torn mountain peak at this moment. Obviously, the scene of just tearing the mountain peak was his masterpiece. Half an hour later, deep in the Bone Plains in front of a mountain peak, Loki's figure stopped. After reacting, a sinister smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. With Loki's ability to make illusions come true, Mani was caught off guard. Boom! He seemed to be disgusted by the whole world, and all kinds of disasters swept toward him crazily. If his body's defense hadn't been extremely powerful, he might have been taken away by a wave of natural disasters created by Loki. Seeing this, a flash of light flashed in Loki's eyes, and the Mind Stone in his hand was activated again. Suddenly, there seemed to be endless space between the two. With a distance of just a few hundred meters, no matter how much Manny ran, he could not get close to Loki. He didn't wait too long. Soon, a dull voice came from the mountain peak, who disturbed my sleep. At the same time, an inexplicable aura was also transmitted from the mountain peak at this moment, as if some terrifying existence was about to be born. Fortunately, this feeling went away as quickly as it came and was quickly expelled by Loki. Not long after, a picture suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. This was a message from the Black Shadow Ninja. Manny's voice rippled in all directions, forming a terrifying sound wave. Under the gods, there was almost no resistance in front of this sound wave. However, being able to become a god, Manny is not a vegetarian. A powerful burst of power directly tore apart the fantasy world and appeared in front of Loki again. Manny walked out and looked at Loki with a flash of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Loki to appear here. Compared to the dark abyss, which is filled with all kinds of dark creatures, the bone plane seems much quieter. Without hesitation, the flames gathered directly in Loki's hand and quickly condensed into a fireball. Loki threw it towards the mountain, and the fireball immediately went straight to the mountain. Seeing this, Loki's eyes flashed, and he directly summoned the spiritual scepter and held it in his hand, waiting for Manny to appear. "It's you. Damn it, you guy, watch me tear you apart." For a moment, Loki couldn't help but feel a sense of loneliness, making him a little desolate. So, in summary, he is another naive guy whose brain is filled with muscles. Found Hercules Manny. As the god of strength, he is good at using his hands but not his brain. When he meets someone he hates, it is the best way to teach him how to be a man with an iron fist. As for the consequences, that is not something he considers. As the smoke dispersed, a huge amount of gap was blown out of the mountain peak, forming a cave. Anger on his face, Manny roared and charged at Loki again, but compared with just now, at this moment he looked extremely embarrassed. Sensing something was wrong, Manny's expression suddenly changed. At this moment, Loki slowly raised his left hand, and a flame suddenly appeared in his hand and gradually grew in size, forming a fire dragon. The fire dragon exuded a dangerous aura, and the terrifying high temperature burned the surrounding space, causing a distortion. Upon seeing this, Manny's expression suddenly changed, and a feeling of palpitations arose in his heart. At that moment, he turned around and ran away without saying a word. He doesn't have as many calculations as Hoddle. For him, if he can beat him, he will fight. If he can't, he will run away. There is no shame in him. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself and underestimated Loki. From the beginning, Loki did not take him seriously. Otherwise, he would not launch an attack directly. Seeing Manny turning around and about to leave, a powerful spiritual power suddenly emanated from Loki's mind. With the increase of the Mind Stone, it fell directly on Manny. Suddenly, Manny's body was imprisoned in place. At this moment, he completely lost control of his body. The fire dragon in Loki's hand also separated from Loki's palm at this moment and flew slowly towards Manny. Sensing the danger, Manny quickly roared, "Loki, you can't kill me. I am a god canonized by the God King. If you kill me, the God King will not let you go." Loki smiled at this. Then he said mockingly with a tone full of disdain, "I'm still the crown prince. You want to kill me too. Don't you think it's too late to tell me this now?" Hearing this, Manny was suddenly choked and speechless, but in the face of life and death, he was very timid. "I was wrong. I am willing to surrender to you, and you will be my master from now on." Manny begged loudly for mercy, but Loki was unmoved and finally watched Manny being swallowed by the fire dragon. Flames burned on his body, and a tragic roar came from Manny's mouth. His greatest ability is his body, but at this moment his proud body is gradually melting under the burning flames. In the end, in the endless pain, his body completely turned into ashes, leaving only his head, which fell to the ground. Looking at the dark heads, Loki thought, and a shadow ninja suddenly appeared behind the head and hugged the head. At the same time, Manny opened his eyes again at this moment, looked at Loki with hatred and cursed, "I will come back, I must take revenge." With that said, he wanted to control his head to leave, and then he realized that he was being held in the arms of a dark creature. Seeing this, Manny's eyelids twitched and an uneasy feeling arose in his heart. "Damn, what is this? Let go of my head." Manny growled, and Loki raised the corners of his mouth at this moment. "If you want to take revenge, you can go down and discuss it with Hodel." After speaking, Loki waved his hand, and the shadow ninja immediately hugged Manny's head and melted into the ground, leaving only Manny's angry curse. Hunting successful. Muttering in his mouth, Loki turned around and walked away, heading towards his next target. One is Manny, who has just entered the Shadow Kingdom. Therefore, Manny had no idea that a pair of cold eyes were staring at him in the dark. there was no idea of contacting Manny. Here, the Black Shadow Core is the master, so when they feel the aura of the Black Shadow Core, they don't dare to stay at all. In the Fairy Palace, Tony also noticed Manny's presence when he entered the Shadow Kingdom. He discovered that the gods of the Divine Realm were his gospel. Not only could their souls be used to enhance the Shadow Kingdom and the Shadow Core, but their world could also be used to enhance the power of the Reality Stone. Thinking about this series of benefits, Tony only felt that God's domain was really the right one. He just came to see if the Shadow Kingdom would devour other gods. As for the others, he was not interested. Suddenly, Manny's eyes, which were still alive and kicking, instantly became hollow, and he completely lost his soul vibration. Perceiving all this, Tony's mouth suddenly curved in an astonishing way, and in the end, Tony couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tony muttered to himself and continued to watch the changes in things. In the Shadow Kingdom, there is no distinction between up, down, left, and right. Rich and terrifying darkness fills the entire kingdom. He wanted to test his idea. If things were really as he thought, then the gods would be the powerful resources of the Black Shadow Core. Especially when he saw Hodl's head, he was even more confused. As gods, Hodl's strength was not comparable to his, but now his head appeared here and it was completely lost. Soul fluctuations. Coupled with the rich darkness around him, all this filled Manny's heart with fear. At that moment, Tony thought, and two shadow ninjas appeared behind him, put their hands on his shoulders and led him into the Shadow Kingdom. The Shadow Kingdom was also tumbling at this moment, becoming a bit stronger again. I saw a burst of darkness gradually appearing on Manny's head, and as time passed, the darkness became heavier and heavier, but Manny was not aware of all this at all. However, when the Black Shadow Ninja walked by, the dark creature was like a mouse seeing a cat, running away like crazy. Tony didn't pay attention to these. Under the leadership of two Shadow Ninjas, he quickly arrived at the center of the Shadow Kingdom, where two heads were floating. It was Hodl who had completely fallen. After several hours, finally, the last bit of Manny's head was covered by darkness. As soon as he entered it, Tony felt a powerful dark aura hidden in the darkness. Time passed little by little, and soon changes appeared. A head has lost its breath and turned into an empty shell. Even the color of the head is pitch black. The two Shadow Ninjas who have been guarding Tony have grown even more powerful. Driven by the crisis, he wanted to leave here, but he seemed to be locked and couldn't move at all. He could only stay here. For a while, Manny was so nervous that he almost cried, and the creatures in the Divine Realm can be used to feed Shadow Eater. Instead of staying in the Shadow Kingdom, Tony returned to Fairyland under the leadership of two Shadow Ninjas. Seeing this, Tony glanced at Hodl next to Manny, and a trace of thought flashed in his eyes. Compared to the arrogance just now, Manny looked at the darkness around him with fear on his face. And in the darkness not far away from him, Tony stood still here, with no idea of stepping forward. So when darkness completely invades their heads, can it swallow their souls? He is now looking forward to more and more how powerful the Black Shadow Core will be after devouring the gods. These are all dark creatures that live in the Kingdom of Shadows. Midgard, the blood rain is coming again, and a strong sense of sadness permeates the world. Thor and others' expressions almost froze when they looked at this scene. Another god has fallen. How is this possible? Saul said with an ugly look on his face, his tone even stuttering. Two creatures that had not fallen for thousands of years actually fell one after another today, completely breaking his cognition. Not only him, but Hela on the side also had an ugly look on her face at the moment. She felt that her authority had been challenged. She was the god of death in Asgard, but now Asgard's god has fallen, but she doesn't know it. This is the biggest provocation to her, to Asgard. Hela snorted coldly and ordered. After speaking, she turned around and flew towards the fairy palace. Upon seeing this, Thor's pupils shrank when he regained consciousness, and he quickly stepped forward to stop him. No, if you go to the immortal palace now, you are throwing yourself into a trap. Step aside, Hela said coldly. Thor shook his head firmly. Every bit of strength is the key to his victory over Tony, let alone a strong person like Hela. He can't let Hela go to Tony now. I told you, if you go now, you are throwing yourself into a trap. Who gave you the courage to block my way? The corners of Hela's mouth curved in a cold arc, and two rays of light suddenly shot out from her eyes. A powerful sense of oppression centered on her spread out to the surroundings. The captain and others felt their breaths suffocating at this moment, and their faces were full of nervousness. These two people are not going to fight now. Several people were thinking anxiously, and Saul's face became serious when he saw this scene. He knew that he was not Hela's opponent, but he would not give way and still insisted. What we have to do now is to gather everyone's strength and fight against Tony, but not to be impulsive. You have also seen that Tony can really kill the death god, don't be impulsive. Saul continued to persuade, but unfortunately Hela had no patience. Boom, terrifying divine power instantly filled out from her hand, forming a giant palm and slapped Thor. The pupils of Thor's eyes shrank, Thor's hammer emerged in his palm and thunder filled the whole body. A dazzling bolt of lightning directly met the giant palm. The attacks of the two collided instantly, but the equal match they imagined did not appear. Although Thor's divine power has increased tenfold, it is still far behind Hela. This is not only a quantitative gap, but also a qualitative gap. Therefore, any attack that collides with him is directly crushed by Hela, and the whole process is devastating. Then the giant palm fell on Thor and slapped him away. Boom, his figure hit the ground with a loud noise and a huge crater appeared on the ground. In response, Hela didn't even look at it and quickly flew towards the fairy palace. Looking at Hela's leaving back, Saul vomited out a mouthful of blood on the ground. His face was filled with a trace of black energy, which was a sign that the power of death had invaded his body. Helpless, he could only watch Hela leave, sit cross-legged on the ground and expel the power of death. As for the captain and others, they came to Saul's side with nervous expressions and helped him protect the law. Immortal Palace. Since a series of things happened, Immortal Palace has been temporarily in decline. Odin escaped from the Blue Star, the gods hid in their sleeping places, and the only guardian god Heldam was killed by Hela. Therefore, the current fairy palace is like a dead land, with no other living beings except Tony. When Hela came to the fairy palace, Tony suddenly felt something in the palace and opened his eyes. That's my authority, now you're stealing my authority. Perceiving the fluctuations coming from the void, Tony stood there without moving, with a smile still hanging on the corner of his mouth. A mysterious rule descended and enveloped Tony. Chanting sounded in her mouth, and Hela directly used her divine power to deprive Tony of his life. There was a trace of blood left in the corner of Hela's mouth, and she looked at Tony solemnly. She felt that Tony had an immortal rule. So looking at the angry Hela, Tony raised the corner of his mouth and said, "So that's it, but so what if you steal it, you steal it. Who told you to waste it? You haven't been able to find the whereabouts of the gods for so long. She is the goddess of death, she is as strong as Odin, she is confident, she is no worse than anyone else, so she has to prove herself." And Tony suddenly felt a sudden realization in his heart why this crazy woman suddenly came to find him. When he reappeared, Tony had arrived at the Asgard square looking at the sky not far away. "Isn't your goal also to hunt down the gods? Wouldn't it be nice for me to help you?" I thought about this clearly, but Tony would not back down. After confirming this, Hela was suddenly filled with pressure. No one would be able to relax when facing an immortal guy. Just when Tony saw Hela, Hela also discovered Tony's existence. In the sky, a black spot kept getting closer and soon took on the shape of Hela. Under the impact of this force, the rules of death were directly washed away and shattered. Hela immediately suffered a backlash and a mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Puff. "Oh, interesting. In my name, I grant you death." As the goddess of death in Asgard, when the gods die and the souls of the gods are swallowed, her strength can be enhanced accordingly. This is one of the reasons why she has always wanted to hunt the gods. Not to mention that Hela is now involved with Thor, he cannot give up simply because the souls of the gods can enhance the power of the Black Shadow Core. But at this moment, a more domineering power emanated from Tony, which was the immortal power of the dog talisman. Why can you completely kill the gods? Hela did not answer this question but stared at Tony seriously and said, "You killed 2 gods. They say women change their minds quickly, but you are too quick. Didn't you still want to cooperate with me before? Why do you kill me when we meet now?" Tony said in a teasing tone, his eyes full of teasing. What Steve said is true, this guy is truly immortal. Looking at Tony, Hela remembered what Saul said along the way, and a trace of anger suddenly flashed in her eyes. Tony raised an eyebrow. But now, as the 2 gods have completely fallen, this is tantamount to stealing her future power, and she will naturally not be willing to do so. Whispering in his mouth, Tony raised a smile on his lips and disappeared into the palace in a flash. Hela roared angrily. But Tony's voice finally sounded slowly. "Also, aren't you involved with Thor? Are you sure he will let you hunt the gods?" Finally, the rule of death came and wanted to take away Tony's life. Tony stared at her with a half-smile, which made her speechless. However, she was not here to reason with Tony. Snort. With a cold snort, her figure instantly disappeared into the air. When she reappeared, she was already above Tony's head. A whip leg fell downwards, and the terrifying force accelerated, causing bursts of sonic booms to occur in the space. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing this scene, Tony's eyes flashed and he grabbed it. Suddenly, Hela's attack was firmly caught by Tony. A strong gust of wind blew by, setting off air currents all around. Seeing Tony grabbing her foot with one hand, Hela's pupils shrank instantly, and she quickly changed her moves, using her left leg as a support point and kicked her right leg directly towards Tony's chest. Tony did not dodge, and Hela's right leg hit Tony directly in the chest. When sounds like morning bells and dusk drums sounded instantly, and Tony's body was like an alloy. He resisted Hela's blow but was not hurt at all. He even had a smile on his face. The strength is good, but the speed is lacking. You're welcome, I'm okay. Tony teased. Immediately his body shook, and his whole body exerted force at the same time, severely knocking Hela away. Hela only felt an unparalleled force acting on her body. She wanted to resist, but her strength was like the gap between a child and an adult when faced with Tony's explosive force. She was unable to resist at all. Boom! In the end, her figure hit the ground heavily, creating a huge crater in the ground. A hum. Coughing sounds came from the pit, and Hela looked disgraced and embarrassed. The sternum, which was originally slightly sunken, is now recovering rapidly under the action of regenerative treatment factors. When she looked at Tony, she saw Tony looking at her condescendingly, with a smile still hanging on the corner of his mouth. Hela's strength is not weak, even stronger than Malekith. Before coming to God's domain, Tony and she could at best be on par. But after integrating the Tiger Talisman, all his abilities became more powerful. Now, he is at least 3 times more powerful than when he fought Odin, which is why he is in the current almost crushing situation. It seems that your strength is not as tough as your mouth. In that case, I won't be polite. Tony watched Hela speak slowly, and his aura changed. Hearing this, a feeling of horror suddenly surged into Hela's heart. She felt as if she was being targeted by something terrifying, and her whole body was numb. Before she could say anything, Tony, who had been passively beaten, finally took action. 2 dazzling lasers shot out from his eyes. The laser cut through the air, bringing with it scorching heat. Hela's expression changed, and she quickly mobilized the divine power in her body to form a shield in front of her. Boom! There was an explosion, the laser collided with the shield, Hela's figure was lifted off again, and the shield exploded directly. Before her body could hit the ground, suddenly the temperature around her rose rapidly, and a flame instantly burned from the void surrounding her. Feeling the terrifying temperature around her, Hela's heart tightened, and she felt the breath of death. Ha! With a loud shout, Hela no longer held back, and surging divine power poured in from her body, isolating her body from the surrounding space. Soon, the flames swept through her body under Tony's control, and Hela's entire body was surrounded by flames. Sizzle. There was a sound like barbecue, and the shield surrounding Hela was burned by the flames at a speed visible to the naked eye. No matter how much she instills strength, filling is far less than consumption. Therefore, with just a click, the shield Hela had built around her body suddenly shattered. The raging flames also directly acted on her body. Ah! A scream full of tragedy rang out, and Hela's face suddenly became distorted. Her body, hair, clothes, everything gradually turned into ashes under the high temperature. The whole scene looked horrifying to the extreme. Seeing that Hela's whole body was about to turn into ashes at this moment, Hela's voice resounded while suppressing pain. Astral projection. As soon as he finished speaking, a transparent shadow stood out from Hela's body that was about to be destroyed, and quickly escaped from the scope of the flames. Soon, her body was swallowed up by the flames and turned into ashes, leaving only her soul floating in the air with a trace of fear in her eyes. Not far away, Tony looked at this scene with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Hela to have such an ability, but it doesn't matter, she was no match for him in her heyday, let alone what happened now. While thinking about it, Tony was about to continue taking action, but before he could take action, Hela suddenly stretched out his hand and opened up a space passage, and the whole person got directly into it and disappeared in an instant. Due to the speed, Tony didn't even have time to stop it, and could only watch Hela get into the space channel and leave. Seeing this, Tony also gave up the idea of continuing the pursuit. Unlike other gods, Hela was connected to the entire Asgard and wanted to completely kill her. It must be destroyed along with Asgard. Only in this way can all her vitality be cut off. Although Tony has beaten Hela very miserably, Tony himself does not believe that he can kill her in one fell swoop. So, since he ran away, let's run away. He was too lazy to continue chasing. Shaking his head, Tony withdrew his gaze, turned around and walked back to the palace. On the other side, tens of millions of miles away from the immortal palace, Hela's figure fell from the space channel, panting heavily. Compared to just now, her figure has become much more transparent at this moment. Obviously, opening the space channel consumes a lot of money for her. Looking at her current appearance, Hela had a wry smile on her face. Today's battle was a big blow to her. Before, she had always felt that no one except Odin was her opponent. But now, she was beaten by a mortal until her body collapsed, leaving only her soul. Although her strength did not decrease because of losing her body, the blow to her was unprecedentedly heavy. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of Saul's previous evaluation of Tony and murmured, "Invincible. It is indeed powerful, but even if I am not your opponent, I don't believe that no one can cure you." At the end, her tone was full of chill, like ice that would last forever, enough to freeze life. After a while, she calmed down the resentment on her face, followed the feeling in the dark, and headed towards the place where the undead army was. In the border town of Midgard, with the departure of Hela, the undead army temporarily stopped advancing and was stationed here. Although Thor and others were worried about Tony's threat, they wished they could find the gods as soon as possible to obtain sufficient combat power. But now he still needs help from the undead army, so he can only wait here with them. Suddenly, a figure came from the distant sky. Thor felt it immediately and quickly looked up. When he saw clearly that it was Hela, Thor felt relieved instantly. Before Hela and Tony were looking for him, he was really afraid that Tony would kill Hela, so he was always worried. Now that Hela has returned, he can rest assured. However, this feeling did not last long. As Hela got closer, he soon realized something was wrong. How did Hela become a soul body? As soon as he thought of this, Saul's expression suddenly changed and he hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. When the two met, looking at Hela with a transparent body, Thor's face suddenly showed a complex look. "You." After saying one word, he suddenly couldn't speak anymore for fear of revealing Hela's scars. Hela, on the other hand, didn't care at all and took the initiative to answer. "You are right that Tony is indeed powerful. I apologize for my previous recklessness." Listening to these words, Saul's expression became more complicated. Hela before could be said to be as proud as she could be. Just like a white swan aloof, it doesn't even bother to look down at the creatures on the ground. But now she actually took the initiative to apologize, which is simply a miracle. Fortunately, Thor didn't sigh for too long. He quickly regained his composure and asked Hela what happened. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and the enemy, you can win 100 battles. Although Hela has become like this, she should also know some information about Tony. He could only try his best to think about things in a good direction. In this regard, Hela had nothing to hide. She immediately described the entire battle process and finally commented with a solemn expression, "This is a scary guy. I'm afraid even if the gods join forces, they may not be this guy's opponent." Hearing this, Thor's heart sank. He did not doubt Hela's judgment. He was just worried that Tony was so powerful, so how could they stop him? For a moment, a wordless silence lingered between the two, and the atmosphere seemed very gloomy. At this moment, blood clouds gathered in the sky again, and the blood rain scattered all over the sky with the wind, and a sense of sadness once again enveloped the heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Hela and Thor looked up at the sky at the same time, their eyes full of surprise, and an invisible pressure oppressed their hearts. "This is the third god," Hela said in a low tone. "I have seen the fall of the gods and the impending destruction of Asgard." As soon as these words came out, Saul's expression suddenly changed. Therefore, although he knew that the amount of flesh and blood Hela needed might not be a small amount, he remained silent. Hearing this, Hela looked up at him and said slowly, "Our most important thing now is to deal with Tony. If we can deal with him, then everything else will be nothing. In that case, then go find the old guy." As the goddess of death, Hela's words almost predicted the fate of the gods. Without Tony, she would never have been able to associate with Odin, but thinking about Tony's terror, she finally nodded. "Don't expect the gods, those guys can't even defeat me, and expecting them to be able to resist Tony is a joke." At the end, Hela's tone was full of disdain. Obviously, she did not believe that the gods could change the outcome of the matter. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air from his mouth, Thor suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a deep voice, "In this case, we can only let Father come back to take charge of the overall situation." At first they thought it was Hela. After all, only Hela could easily bring down the gods. But after investigation, they suddenly discovered that the murderer was not Hela, but a guy they hated, Loki. To this, Saul did not refute. "Otherwise, no matter how much you do on other things, you won't be able to change the outcome of Asgard in the end." Therefore, after waking up, the gods panicked. Therefore, the fall of the three gods completely stimulated them, causing them to come out of the place of sleep and gather together to discuss countermeasures. Regarding this, the captain and others were opposed to this at first, but under Thor's persuasion, they finally agreed. Everyone is taking action, everyone is running around, and similarly, the gods are not idle at this moment either. "How about you? By the way, I need living flesh and blood to restore my physical body, so I need to continue attacking Midgard," Saul asked curiously. What's more, the gods are still falling. God knows how many people will be left when he gathers the gods. However, the creatures in the divine realm have nothing to do with them. Since Saul has already decided, they naturally won't say anything more. They are superior gods. They don't want to die, they want to live. Hela's expression suddenly became complicated as she read the name. Odin, the former hero, eventually turned into a dragon, which I have to say is somewhat ironic. If he had the confidence to gather the power of the gods to fight Tony before, then with Hela's defeat, he knew that it was impossible to rely on the gods to fight Tony. After discussing the follow-up matters, the two did not hesitate and quickly took action. Thor went to Blue Star alone to persuade Odin to return. The captain and others helped Hela continue to fight Midgard and collect the flesh and blood of living creatures to help her restore her body. By the way, they also wanted to find out who actually killed 3 gods in succession, causing them to completely fall. The most important thing is that what they have to deal with now is Tony, and what they have to save is the entire god's domain, so it becomes natural to sacrifice some people. Hearing this, Hela glanced at him and said slowly, "One Odin is not enough to stop that guy, so I went to find another strong man." Now that the two sides have finally reached a formal cooperation, he doesn't want to stalemate the relationship because of something. So we need strong men who can deal with Tony. At that moment, Thor said anxiously, "Is there any way to stop this?" The god's death was triggered 3 times in a row, and they were completely awakened even if they were in deep sleep. As soon as these words came out, Thor opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but looking at Hela's calm eyes, he finally swallowed the words that came to his mouth again. The relationship between her and Odin can be described in one word as love-hate, with more hatred in it. The Void God Realm is a virtual land opened by the gods for communication or trade. At this moment, the Void God Realm is filled with gods. Of course, they are not their true bodies, but just a trace of their thoughts. On the main seat, Tyr, the god of war, who was the initiator of the party, looked at the gathered gods, cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, I believe you all know what happened. Hodel, Manny, Morty, they have completely fallen." As soon as these words came out, there was a sudden silence below and a trace of sadness lingered among the gods. Looking at the silent gods, Tyr continued, "The gods have completely fallen. This kind of thing has not happened for a long time. So, we must not sit idly by, otherwise the fate of the 3 Hodels will be the fate of all of us in the future." At the end of his speech, Tyr's tone became high-spirited, arousing the approval of the gods. "Who is hunting us? Is it Hela? This is a god who has just awakened and obviously has not figured out the situation yet." "No, it's not Hela, it's Loki," Tyr said with cold eyes. As soon as these words came out, the gods who didn't know about it started to get excited. "Loki, he is so brave, he dares to hunt us gods. We must not just let it go." As the gods spoke one after another, the scene became a little chaotic for a while. Seeing this, Tyr quickly raised his hand to press it down and said, "Everyone, calm down, but Loki certainly doesn't have the courage, so there are people behind him." "Who is it?" a god asked. "Tony, the mortal who helped us before," Tyr spoke. As soon as the words fell, the gods, who were still full of anger, suddenly calmed down and exchanged glances below. Seeing this, Tyr's face was stunned. This was different from what he imagined. Why did these guys become quiet? He also thought about gathering the anger of the gods and targeting Tony together. Just when he was a little dazed, another god from below spoke. "Tyr, the mortal you are talking about is the one who killed Malekith." "That's right." Tyr nodded. After getting the answer, the gods below became even more silent. Seeing this, Tyr also realized the scruples in these guys' hearts. At that moment, he couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, "I know that guy is very strong, but no matter how strong he is only a mortal. We are gods, why should we be afraid of a mortal?" Tyr spoke bluntly, his words full of the arrogance of a god. Even though he knew that Tony was very powerful, he still felt that after gathering the gods, a mere mortal would not be their opponent. Seeing that everyone was still hesitating, Tyr twitched the corner of his mouth, knocked on the table and said, "Everyone, I know what you are worried about. However, please don't forget that it is not a question of whether we should deal with him, but whether he is willing to let us go. Unless you are willing to wait for Loki to come and kill you one by one, we must fight back. Otherwise, there will be no way for us to survive in God's domain." Tyr's words fell into the ears of the gods and they suddenly woke up. They were only afraid of Tony's power, but they forgot that they no longer had the right to choose. Thinking of this, someone among the gods below quickly said, "Then what should we do now? Shall we join forces directly to deal with that Tony?" After hearing this, Tyr shook his head and said, "Don't worry, we can deal with Loki first. Killing Loki is a warning to that Tony. If he continues to be our enemy, then we will join forces to kill him. At the worst, he will die and wait for rebirth in the future. The gods were relieved when they heard that they didn't have to confront Tony directly. Immediately, he quickly echoed, "What Tyr said makes sense. Let's start with Loki and deal with this guy first." Soon, the gods discussed the details again before ending the meeting. As the thoughts of the gods dissipated after a while, the void god realm, which was originally full of human figures, quickly became deserted. In the end, only Tyr was left, sitting in the main seat murmuring, "Chaos, chaos." In troubled times, heroes emerge, and the pattern of God's domain should also change. After saying that, Tyr's figure slowly disappeared. As the saying goes, wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Similarly, the divine domain is also full of struggles for power. It's just that Odin has always been suppressing them in the past, so even if the gods have any thoughts, they can only keep them in their hearts. But now the entire divine realm is in chaos. Although it is full of dangers, it is also full of opportunities. Therefore, many gods have their own little Jiujiu in their hearts, and Tyr is one of them. Even his ambition is greater than others. He wants to ascend the throne of the king of the gods, so he comes forward to organize the gods just to establish prestige for himself. Next, as long as he can lead the gods to deal with Loki, and then Tony, he believes that his wish to ascend the throne of the god king will be fulfilled. With this matter in mind, Tyr immediately walked out of the place of sleep after returning from the void god realm. Next, he will lead the gods to hunt Loki. The Endless Canyon, this is the resting place of Vali, the god of vengeance, and he is also Loki's fourth target. The Endless Canyon stretches for tens of millions of miles, seemingly endless, so it gets its name. Looking at the Endless Canyon as far as the eye could see in order to find Vali, Loki summoned a large number of shadow ninjas to search everywhere, while he himself slowly advanced towards the depths of the canyon. He was not kept waiting for too long. The Shadow Core was as powerful as ever. Soon, Loki received Vali's location and quickly went there. And just after he approached Vali's sleeping place, a voice suddenly rang out, echoing in the canyon. "Loki, what are you doing in my sleeping place?" Hearing this voice, Loki was startled. He didn't expect Vali to wake up so quickly. When he was hunting the gods before, he was the one who woke them up first, but now Vali woke up when he got close to him. Was it a coincidence, or was it? A suspicion arose in his heart, and Loki quickly replied, "I came here naturally to ask you something, so please come out and see me. Don't worry, it's definitely a good thing." As he spoke, Loki quickly approached. At this time, Vali's voice sounded again, "Oh, you want to kill me?" As soon as these words came out, Loki's face froze and he was stunned on the spot. It wasn't that he felt guilty after being seen through, but how did this guy know? He thought with some surprise in his heart. Loki naturally wouldn't admit it, but instead showed a friendly smile. "Wally, what are you thinking about? You and I have no grievances, so how could I kill you?" While he was talking, he had already arrived in front of a stone palace, which was where Vali rested. At this time, a figure also walked out of the stone palace. He carried a bow and arrow on his back, his upper body was naked, and his strong muscles were exposed. He was the god of revenge, Vali. Seeing the hypocritical smile on Loki's face, Wally snorted disdainfully, "If you want to fight, then fight. Stop pretending and look at the arrows." After saying that, Vali directly took off the long bow on his back, condensed his divine power into arrows, and shot an arrow at Loki. The arrow was fast and urgent, arriving in front of Loki in an instant, causing Loki's eyes to shrink. At that moment, without any time to think, Loki's figure suddenly bent backwards, dodging the arrow. But even so, Loki felt a burning pain on his face, which was the pain caused by the strong wind caused by the arrow passing through his face. Watching this scene, Vali did not hesitate and continued to shoot arrows with his bow. 3 streams of light pierced the air and roared towards Loki again. This time, the 3 arrows were in the shape of a pin, sealing off his body and making it impossible for him to dodge. Helpless, Loki could only activate the Mind Stone, turning his body into an illusion, allowing arrows to pass through his body. At the same time, Loki also launched a counterattack at this moment. Although he didn't know how Vali found out his purpose, his goal was to kill him. Even though he was on guard, Loki was very confident in his own strength. He was just a god and was no match for him. With a thought, a lava troll suddenly appeared next to Vali. Before Vali could react, a terrifying explosion appeared around him before he could continue shooting arrows to suppress Loki. A strong shock wave crashed into his body, directly interrupting his attack and sending him flying away. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and Vali's face turned a little flushed. But as the god of revenge, the greater the damage the enemy inflicted, the stronger his explosive power would be. Therefore, without paying attention to his injuries, Vali quickly stood up and fired the bow and arrow in his hand, forming phantoms one after another and launched a 9-star continuum. And in order to prevent Loki from becoming invisible again, this time, he attacked not Loki's body but his soul. Just like a tracking missile, as long as it doesn't hit the target, it will keep chasing the target. Seeing this, Loki felt a stinging pain between his eyebrows and a vague feeling of being torn apart. He knew that this was an illusion after his soul was locked, and he also knew that he could not dodge. At that moment, Loki couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the Mind Stone lit up again, blessing his mental power. Immediately, the majestic mental power emerged, turned into a spear and faced the arrow. Boom, 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 explosions appeared one after another, and the spear transformed from mental power directly hit the 9 stars link, detonating the 9 arrows directly. The terrifying explosion impacted Loki's mental energy, making Loki feel as if his head had been hit hard by a sledgehammer, and he felt dizzy. Similarly, Vali is no better at this moment. In order to lock Loki's soul, his arrows also contain his spiritual power. As the arrow exploded, his mental power was also destroyed by Loki's mental power. Then a scream came from his mouth, and his face became extremely pale. After a long time, the smoke from the explosion slowly dissipated, and Loki's figures appeared in each other's eyes. Although Loki's face was pale, he could still stand firmly on the spot. In contrast, Vali's whole body seemed shaky at the moment, giving people the feeling that he might fall down at any time. It can be said that if nothing unexpected happens, Loki has already secured the victory in this battle in advance. Looking at this scene, Loki himself breathed a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he planned to kill him. But just then Wally laughed, and his laughter was full of joy without any consciousness that death was imminent. Seeing this, Loki suddenly frowned. "Why are you laughing?" "I'm laughing at you almost to death," Wally replied. A bad premonition suddenly arose in Loki's heart. Combined with Wavali's reaction before, he felt something was wrong. At that moment, Loki wanted to leave this place without even thinking about it. Even the prey that was about to be obtained were given up directly, a decisive group. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Just when he was about to leave the Endless Canyon, a huge amount of seal suddenly appeared above the Endless Canyon, completely cutting off his retreat. Seeing this, Loki's steps stopped, his eyes quickly swept around, and his words slowly sounded at this moment. "Now that you're here, come out. You're hiding like a rat in the sewer, it's so embarrassing." As soon as the words fell, figures appeared around Loki, including Tyr, the god of war, the god of justice and truth, Vercetti, the god of the forest, Vader, the god of hunting, and Ullul. Coupled with the vengeful god Vali, Loki is now surrounded by 4 gods. This scene was so similar to the scene on the spaceship that Loki himself couldn't help but laugh. "You are really giving me face. 4 gods surrounded and killed me. It was the same last time. It seems that you hate me very much." Listening to Loki's words, Tyr slowly took a step forward and said, "No, you are wrong. It's not that we hate you, but that you hate us. We are just trying to nip the danger in the bud." "Yeah." Loki curled his lips noncommittally. "How did you know I was here?" Loki asked curiously. 3 gods have fallen. Do you think we can still sit still? Therefore, I have ordered the gods to report your traces as soon as possible." "Command, do you think you are the god King Odin?" Loki scoffed disdainfully. Tyr didn't care about his ridicule but spoke to persuade him to surrender. "You have seen the current situation. You can't escape. Surrender." "Oh, what do you want me to do by asking me to surrender?" "I need Tony's information. In addition, you have to help us deal with Tony. This is the condition for us to accept you." Tyr said calmly. The reason why he was willing to chat with Loki here was for this reason, otherwise, they could have taken action just now. "I see, but what if I don't want to surrender?" "Then if you don't drink the toast and drink it as a penalty, I guarantee that the next god who will completely fall will be you," Tyr said seriously, and for a while the atmosphere in the canyon gradually became depressed. Loki didn't speak, and neither did anyone else. Silence spread among the crowd. Gradually, Tyr gradually lost his patience and issued an ultimatum. "Don't try to delay time. We have sealed the space. You can't escape. You can't even deliver the message. I'll give you 3 more breaths to either surrender or be destroyed. The timer starts now. Are you so sure you've got me?" Loki raised his eyebrows, and Tyr's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately punched out. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom sounded, and Tyr's fist fell directly on Loki's body. Suddenly, Loki's body shattered like shards of glass. The expressions of the gods who looked at this scene changed one after another. Illusion, when, Tyr was puzzled, and Loki's voice still echoed in their ears. "When you showed up, I was just deceiving you. I didn't expect you to actually come out. Scared me," Loki said in a teasing tone, not the slightest bit frightened. Hearing this, Tyr's face turned completely cold. "The method is not bad, but do you think I can't find you if you hide?" "Vita, find him for me," Tyr ordered, and Vader nodded. At that moment, green life energy was sprinkled in the canyon. Suddenly, plants quickly broke out of the soil. In the blink of an eye, the endless canyon, which was originally a little desolate, became covered in greenery. As the plants grew, Vader's perception suddenly spread all over the canyon. Suddenly, he reached out and pointed at a certain place. The next second, Uller and Vansetti launched an attack instantly, and two energy light waves rushed directly towards Vader. Point to where, boom. A terrifying explosion sounded, the rocks exploded, and the plants that had just grown were completely destroyed, but Loki was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, everyone's brows suddenly frowned, and Tyr even turned to look at Vader, wanting to ask what was going on. Vader also explained at this moment, "He is there and he is still there, but we can't seem to touch him." After the words fell, Loki's voice continued, "When the truth is false, the false is also true, and when the false is true, the true is also false. It doesn't matter if there are many people. If you can't touch me, it's just a waste of effort." As he spoke, Loki even took the initiative to show his body, standing there with his hands folded and looking at Tyr and others with a smile on his face. Looking at this scene, Tyr took a deep breath and suppressed the irritability in his heart. He didn't expect Loki to have such a method, which suddenly turned all his arrangements into a joke. As he said, "If you don't meet people, everything is in vain." Just when he was restless, Vali, who had been adjusting his breath for a long time, finally recovered, opened his eyes, looked at Loki and smiled. "It's true that we can't touch your body, but can your soul be able to turn into reality and lie like your body?" As soon as these words came out, Loki's expression changed slightly, and Tyr's eyes suddenly lit up as he was a little irritable. Loki's illusion combined with the Mind Stone is not unpowerful, but as Vali said, it can illusory body and soul. After all, the soul is the source of a person's existence, and illusions cannot act on the soul at all. With an idea in mind, Tyr immediately ordered, "Use all soul attacks to kill him." As soon as the words fell, the gods nodded and quickly launched attacks one by one. Although they are not very good at soul attacks, they are good at it. After all, as gods, they have encountered too many situations, and they will learn a little bit about every method. Soon, attacks roared towards Loki, blocking all his escape routes. This time, Loki has no choice but to ignore it and can only choose to resist. Fortunately, although the situation was somewhat beyond his expectation, it was not very bad. Holding the Soul Stone in his hand, he has a powerful spiritual force, which can almost be said to be his strongest area, so even if he is one against many, he can still persevere. And seeing Loki resisting all their attacks by himself, the murderous intention in Tyr's heart became even more intense. If such a dangerous person is not killed this time, they will be in trouble in the future. Therefore, after watching Loki withstand their attack, Tyr quickly ordered, "Don't stop, continue, we will kill him even if it takes us today." After hearing this, everyone nodded one after another, and then they attacked harder one by one. And Loki also felt a burst of pressure at this moment. Although he could still persist, if he really continued like this, he might really be exhausted. Thinking of this, Loki felt a little anxious. Fortunately, he could still bring in reinforcements, so he didn't panic. Although Tyr and others blocked the space, he couldn't even send the message out. However, no matter how hard he blocks it, he cannot block the Shadow Kingdom. He can still send messages through the Shadow Kingdom. While thinking about it, Loki summoned a shadow ninja hiding in the darkness and asked him to deliver the message. Immortal Palace, the palace where Tony lives after driving away Hela, he returned to the palace and studied the formation. Suddenly, a picture appeared in front of him. It was the scene of Loki being beaten. Suddenly, Tony raised his eyebrows. It seems that these guys are not slow to respond. They joined forces so quickly, it's interesting. Then let me see for myself what kind of trouble you can make by joining forces. As he spoke, Tony stood up and took a step forward. The next second, Tony's figure suddenly appeared above the endless canyon. His speed has vaguely surpassed the speed of light. He is so willful. No matter where he goes, it takes almost an instant. Only crossing the galaxy will take longer. His eyes flashed, and he penetrated the seal at a glance and saw Loki struggling to hold on in the canyon. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Tony's lips, and then he raised his hand and pressed down. An extremely terrifying force fell directly on the seal, and there was only a click. The seal that Loki could not break was broken by Tony's casual palm. At the same time, in the canyon, Tyr and others who were originally beating up Loki suddenly heard a sound coming from above their heads. Their expressions suddenly changed, and they all quickly raised their heads to look at the sky. When they saw Tony standing in the air, the gods suddenly shuddered and their bodies trembled. Why is he here? Vader stuttered, saying that he had experienced Tony's power at close range during the previous battle with the Dark Elves, so when he saw Tony appear, his fighting spirit was instantly shattered. Although the others were a little stronger than him, they were not much stronger. Only Tyr, although his brows were furrowed, was still not afraid. Looking at the superior Tony, a sense of displeasure suddenly rose in Tyr's heart. He is a god, a high-ranking god. How can he tolerate a mere mortal standing on top of his head? However, although he was unhappy, he was not stupid and knew that there was a huge amount of gap between himself and Tony. Therefore, he suppressed his unhappiness and took the initiative to step forward and said, "Sir Tony, why are you here?" Tyr said in a neutral tone, neither awe nor disrespectful. After all, Tony and the gods haven't officially broken up with each other yet. Although everyone knew that Loki was helping him, as long as Tony didn't end up personally, there was always a fig leaf between the two parties. Looking at Tyr's appearance, Tony raised his eyebrows and suddenly became interested. Since he showed his strength, Tyr was the first one who dared to speak to him in such a tone. At that moment, Tony couldn't help but feel a little interested. "I happened to be passing by here, so I wanted to see what was going on." Tony made an excuse casually. Although everyone knew that this excuse was nonsense, they still pretended to believe it. "I see Loki betrayed the gods, so we are cleaning up the house. If Sir Tony is not in a hurry and bothers to wait, how about we finish things here first?" Tyr suggested. Hearing this, Tony smiled with a trace of amusement flashing in his eyes. "Don't you know Loki is mine?" he asked curiously. In response, Tyr shook his head directly. "I really don't know this. I only know that he is a god in the divine domain, but he betrayed the gods and even hunted them. For such a treacherous guy, why not let us help you take care of it so as not to cause trouble for you in the future?" "Oh, so do I still want to thank you?" Tony asked curiously. Tyr waved his hand generously. "No need, this is what we should do." Hearing this, Tony was immediately laughed out of anger. This guy was telling lies with his eyes wide open, and he had no intention of drafting anything. However, such shameless words came out of his mouth with a hint of naturalness. He really made himself look like a fool. Thinking of this, the smile on Tony's face slowly disappeared, replaced by a cold look. "Do you think I'm stupid for believing what you say?" As soon as these words came out, Till immediately sighed, shook his head and said, "Why do you have to protect him, sir? Wouldn't it be better if we all pretend to be stupid and end this matter? If you save Loki today, you will completely sever yourself from the gods. If you want to control the divine domain, it will be impossible without the help of the gods. So, why don't we each take a step back?" Tyr said angrily, and what he said was all true. He thought that Tony wanted to control the divine domain and become the king of the gods, and he would naturally be unable to do without the help of the gods. So this was one of the reasons why he faced Tony head-on, using the will of the gods to force Tony to make concessions. Tyr smiled, but his smile looked cold. He didn't believe that with the combined power of the gods, so many of them couldn't deal with one person. Tony issued the ultimatum in a calm tone. There was no emotion in his words, just like a piece of cold ice, which made everyone's bodies tremble subconsciously. If he could bring all the gods together, Tony would even thank him. "How are you going to convince me?" Therefore, if he is stronger than everyone else and can guarantee his immortality, he will not be afraid of the union of all the creatures in the entire god's domain, let alone the union of gods. Not retreating. After saying that, Tyr quickly started to contact the gods, but Tony didn't do anything, just stood there quietly with his hands folded, waiting. It can be said that even if Odin is here, he must think twice before the gods join forces. His mind was filled with messy thoughts, but Tyr's movements showed no intention of stopping. Soon, half an hour later, gods one after another arrived at the scene over the canyon. It not only saved him a lot of time, but also saved him countless troubles. Therefore, when faced with Tyr's move to bring in reinforcements, Tony was not only not angry, he was even very happy and subconsciously murmured to himself, "What a good man." The gods were his hunting targets, but it was a pity that it was too troublesome to find them one by one. What's more, he hates people threatening him the most in his life, and he is still such an ant-like figure, which is even more disgusting. "What you said makes some sense, but what if I don't retreat?" So, when someone told him that he could gather this group of prey, Tony had already decided to wait and see what happened. Is he so confident that even if the gods join forces, they can't do anything to him? But the words had reached this point, and he could no longer back down. Tony never wanted to take charge of the gods' domain, but wanted to swallow up the gods' domain, so the existence of the gods not only did not help him at all, but even hindered him. Bang, bang, bang. Till is very confident this is another trump card he has prepared for Tony. I think adults don't want to see this happen. However, he met Tony, not Odin. Before integrating the tiger talisman, his strength was already on par with Odin. After integrating it, he even surpassed Odin by a large margin. Unfortunately, what he encountered now was not normal. Was he dazzled? Why did this guy laugh when he heard that he was going to be targeted? Speaking of this, the smell of gunpowder between the two sides is getting stronger and stronger. Vader and the others dare not speak at the side at this moment. Not everyone has the courage to compete with a top powerhouse like Tyr. Now I'll give you a chance to call all the gods, otherwise you will all die here today. Now I have obtained the regenerative healing factor of the dog charm. There was a burst of applause and Tony nodded with a smile. The reasoning is very good, but it's a pity that there is no reward for guessing wrong. It has to be said that there are indeed fewer fools these days. Under normal circumstances, his guess is basically correct. And just when Tony's eyes were filled with joy, Tittle, who had been looking for help but didn't ignore Tony, immediately blinked. And Tyr's expression changed after hearing this. This seemed to be a little different from the script he imagined. I'm afraid this is not up to you. I have contacted the gods just to prevent you from showing up. If you are unwilling to back down, then I am afraid that the gods will attack you together. Therefore, just after Tyr finished speaking, a sneer appeared on Tony's face. So looking at Tony's eyes, Tyr gritted his teeth and said, I will definitely make you pay for your arrogance. At first, the gods didn't know what Tyr had asked them to do, but after seeing Tony, everyone reacted. Suddenly, many people's expressions changed. Tony's strength was not just bragging, but was actually demonstrated on the battlefield. Strictly speaking, the battle between him and Malekith was witnessed by these gods. Therefore, after guessing what they were called for, many people looked at Tyr with unkind eyes. Tyr was naturally vaguely aware of the attitude of the gods, but he didn't care. He just wanted to use Tony to unite these gods who had different opinions. Otherwise, it would take who knows how long it would take him to establish enough prestige among the gods just by relying on himself. After all, these guys are all masters who do not see rabbits, but do not let go of eagles. Therefore, facing the unkind looks of the gods, Tyr completely ignored him. Instead, he looked closely at Tony and pressed further. Loki must die today. He has already hunted 3 gods, so he must not be alive. It has to be said that Tyr is very intelligent. Tony could tell at a glance that this guy was using this matter to divert the attention of the gods and unite them instantly. Sure enough, the gods who had looked unkind just now all became quiet after hearing these words. This matter is related to the life and death of all of them, so even though many people have seen through Tyr's attention, they are still silently cooperating at this moment. Interesting, really interesting. Have all the gods come together? Tony suddenly changed the topic. Because the topic jumped a little too fast, Till didn't even realize what Tony's words meant for a while, so he couldn't help but answer subconsciously. Everything that is supposed to come has come. After finishing speaking, Tony nodded, his tone became lower and said, That's good. Hearing this, the gods looked puzzled and still didn't understand the meaning of Tony's words, but the next second they understood. Tony's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, his right hand had already grabbed the neck of a god and slowly lifted him up. Now that everyone is here, let's start the killing, Tony said in a faint tone, as if to explain what he just said. At the same time, his right hand also exerted a slight force at this moment. The next second there was only a click sound, and the god who was strangled by his neck was twisted alive. Looking at this scene, all the gods who witnessed this scene couldn't help but look dumbfounded, and Tyr was even dumbfounded for an instant. The whole person became excited instantly. How could you kill him? You are breaking with the gods. Due to being too excited, Tyr's body started to tremble slightly. Seeing this, the corners of Tony's mouth slowly raised, his eyes swept over the gods and finally fell on Tyr and said, Thank you for all this. If it weren't for you, I would have wanted to find them. Really, it takes some effort. My acting skills are good, but I don't need to act now, Tony said unhurriedly, and for a moment the eyes of the gods looking at Tyr changed. Everyone thought he had tricked them. For a moment, the gods began to yell at Tyr, and Tyr was shaking with anger. He opened his mouth to explain, but unfortunately the gods did not give him a chance to speak. However, the gods soon focused their attention on Tony. Compared to Tyr, Tony was now the biggest threat. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, Run! So when there are many smart people, everyone becomes a fool. When Tony appeared in front of Till again, the 4 people behind Till were so frightened that their hands and feet were weak and unable to move. They thought they could escape if they separated, but they completely underestimated the speed difference between the 2 sides. One person does the work and the other takes responsibility. These plans were designed by me from beginning to end. Can I let them go? It's over. And this was just the beginning. Soon, a massacre took place. It's a long story, but in fact it didn't take long. In just a few dozen seconds, none of the fleeing gods was spared, and they all fell in the canyon. With their extreme speed, the escape of the gods was nothing more than a joke in Tony's eyes. Unfortunately, in the face of his request, Tony did not give him any face and even mocked. "I think it might be better for you to choose a way to die now." As soon as these words came out, although Tony did not refuse directly, everyone could hear the underlying meaning in his words. At this moment, they are all betting that Tony will not chase them. Tyr looked at this scene, his whole body was shaking, and his face became extremely pale. Otherwise, if everyone dies, who can help them resurrect themselves? It's not that he really sacrifices himself for others in a righteous way, but that only by saving them can Tyr hope to be resurrected. Following the principle of equal exchange, even if it can be resurrected, it will take a long time and a lot of materials. As soon as the words fell, the gods fled in all directions. They used their speed to the extreme, and each one chose a different direction. Looking at this scene, Tony's lips curled up. "Run, can you run?" As for confronting Tony, this idea was abandoned by them from the beginning. At this moment, he suddenly felt strong regret in his heart. He should not have targeted Loki, he should not have provoked Tony, and he should not have gathered everyone, causing Tony to kill them all. Therefore, if the 4 people behind him survive, then he will still have a chance to be reborn. He won't help, so he might as well give up. So the question is, who would be willing to use his own life to help others? In this way, they have hope of escape. At least everyone at the scene thought they were smart, so they wouldn't do it. Tyr pointed to the only 4 living gods behind him. Tyr watched the massacre unfold before his eyes. He did not stop it because he knew that soon this would be his fate. Even if he stopped it, so what? It would just be the difference between death early and death later. Soon screams were heard one after another, and a god fell from the sky like a dumpling, hitting the canyon. Suddenly, a smile uglier than crying appeared on Tyr's face. Suddenly, only the 5 Tyrs and Tony were left in the canyon. As he muttered to himself, Tony's figure disappeared instantly. The next second, screams rang out, and a god's neck was instantly broken. Not to mention whether they can match Tony together. Even if they can match, they will definitely lose a lot of people. Tony said slowly with a smile on his face, "It's a pity that everything is too late. When something happens, even the gods have no regret medicine to take. It's all over. Okay, it's your turn, call." The gasps continued, and Tyr looked at Tony with sweating profusely. Although Tony had not done anything yet, his rejection was like an invisible pressure pressing hard on his body and making his heart pound, sinking. Even he was like this, let alone a few others. Under the pressure of life and death at this moment, their performance was even worse than Tyr's. Seeing this scene, Tony also lost interest in playing. The smile at the corner of his mouth slowly faded, and his eyes gradually became cold. Realizing this, Tyr's heart skipped a beat, and then he couldn't help but let out a loud shout. "Do you really want to watch yourselves die? When did we lose the courage to fight?" After saying that, a powerful aura suddenly rose from Tyr's body, and his face was full of determination. As the god of war, he would never sit back and wait for death. Even if he was going to die, he would tear off a piece of flesh from Tony's body. Being infected by him, Vader and others were all shocked at this moment. The fear on their faces dissipated a little, replaced by a look of madness. It's not that Tyr's words really spoke to their hearts, but that he activated his ability as the god of war to boost the morale of his men and suppress their fears. Kill. Loud shouts rang out from the mouths of Tyr and the others, and under the leadership of Tyr, several people launched the final charge. Looking at this scene, Tony's cold eyes flashed with a hint of solemnity. He would not ridicule those who dared to die even if they were weak. Of course, he would not be merciful because of this. With a thought, gravity instantly fell on Tyr and the others. The terrifying gravity descended, and the charging steps of several people were immediately suppressed. It was as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs, and every step forward became extremely difficult. Seeing this, Tony's psychokinesis suddenly turned into an invisible blade and roared towards several people. There are no surprises, no reversals. In the face of absolute strength, the so-called explosion is just a joke. Puff, 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 large heads flew up and blood spurted out from the necks of the gods. In just a split second, the last 5 gods died. For a moment, there were only 2 living people left on the scene, Tony and Loki. Apart from that, there were corpses of gods all over the ground. As the bodies of the gods fell, shadow ninjas walked out of the darkness and dragged their corpses into the Shadow Kingdom. Soon, all the corpses in the canyon disappeared completely, and they would eventually become nutrient for the growth of the Black Shadow Core. After doing all this, Tony looked at Loki, and Loki also looked over with a complicated expression. After all, it is only him who knows about treating the gods as nourishment. Otherwise, who knows if Loki will have the emotion to hurt others? Most ordinary people don't know what this means, and many even close their eyes in excitement and make a wish, treating it as an ordinary meteor. There is nothing untrue. As long as you have the strength, you can change everything. Countless Steves and countless Banners form an immortal army who can resist such strength. Under his test, the strength of the Black Shadow Core was soon revealed. However, people like Thor know that this is not a meteor, this is the twilight of the gods, the strange phenomenon that the world presents after the death of a large number of gods. Why do you look like this? Are you sad for the fall of the gods? In the nursing home, Odin, who was lying on the rocking chair, looked at this scene. The calmness on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a solemn look on his face. Clear. Especially this time, Tony almost hunted and killed most of the gods in the divine domain, and even made the world of shadows become a fat man in one breath. The intensity of the world continued to increase, and the atmosphere of darkness became deeper. Blue Star Saul, who was heading towards the nursing home, suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. The previously blue sky suddenly turned into a fiery red, like a meteor-like stream of light, quickly streaking across the sky, reflecting the sky into fire red. With a smile on his face, Tony thought and summoned a large number of shadow ninjas. He handed them the materials for setting up the formation and asked them to set up the formation. In addition to them, more and more people have seen this rare vision in 1,000 years. For a moment, Tony couldn't help but take a breath, and there was only one thought in his mind: let it go. Tony asked with a smile at Loki's expression. Really? Maybe it's because it feels good to step on them. She murmured to herself for a while, and an inexplicable emotion flashed in her eyes. Tony yelled, not telling the truth. The gods have fallen in large numbers, and Asgard's resistance has become weaker and weaker, and it is ready to devour Asgard. Loki shook his head. That's not true, it's just that it feels a bit unreal that the gods are gone. In Asgard, Tony summoned a shadow soldier from each legion to test their strength. Loki nodded and then said suspiciously, I suddenly feel that you seem to be full of interest in hunting the gods. The strength of a black shadow ninja can already match Steve. And the strength of the Claw Shadow and Troll Core is not weaker than Banner. New UA was in an unknown space, and a young man wearing a yellow robe and a bald head instantly penetrated the space and watched the changes that took place on the Blue Star. Blue Star belongs to one of the 9 realms, so it will naturally be affected by the laws of the divine realm. The more gods that fall, the more magnificent the vision will be. Without staying here longer, Tony slipped away after a few words, and Loki once again set out on the road to find the gods. God's domain, Midgard, under the blood rain Hela was bathing in, feeling the intense sadness between heaven and earth. A sad emotion naturally arose in her heart. Have all the gods fallen? Of course we are hunting for the fish that slipped through the net. Although we killed a lot today, there should still be some smart guys who escaped. Go find them and get rid of them. Reflecting on the Black Shadow Core, the strength of all the Black Shadow Core has been greatly enhanced. The Black Shadow Core, which was originally unable to keep up due to his improvement in strength, has completely taken off after this wave of strengthening. Tony said slowly. Loki nodded in agreement and then said a little depressed, all the gods are dead, then what should I do next? In the Kingdom of Shadows, as the souls of the gods were swallowed up by the Kingdom of Shadows, the entire world of shadows underwent drastic changes. The vision on the Blue Star came and went as quickly as it came. Soon the fiery red meteor disappeared from the sky and Thor withdrew his gaze. But his expression looked a little ugly. He didn't expect Tony to move so fast. Not long after he returned to Blue Star, the gods had already fallen. This made his calm mood completely panic. At the moment, his pace couldn't help but speed up a lot, and he quickly arrived at the nursing home where Odin was resting. Ignoring the guard's obstruction, Thor rushed in and found Odin lying on the rocking chair in the courtyard. Father, Thor called softly. Odin did not look back, his body was still rocking along with the rocking chair. Saul didn't get up either and kept maintaining his greeting posture. It wasn't until a long time later that a sigh sounded in Odin's mouth. Did Hela do it? No, Odin stood up suddenly, then looked at Thor and said in a deep voice, what's going on? He thought it was Hela who took action, but things seemed different from what he imagined. As the king of the gods, although he cannot predict the future, he has certain premonitions about most things. It is precisely because of this that he was easily exiled by Loki. Of course, it's more about self-exile. It was because he felt that Hela was about to return and bring a catastrophe to God's domain that he made this choice. After all, Hela was also his daughter, and he didn't want to fight with Hela, so he simply ignored her. This is also the reason why he has never returned to God's realm. But now it seems that things are obviously different from what he expected. Looking at the surprised Odin, Thor did not show off and quickly told everything that had happened, especially pointing out that Hela not only did not take action, but chose to cooperate with him. After hearing this, Odin was completely confused. Why didn't things go according to the script? What went wrong? He was thinking in a daze, but he knew that he could no longer watch the show. It would be fine if it was Hela who hunted the gods. After all, she was her own daughter, so she could just pretend not to know. But if it were someone else, would she really think that he, the king of the gods, was a sham? Tony, I didn't expect it was him. Odin's tone seemed a little cold. Thor was a little embarrassed when he heard this. After all, he was the one who brought Tony to God's domain. Fundamentally speaking, he was half responsible for what happened in the God's domain this time. If it hadn't been for him, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Taking a look at Thor's expression, Odin saw the guilt in his heart at a glance. For an old guy like him, it was not difficult to see through Thor's mind. Don't blame yourself, this matter has nothing to do with you. Hearing this, Thor glanced at Odin in surprise. This was the first time he heard his father comfort him. The fact is that this is not Odin comforting him, but Odin really feels that way. Although he didn't know that things would turn out like this, he knew that Hela would act like this even without Tony. It's just that Tony's appearance disrupted the process of the matter, and this result is easier for him to accept than Hela doing it. After all, Hela is his daughter, but Tony is not. He doesn't know what to do when facing his daughter, but when facing Tony, revenge is over. From this point of view, he still has to thank that guy. So do you want me to take charge of the overall situation when you come here this time? Yes, father. Okay, I agreed, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Saul's mouth twitched. He found that things were not at all what he expected, and he was already prepared to be rejected. After all, he was rejected last time, but Odin took the initiative to agree before he could speak, which made him feel like he was punched in cotton. Fortunately, his goal was achieved, so Thor immediately nodded, and the father and son left the nursing home and began to return to God's domain. And just when Thor convinced Odin, the attacks of God's domain, Midgard and Hela still did not stop. Her physical body was gone. Although in her soul state, her strength was not much weaker than in her heyday, there was still a gap after all. Therefore, she collected flesh and blood along the way to help her rebuild her physical body. However, because of the shadow-devouring group, she encountered no resistance at all along the way. Even after she arrived at the city, the shadow-devouring group had completely swallowed up the shadows of the entire city's population, leaving her with nothing. She poured a lot of flesh and blood, so her attack speed is naturally fast. So far, most of the population of God's domain has fallen into her hands. Starfield Plain, a plain area outside the major city of Midgard. The undead army was stationed here and dug a huge amount of holes in Hashino Ping, enough for 10 square kilometers. A large amount of blood and flesh collected during this period were all thrown into this huge pit at this moment. For a time, the blood filled the pit, and the smell of blood reaching the sky was unbearable. The captain and others looked at this scene with unbearable expressions on their faces, but they also knew the seriousness of the matter, so they did not stop it. In addition, those who were arrested were already dead before they were arrested, so they had no sense of guilt. Therefore, they did not stop this crazy scene. When the pit was filled with blood, Hela in the soul state ordered the undead army to station around it, and she walked in. She wanted to rebuild a physical body for herself. Now that the flesh and blood had been collected, it was time to start. Step by step into the blood pool, Hela's figure was quickly submerged in the blood pool. Soon, a wave rippled in the blood pool. As time passed, the movement in the blood pool became louder and louder, and soon there was a stormy sea. At this moment, a cave suddenly appeared in the center of the blood pool. The cave, like a black hole in the universe, began to swallow a large amount of blood. For a time, the blood in the blood pool began to flow towards the center of the blood pool. After being submerged into the black hole, the blood continued to decrease as if it was being swallowed by something. Half an hour, 1 hour later, the blood became less and less, and it passed faster and faster. Everyone could even see the scene at the bottom of the blood pool. Finally, after another hour, the blood pool completely disappeared, replaced by Hela sitting cross-legged in the center of the blood pool. Different from the previous illusion, her body now is solid and full of substance. It is obvious that she has reconstructed her physical body. Seeing this scene, the captain and others breathed a long sigh of relief. In any case, it was a good thing for them that Hela could recover. They even wished that Hela would become stronger as possible. After all, they are dealing with Tony, that unfathomable man. Soon, a cold aura spread out from Hela's body, which was even more terrifying than the aura before her body was destroyed. For a moment, the captain and others felt a heavy pressure, and their expressions couldn't help but change. At this moment, Hela opened her eyes, and two divine lights emitted from her eyes, directly piercing the space. Feeling the powerful power surging within her body, a smile suddenly appeared on Hela's face. As the saying goes, there is no establishment without destruction. As the goddess of death, after experiencing a death, her strength is stronger than before, and it can even be said to be greatly improved. After all, only after experiencing death can she bear the title of goddess of death. With a flash of figure, Hela walked out of the center of the blood pool and appeared in front of the captain. Looking at Hela, the captain quickly said, "Ms. Hela, you have recovered now. Do we still want to continue the expedition?" Listening to the captain's question, Hela shook her head. Before she fought with Tony, she still wanted to rule the 9 realms for fun, but after fighting with Tony, she had completely lost interest in the 9 realms. If it weren't for gathering flesh and blood to restore her body, she wouldn't even bother to attack Midgard. Now that she no longer needs flesh and blood, she will naturally not do such a thing again. You guys should rest for a while and just stay as you are. I'm going to leave for a while. Ms. Hela, where are you going? Susan said curiously. After saying that, he realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. How could he know the whereabouts of such a big boss? He was so frightened that he quickly covered his mouth. Fortunately, Hela, who was in a good mood, didn't care and even gave a rare explanation. Although I have recovered and even improved in strength than before, I still can't deal with Tony, so I'm looking for a helper. Hearing this, the captain and the others nodded repeatedly. And Hela didn't stay too long and quickly disappeared into the army. The Gods' Tomb Cemetery is the burial place of the gods and the destination of all gods. Some souls who have reached the end of their lifespan or died in accidents are all buried here. Although the lifespan of gods is very long, unless they are immortal, all gods will fall one day. When Hela Lynn came to the Gods' Tomb Cemetery, tombstones suddenly appeared in front of her. If you look around, there are thousands of them. These are not ordinary gods. Those who can be buried here are the true gods of the divine domain, such as the God of Light. However, Hela didn't have much interest in these dead men. After just one glance, she withdrew her gaze and landed in front of a small wooden house at the entrance of the Gods' Tomb Cemetery. Dong dong dong, Hela politely stepped forward and knocked on the door. If Thor and others saw such a scene, they would be stunned instantly. After all, Hela has always given them the impression of being lawless. Even Odin would not give her face, let alone knocking on the door in such a polite manner. According to her temperament, shouldn't she just kick the door open? It's a pity that no one knows about this scene. Soon, the door was opened, and with a creak, an old man appeared in front of Hela. The old man's hair has turned snow white, and he is about 1.6 meters tall. He looks a little short, but what is noticeable is the muscles on his body. Each one is as sharp as a knife and an axe, full of strength. After all, he had been treated with good medicine before, and now he was looking for help. Even with her temperament, she felt a little embarrassed. The last time she proposed to cooperate with Tony in order to deal with the old man. And listening to Hela's words, a trace of curiosity flashed in Bol's eyes. Hearing this, Hela's face couldn't help but turn a little rosy. Facing Bol's inquiry, Hela couldn't help but take a deep breath and finally chose to tell the truth. But what happened was counterproductive. She didn't expect that she would actually face Tony and she couldn't beat him. Hela said, suppressing the panic in her tone, he still knew Hela's strength. She could almost be said to be at the top of the divine realm. Apart from Odin, there should be no one in the divine realm who could be her opponent. Why would she come to him for help? The old man said curiously. After listening to her words, Bol's eyes became dangerous. Then you have to keep your word and help me get revenge. Therefore, in order to win Tony, Hela can only seek help from Bol again. Not only did he tell about the fall of the gods, he also told about his body being blown away by Tony. Now she just wants to know the result as soon as possible. It's good to be able to get reinforcements, but it doesn't matter if they can't. Anyway, Odin will take care of everything. The kind old man just disappeared in an instant and was replaced by an old man exuding a powerful aura. The old man's name is Bor. This name is unfamiliar to most people, but when it comes to his other identity, I'm afraid no one doesn't know it. No problem. So there is no such thing as politeness, but she didn't expect Bor to be guarding the tomb here, so Hela was taught a lesson. In the end, it was Bor who took the initiative to mention it, and Hela learned his identity. To say that his acquaintance with Hela was an accident. After being released, Hela immediately came to the Gods' Tomb Cemetery in order to gather some subordinates, hoping to revive the corpses of the gods and help her conquer the gods' domain. Yes, this kind-looking old man is Odin's father and Hela's grandfather. There were no detours or delays. Hela went straight to the point and said, "I'm here to help you." She could feel that everything Baal said was the truth and was not said to comfort him or to win over her. It can be said that if things had not changed, then she and Baal should be hostile. This made her feel warm after being sealed for many years, and the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up slightly, revealing a smile. He can't fulfill his duty to protect the divine domain, nor can he fulfill his duty to protect his daughter. He is a waste. Little Hela, don't be angry, just wait. Old man, I will go out with you to avenge you and give Odin a good beating at the same time. How could Odin, the king of the gods, deserve to be so worthy that something like this would happen? As for the fall of the gods, Baal still doesn't know yet. After all, although the Tomb of Gods cemetery relies on Asgard, it is actually a subspace. What happened? Is there anything else you can't handle? The vision of the gods' fall cannot be conveyed here at all. Looking at Hela, the old man showed a kind smile on his face. It turns out to be little Hela. Why are you here again so soon? Odin's father, Bol, waved his hand and agreed directly. Baal shouted loudly, and when Hela heard this, a wave of warmth surged in her heart. Time flew by and 3 days flew by. After agreeing to Hela, Bol left the gods' tomb cemetery with Hela. And Hela also knew for the first time how nagging this old man was. To put it simply, Bol is a talker. I don't know if it's because I stayed alone in the gods' tomb cemetery for too long. Since leaving the gods' tomb cemetery, his mouth has been like a machine gun and has not stopped. This made Hela feel regretful from time to time. If she had known that the old man was so nagging, she would not ask him for help even if he killed her. It's a pity that there is no regret in the world about selling medicine. Now that the matter has come to this, she can only endure it as much as possible. Fortunately, this day she finally waited for help. Thor brought Odin back to God's realm and reunited with her. As the saying goes, father and son were enemies in the previous life. This is absolutely true when it comes to Odin and Baal. As soon as they met, the two old men quarreled. Baal accused Odin of not being a good leader and not a good father. Anyway, give Odin a scolding. In this regard, Odin was not to be outdone, accusing Baal of leaving a lot of mess for him to clean up, and now he still has the nerve to accuse him. The two old men were quarreling, red-faced and furious. Just from their appearance, no one could tell that they were father and son. Those who don't know think they are life and death enemies. Saul swallowed dryly and said cautiously, "Should we take care of it, or should we let them continue to argue like this?" Hearing this, Hela glanced at him, rolled her eyelids and said, "How do you care? Will these two guys listen to you?" As soon as these words came out, Saul was stunned and then smiled. He was very self-aware and knew that his words were ineffective, so he flattered him and said, "Isn't there you, eldest sister? They will definitely listen to you. Why don't you give me some advice? After all, business matters are more important." Saul said something flattering. After he finished speaking, Hela was stunned and looked at Saul with a strange look which made him feel hairy all over. "Is there something wrong?" Saul said, shrinking his head and looking a little timid. Hearing these words, Hela shook her head and said nothing, but couldn't help but murmured in her heart, "Eldest sister, it seems like having a younger brother is not bad either." Thinking of this, Hela turned to look at the two old men who were still bickering and shouted coldly, "That's enough, I'm not here to listen to your quarrel. If you want to quarrel, then go away and quarrel." Hela was angry, and Odin and Baal shut their mouths at the same time. One of them belonged to Hela's grandfather, a distant relative, and the other was Hela's father. They were full of guilt for Hela, so when Hela opened her mouth, she immediately silenced him. Two people. This made Saul on the side tremble with anger. It's the 21st century. When will we boys stand up? Ahem. Baal coughed slightly, and with a smile on his face again, he said, "Stop arguing, you can make a plan." "Old man, I will follow the arrangements and do whatever I am told," Baal said with a kind face, but Hela ignored him. After these few days of contact, she almost figured out Baal's character. He was just an old kid. If you ignore him, he will be quiet for a while. If you open your mouth to talk to him, he will definitely be able to chat with you for days and nights. As for Odin, Hela has completely ignored this person from the beginning and has been sealed for thousands of years. It is impossible to say that she does not have any resentment in her heart. But due to the pressure brought by Tony, she could only choose to turn a blind eye. Therefore, from the beginning, she never said a word to Odin and completely ignored Odin. Odin obviously knew this in his heart, so he didn't say anything. He just stood aside obediently like a transparent person, without any sense of existence and without the grace of being the king of gods. "Thor, I leave it to you. You can make the arrangements. If you need me to take action, just tell me." Hela said something to Thor, then walked directly to the side and closed her eyes to rest. Seeing everyone's eyes falling on him as Hela delegated power, Saul suddenly felt a burst of pressure. If he hadn't grown a lot during this time, he might not be able to withstand this pressure. In that case, let me tell you, the power we can gather is basically here. I have always felt that as long as we are strong enough, nothing can stop us. So there is no need for a specific plan. We will go directly to Tony now. If we defeat him, we will win. Thor spoke righteously, but his heart was full of helplessness. He also wanted to formulate a complete plan and take it in 1, 2, or 3 steps. However, Tony and Loki were only 2 people in total, and it would be difficult to defeat them. Winning can only depend on the hard power of both parties, and there is no good plan at all. Therefore, even though he wanted to show off his wisdom, there was no way he could do it. Fortunately, everyone was very considerate and nodded solemnly without causing trouble, which was a kind of comfort. Seeing everyone nodding and closing their eyes, Hela immediately opened her eyes. It seems that you all agree with Thor's plan. In this case, let's get started without further delay. After saying that, Hela flashed and took the lead in flying towards the immortal palace. Not to be outdone, Thor and the others followed and no one fell behind. However, Odin and Ball fell at the end of the team. Looking at the leader Hela, Ball's eyes flashed with a smile, then he turned to look at Odin and said, "This girl is good. What did you think at first? You actually sealed her in hell." Listening to his old father's words, Odin sighed helplessly. "I can only say that fate has its way with people, and things turned out to be what they are now, which is not what I wanted." After finishing his words, Ball glanced at her mouth and said, "Don't fight with me, you and me. This girl is good. After this matter is over, I will still protect her. You'd better not cause trouble for her." Ball said with a serious face, and a wry smile suddenly appeared on Odin's lips. "How could it be? She is my daughter after all. How could I embarrass her? Besides, I don't have much time. From now on, their world will be theirs. Even if I want to cause trouble, I am powerless." Odin's words were very plain, but the information revealed was enough to cause an earthquake in the gods' domain. The majestic king of the gods is actually going to die. It's incredible to think about it. Ball, on the other hand, looked at him carefully, his eyes flashing with light, almost seeing through his whole body. Then he looked away and said in a faint tone, "You are a thief if you are old and do not die. It's time for you to give way to the young man and then go to guard the cemetery with me." "Yes, father," Odin said solemnly, completely unable to see the blushing face he had just had with Ball. Immortal Palace. When a group of people came here, a sense of desolation suddenly hit them. Although the change in Immortal Palace did not take long, when it lost its popularity, in just a few days the huge palace became. It must be a bit ghostly. Of course, there was also Hela's reason for this. When she broke free from the seal, she released a large amount of death aura here, so she can be regarded as one of the culprits, but no one was held accountable. Among the crowd, Odin and Thor walked out slowly at this moment. If anyone knows the fairy palace best, they must be the two of them. For Thor, this is the place where he grew up. For Odin, this is the place where he grew up. It was his territory, so seeing the immortal palace turn into a dead place, the two of them had the most complicated thoughts. In contrast, Hela and others have no feelings about how the Asgard has become. Even as the goddess of death, Hela is more satisfied with the Asgard at this moment and is suitable to be her royal capital. Fortunately, both parties still remember the purpose of this trip. Whether it is looking forward or remembering, they must first deal with Tony, the current Lord of Asgard. At that moment, without waiting for others to take action, Thor took the initiative to fly up, floating in the sky, looking closely at the fairy palaces, using his divine power to shout, "Tony, come out." The loud voice spread out from his mouth, forming sound waves that rolled towards the immortal palace. Suddenly, in a certain palace in the immortal palace, Tony, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. A divine light flashed in his eyes. Tony raised his head and looked in the direction of Saul and his party through many obstacles. His eyes penetrated all the buildings and took Hela and others into his eyes. "Is it finally here? I just don't know. Are you ready?" As he spoke, the corners of Tony's mouth raised, revealing a smile. At the same time, he was also curious in his heart, if the Shadow Kingdom swallowed Odin and others, how high the Shadow Core could improve. Tony made some calculations about this in his mind, but he didn't have any clear idea. However, one thing he was sure of was that it would never be less than the profit from devouring the gods. After all, whether it is Odin or Hela plus a legendary ball, these people are all existences far beyond the gods. If the gods rely on quantity, then they rely on quality. Which one is more important, quantity or quality, is a question that depends on the beholder and the wise. Slowly getting up, Tony walked towards the outside world. The palace door opened on its own without any movement in the wind. Tony walked out slowly, and then he stepped onto the sky step by step as if he was stepping on a ladder to heaven. Thinking silently in his heart, Tony didn't panic at all and even wanted to laugh a little. With the regenerative healing factor, he had full confidence to deal with everything. The movies I watched at Blue Star all acted like this. Just when Saul pronounced his verdict on his crime, the aura on his body couldn't help but become stronger, and the aura of Hela and others surrounding him became stronger. Soon, Hela and others saw Tony approaching quickly in the sky. If they want to take action against Tony, they must first deal with the Shadow Eater group. Thor opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but before he could speak, Odin stepped past him and interrupted him. Now Thor is the protagonist who saves the world, and Tony takes on the responsibility of the villain. Therefore, when Thor speaks, the will of the world pays attention and helps them cheat so that they can kill him, the big boss. Tony, you finally dare to come out. I've always been here, but you just dare to come here now. Why are you so ready and so confident that you can deal with me? He yelled angrily. Although he had already guessed before, he was not completely sure until he saw it with his own eyes. Although the world does not have specific wisdom, it is similar to an existence like will. It will act according to specific rules on weekdays, but once a threat is detected, it will activate a self-rescue mechanism, such as which protagonists appear in movies to save the world. Now he vaguely found the answer. Thor took a step forward and spoke righteously. After listening, the corners of Tony's mouth turned up. This guess is very nonsense, and it is impossible for ordinary people to believe it. However, for a time traveler, there is nothing that cannot be believed. In the crowd, the captain, who had been silent all this time, suddenly showed an angry expression on his face as the shadow-devouring group appeared. In front of Tony, he can be regarded as wanting eloquence but not eloquence and strength but not strength. It's just two words aggrieved. He even realized that he posed a great threat to it, so he planned to kill himself with the help of Thor and others. However, after being hit for so long, Thor has long been used to it. He took a deep breath and said, "Don't talk nonsense. You are cruel, hunting gods and even planning to plot Asgard. It is simply a heinous crime, I advise you. You'd better just surrender, otherwise we won't be blamed for being rude." There was a hint of ridicule in Tony's words which made Saul speechless. Tony folded his hands and said slowly, as if he didn't take them seriously at all, "Are you done? Is there anything else you want to add? If not, I'm going to take action." Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Tony, and various expressions flashed across his eyes, including resentment, complexity, indifference, and appreciation. Because time travel is the biggest paradox. Since he exists, then the will of the world he guessed may also exist. Let's do it. Saul yelled loudly, as if he was judging Tony, while Tony stared at Saul without saying a word, his eyes flickering slightly. After the words fell, everyone looked stern, and then everyone showed a solemn expression. Seeing this, Tony waved his hand, and suddenly a large shadow gathered, and the shadow-devouring group officially appeared. At the moment, numerous guesses flashed through Tony's mind, forming a reasonable guess. He had always been curious before about why the protagonist group would always argue at the last moment. And his reaction also made Saul a little confused. He didn't know how to answer. Why didn't this guy play his cards according to the routine? Shouldn't you get angry and retort loudly? Frenzied. It was you who massacred all of Midgard. After thinking about all this, a playful smile suddenly appeared on Tony's face. It became more and more interesting. Has the will of the world come to an end personally? One after another, the devouring shadows, which were more than 10 meters high, appeared in front of everyone. They were huge in size. From a glance, there were hundreds of them blocking Tony's way. They didn't seem to know anything about all this. Only Tony caught this change because he kept staring at them. The captain's angry voice sounded, and Banner and others also reacted. It was the man in front of them who slaughtered countless people in Midgard, turning Midgard completely into a dead zone. Hearing this, Tony smiled. He did not deny it but nodded generously. Then a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and said, "I did it right, but you are not very happy when you are devouring flesh and blood. Without me, Hela wouldn't have recovered her body so quickly. So what qualifications do you have to accuse me? I took their shadows, you stole their flesh and blood, everyone takes what they need." Tony retorted calmly, and his words caused the captains and others to change their expressions. The captain, who originally had a firm face, now showed a rare trace of confusion on his face. Yes, what is the difference between myself and Tony? Although he did not devour the flesh and blood of those people, he contributed a lot in it. What is the difference between him and an accomplice? Seeing that the captain was influenced by Tony, Saul on the side suddenly became anxious and quickly retorted, "Nonsense. It was you who killed those people, we were just using them as waste." Speaking of this, Saul paused and realized immediately that what he said was a bit unpleasant. However, his meaning was expressed very clearly. Oh, is it so? Then what if I told you those people would still be alive? As long as the shadow devourer is killed, all the people with intact bodies can come back to life. Tony spoke lightly, but his words were like a bomb to the captain and others, exploding directly in their minds. Everyone looked at Tony with shock, wanting to confirm the truth of his words. Tony shrugged and continued, "Don't look at me with that suspicious look. I have no need to lie to you, so it was you who massacred everyone in Midgard, not me. People's beliefs are different. The captain and others have always believed that they are doing the right thing, so no matter what kind of difficulties they face, they can face them head-on." However, as soon as Tony's words came out, their belief was immediately shaken, and they actually massacred the entire Midgard population with their own hands. Although they wanted to tell themselves that everything Tony said was false and was his conspiracy, their intuition told them that everything Tony said was true. This is also related to Tony's behavior all the time. He doesn't bother to lie at all. For a moment, both the captain and Banner's faces became extremely ugly. Their beliefs were shaken. To use an Eastern idiom, this is murder and heart-wrenching. Thor on the side saw the changes in the expressions of several people and was anxious in his heart. Before the battle, something went wrong on their side, which was really not a good sign. But he couldn't enlighten a few people because he didn't know how to refute Tony. Fortunately, the leader of this operation is not them, but Odin and the others. Looking at the affected captains, Odin shook his head helplessly and then looked at Tony. "It seems that I still underestimate you. Compared with you, they still seem a bit immature." Odin spoke calmly, completely unaffected by Tony's words. Tony was not surprised by this. Compared to the captains, an old monster like Odin who has lived for a long time has long stopped taking pleasure in things and grieving for himself. Not to mention that he was not involved in this matter. Even if he killed everyone in Midgard with his own hands and was not affected by Tony's words at this moment. This is a difference in mentality and has nothing to do with strength. "Thank you, but since you have left God's realm, why do you want to come back? Can't you just spend the rest of your time in peace? And the gentleman next to you must be running out of time. Why bother getting involved in this matter?" Tony looked at Odin and Ball curiously. After saying this, Bor smiled and said, "Old man, I'm tired of living. I always want to leave in a more exciting way before I leave." On the side, Odin also said calmly at this moment, "After all, this is my kingdom and I have to do something. Besides, I have lived long enough and I have never seen anything. If I can take you on the road with me, there will be nothing wrong with me on the road. It's lonely." "Understood," Tony nodded. "Then let's meet Zhenjiang." After saying that, a divine light suddenly bloomed in Tony's eyes, and immediately 2 lasers roared towards Odin and Ball. Looking at this scene, Odin and Ball's weapons appeared in their hands at the same time, the eternal spear and the god-killing battle axe. The light of the gun and the light of the axe fell at the same time, colliding hard with Tony's attack and immediately set off a violent explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying power fluctuations swept around, and the shock wave caused Thor and others' expressions to constantly change, and their bodies began to retreat subconsciously. Except for Hela, no one could bear the aftermath of the fight between the three, which also meant that they were not even qualified to participate in this battle. And Hela looked at the people who took action and snorted coldly, "This time I won't lose again." After saying that, Hela suddenly exuded a strong aura of death and rushed directly into the battlefield, joining forces with Odin to form a 3-on-1 situation. Seeing this scene, Saul and the others didn't intend to watch the show. Although they couldn't deal with Tony, they set their sights on the shadow-devouring group. Especially the captain and the others, they still remember what Tony said just now, that by killing Shadow Devourer, those with intact bodies will be able to survive. Although, in order to help Hela restore her physical body, they threw a large number of people into the blood pool, there were still many people whose bodies remained intact. Therefore, whether it is for atonement or for the justice in their hearts, they must deal with the shadow-devouring group. At that moment, several people joined forces and rushed directly towards the shadow-devouring group. The shadow-devouring group roared towards them at this moment and started a bloody battle with the captain and others. Strong explosions sounded continuously, and the battlefield was consciously divided into 2 parts. Part of it is naturally the battlefield where Tony fights Odin and others 1-on-3. The other part is the battlefield where the captain and others fought against the Shadow Eater group. The 2 sides have a tacit understanding not to interfere with each other, and each deals with their own opponents. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield is extremely unfriendly to Tony. Although his strength has been strengthened after integrating the Tiger Talisman, neither Odin nor Ball is his opponent in one-on-one. But in 3, even with the help of others, Tony still felt great pressure. After all, these people are all top experts, and Tony's strength has not changed qualitatively. Therefore, even if Tony is stronger than them, his strength is limited. Now under the joint siege of 3 people, it seems to be in danger. Just when Tony's situation became more and more dangerous, Tony suddenly speeded up a lot and escaped directly from the encirclement of the 3 people. This sudden scene made the expressions of Hela and the 3 people change, and even the offensive could not help but temporarily stop. Because they suddenly discovered that they could not limit Tony's speed, nor could they keep up with his speed. These people are all very experienced in combat and know exactly what this means. This meant that even if Tony couldn't defeat them, he could leave the battlefield at any time and stay or go as he pleased. In this way, Tony completely took the initiative in the battle. Therefore, the few people did not continue to encircle and suppress, but exchanged glances with each other, thinking about how to limit Tony's speed. Looking at the 3 people communicating with each other with eyes, Tony's face suddenly showed a smile. "What do you think I can run away? Don't worry, I won't leave until I deal with you. Today it is destined that only one of us can stand." Tony told the truth, but it was obvious that Hela and the others did not believe what he said, and their eyes were still communicating. Tony didn't mind this either, but an invisible force suddenly emanated from his body. This is the power of gravity. As the force of gravity exploded and fell on the 3 of them, Hela and the others suddenly felt as if their bodies were out of control, and they lost control instantly. However, the 3 people with extremely rich combat experience did not panic at all. Even at the moment when their eyes were exchanged, they had already completed the communication. I saw Odin instantly throwing the Eternal Spear in his hand, and suddenly the Eternal Spear emitted endless light and roared towards Tony. At the same time, Ball also shouted loudly at this moment, and the terrifying divine power burst out from his body, briefly breaking free from the shackles of gravity, and then the battle axe in his hand fell directly towards Tony's vital parts, blocking his escape route. Coupled with the attack of the Eternal Spear, no matter what Tony chooses, he must face one. Watching this scene, Tony's eyes were filled with calmness. Without dodging or escaping, Tony punched out and faced the Eternal Spear. Compared with Ball's attack, the unmanned Eternal Gun is obviously better to deal with. The tip of the gun and the fist collided fiercely, and a sound of metal clashing suddenly exploded. Clang. Tony's figure trembled, terrifying power erupted from his body, and the power of the Ox Talisman was pushed to the extreme. Suddenly, the Eternal Spear was blown away by Tony. But just when Tony was about to withdraw his fist, he suddenly found that his body seemed unable to move. It's like being hit by a legendary immobilization spell. With just one breath, he can break through this bondage, but this is the opportunity Odin and others have been waiting for. Hela, who had done nothing before, appeared directly in front of Tony and grabbed him. Her speed reached the extreme, and before even a breath had passed, her palm fell on Tony's chest. Feeling the vast life energy in Tony's body, Hela's expression suddenly changed, and she immediately increased the output of the power of death. At that moment, Ball shouted, "Let me do it." Tony felt the changes in his body. Although his body was temporarily unable to move due to the collision of the 2 forces, he was not panicked and even had a smile on his face. With the invasion of a large amount of death power, the horse charm in Tony's body seemed to be stimulated, and suddenly more intense life energy exploded, which even Tony himself could not control. As he spoke, he directly raised his battle axe and struck Tony's head with the axe. Odin looked confused, and Tony's voice also sounded at this moment. "It seems that your methods have been exhausted, then it's my turn. Is this all you can do?" Because unlike other abilities, Horse Talisman is more similar to a passive ability, which will be activated automatically when Tony is damaged. But even if it's not an illusion, who can explain to them what is going on with this guy? But at this moment, the ability of the horse charm was activated, dispelling all external forces. Even Odin on the side couldn't stand it any longer. He held the Eternal Spear and stabbed Tony in the heart. For a moment, the 2 people were stagnant in midair. Hela desperately input the power of death, intending to destroy all life in Tony's body. At that moment, a strong life energy emerged from Tony's body and collided with Hela's death power. The 2 sides started a competition using Tony's body as the battlefield. Hearing this, Odin and Ball quickly stepped forward. They glanced at the pale Hela and then at Tony, who looked indifferent. Unfortunately, Tony is still alive. Although he looks miserable, he is actually still alive and kicking. Suffering the strong impact of life energy, Hela finally couldn't resist it anymore and said without looking back, "Find a way quickly, I can't solve this guy." The next second, a terrifying power of death broke out and invaded his body crazily. Is he really still human? There was no accident. With one shot, Ball's axe sank directly into Tony's head. For a moment, Tony had a huge amount of axe on his head. The scene was terrifying. Blood stained the axe blade and Tony was almost beheaded, but he still had a smile on his lips. If their weapons weren't still in Tony's body, Odin and Ball couldn't help but wonder if the scene just now was an illusion. The tip of the gun penetrated Tony's chest and penetrated directly into his body. The heart in his body completely exploded at this moment. But no matter how hard she tried, the power of death injected into Tony's body was restrained by the rich life energy, making it impossible to go any further. Even the head that was split open just now has completely recovered to its original shape, and not even the slightest wound can be seen. Seeing this, as the saying goes, uncle can bear it, but aunt cannot. It seems that your power of death can't do anything to me. Flutter, after suffering such a strong attack, Tony not only did not yell, but there was even a sense of ridicule in his eyes, as if to say, "Haven't you eaten?" Hearing this, Hela raised her head and glared at Tony, then gritted her teeth and continued to input the power of death. As the goddess of death, Hela can easily take away the lives of all creatures in Asgard. Although Tony is not a creature of Asgard, the same effect can be achieved by using the power of death to destroy all life in his body. Ball shouted loudly, pulled out the tomahawk from Tony's head, and plunged it directly into Tony's neck. Puff. However, a scene that shocked the three of them happened. With such a fatal injury, let alone a mortal, even a god would definitely die. A simple sentence, not very harmful but extremely insulting. Ball's face suddenly turned red with anger. Tony's voice was neither soft nor serious, but at this moment it made several people feel chills. Odin's expression changed drastically at this moment and he said, "Back off." While speaking, he quickly pulled away and retreated at an extremely fast speed. Similarly, Ball and Hela's reactions were not slow, and they quickly distanced themselves from Tony. However, just when Ball was about to get away from Tony, suddenly a hand grabbed his tomahawk, and when he looked up, he saw Tony looking at him calmly. His eyes seemed to contain a universe, so deep and mysterious that one could fall into it at just one glance. Meeting his eyes, a trace of confusion suddenly appeared in Ball's eyes. He was obviously influenced by Tony, so he couldn't help but tremble. Behind him, Odin saw this scene and suddenly let out a loud shout. "Father!" His voice woke Ball up instantly, but it was too late at this moment. I saw Tony's hands burning with blazing flames, and the flames followed the battle axe and spread toward Ball. The confused Ball had no time to react. When he woke up, the flames had spread along the battle axe to his hands. Severe pain came and Ball let out a muffled groan. Tony's flames were not ordinary fires, but were transformed by the rules of flames, and Ball couldn't bear it at all. Seeing that his whole body was about to be swallowed up by the flames, but at this moment, a cruel look flashed in Ball's eyes, and the next second his arms were broken directly from his shoulders, and he took the opportunity to retreat. The next second his broken arms turned into fly ash, and even his battle axe turned into a puddle of molten iron. Seeing this, Bor couldn't help but take a breath, fear rising in his heart. Just a little bit, he was going to be dead. It is conceivable that once the flames spread throughout his body, he will completely enter the gate of hell. At this moment, Odin and Hela also looked at Tony with solemn faces. A trace of heaviness flashed in their eyes. They were originally confident, but now they suddenly lost the confidence to fight against Tony. Under the watchful eyes of several people, Tony's wounds healed rapidly, and the injuries left by several people on his body were completely recovered within a few breaths. After moving his head, Tony made a crisp sound inside his body, and then he looked at a few people with a smile on his face. "The means are not weak. If I hadn't been superior in skills, I would have fallen into your trap." However, in the end, it was still a little short of the mark. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" Hearing this, Odin glanced at Hela, then coughed slightly, "Death of old age." As soon as these words came out, the originally serious atmosphere relaxed inexplicably. Not to mention Tony, even Hela couldn't help but roll her eyes. Tony looked at Odin with a strange expression. What did this old man learn at Blue Star? His mind was filled with nonsensical thoughts, but since he was the one chosen by himself, Tony would naturally have to meet his request. At that moment, the gravity started again, restraining the actions of several people, and then the mental power erupted immediately, impacting towards the minds of several people, leaving them no time to think about anything else. At the same time, burning flames instantly appeared in the void around the few people, blocking the retreat of Odin and the others. The next second, a dark red gem appeared in front of Tony. It was none other than the reality gem. Since you want to die of old age, then I will make it happen for you. Senescence. As soon as the words fell, the three people who were resisting Tony's mental impact suddenly felt a terrifying force coming from somewhere. As the inexplicable power increased, their bodies aged rapidly. For a short moment, the three of them felt as if tens of millions of years had passed. Their skin became wrinkled, their bodies became rotten, and an aura of twilight suddenly emanated from the three of them. Similarly, the aura of twilight appeared on Tony's body at this moment. But the difference was that the aura of twilight on Tony's body quickly dissipated, and his body remained unchanged. If you want to use the reality gem's ability to modify reality, you will naturally have to bear huge amounts of costs. After all, the universe must also follow the law of conservation of energy. The more powerful the treasure, the more restrictions it has. Tony cursed the three of them to age, and he also had to pay the price of aging in exchange. Even because the strength of the three of them was at the same level as Tony, when Tony cursed the three of them to age at the same time, he himself had to endure almost 3 times the aging. If it were Malekith who used this ability, they would almost die together. It's a pity that Tony has a bug. He has a dog talisman that makes him immortal. Such a backlash is useless. Therefore, Odin and others have become old, but Tony has nothing to do with it. Feeling the changes in themselves, the expressions on Odin's 3 faces changed at the same time, among which Hela's reaction was the most exaggerated. Looking at her old skin, a scream suddenly burst out from her mouth. Although she was a god, she was also a woman, and aging for women was completely like a natural enemy. So after discovering the changes in herself, Hela found it almost difficult to accept it. Hole change back. Hela said angrily. Tony glanced at him and then ignored him. Instead, he looked at Odin and the two of them and smiled. The time has come for you too. Do you have anything else to say? Tony asked with a smile. After enduring aging, Hela became older but still alive. Odin and Baal have completely reached the end of their lives. After all, they didn't have much time left to begin with, and Tony's aging message caused them to end their remaining lives in an instant. Hearing this, Odin sighed. Instead of the panic that ordinary people would have when faced with life and death, he calmed down completely. I underestimated you, so be it. I want to negotiate a deal with you, you say. Tony nodded. He was a little curious about what else Odin wanted to talk about. Let Hela go. Oh, what can I get? The eternal gun and our souls. Odin pointed at himself and Baal. Baal didn't speak, as if it was all up to Odin. Eternal spear will be my trophy after you die. As for your souls, when you die, they will also be mine. It's not good for you to trade something that will soon be mine. Tony spoke unhurriedly, without any intention of agreeing. After listening to his words, Odin showed a confident smile on his face. I admit that I am not as good as you, but if you think you can easily get my soul, then you are overthinking it. If I don't want to, even if you die, you won't get anything in the end. You can try. Looking at Odin, who looked confident, Tony frowned immediately. Tony would never underestimate anyone in the world. He knew exactly why he had reached this point. It was not because of his intelligence, but because of his own hard work and a little help from the system. Therefore, facing the threat of Odin, Tony suddenly became a little unsure. He was not sure whether after these two guys died, their souls would be easily captured by him like the gods. If they really have some backup plan to make their soul disappear or be annihilated, then they will be in big trouble. After all, the souls of the gods have made the Shadow Kingdom so much stronger, not to mention the 2 high-quality souls of Odin and Baal. Together, they are not necessarily worse than the gods. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, Tony rarely continued to be tough and took a step back. Okay, in this case, then I will give them a chance. As long as I get your souls and the eternal spear, I will forget about this incident and let them leave God's domain. Hearing this, Odin nodded, then glanced at Hela, who was a little distracted, and said again, help her recover. I believe you can do it. Hearing this, Tony nodded and activated the reality stone without any hesitation, lifting Hela's aging state and allowing her to return to youth again. As her skin became tender again, Hela also recovered from the blow, turned to look at Odin and opened her mouth to say something, but in the end she didn't say a word. When Odin looked at her, he smiled and said proactively, no need to thank me, just consider it my last compensation as a father. Take Thor and the others and leave Asgard and don't come back again. Perhaps because his life has come to an end, this time, Odin's speech lacked the majesty of the past and became very kind, like an old father. After listening to Odin's words, Hela, who had always been resentful of Odin, suddenly dissipated a lot of her resentment, but she still snorted coldly. "You are so hypocritical, I don't need your concern. What you owe me will never be repaid." After saying that, Hela suddenly stood in front of Odin, and Odin looked at Tony without fear and said, "As long as I am alive, you don't want to do anything." Seeing this, Tony didn't react at all, but Odin instantly became serious. "I told you to take Saul and the others away." "I don't," Hela said stubbornly. And the moment she finished speaking, Odin suddenly slapped her on the head and the surge of divine power knocked her out. Being unprepared, Hela didn't react at all. After doing all this, Odin turned to look at another battlefield and let out a loud roar. "Thor." After saying this, Thor, who was fighting, knocked back the Shadow Eater with a hammer and looked up at Odin. The next second, a black shadow flew towards him, and Odin's voice came at the same time. Even this kind of thing can only be done by Odin. Otherwise, even if Tony has the strength to erase the mark of the Eternal Spear, the power of the Eternal Spear will be greatly reduced. The flames burned for half an hour, and the bodies of Odin and Baal were completely reduced to ashes. Soon, the group of people was sent to Blue Star through the Rainbow Bridge by Odin. After doing all this, Odin threw it away, and the Eternal Spear fell into Tony's hands. Just now, he erased the mark he left on the Eternal Spear, and also erased the spirituality of the Eternal Spear. After finishing his words, Baal, who had broken his arms, shook his head and said calmly, "The old man has long been tired of living. Now he can die with his own son, so what's the problem?" Their eyes were closed tightly, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep, and Tony was not surprised by this. Therefore, he was not worried at all about Odin playing tricks on him. He had already reached his end, but now that he was forcefully activating his strength, his body was beginning to be unable to bear it and was heading for collapse. As the souls of the two people appeared, the black mist around the Shadow Kingdom was like a cat seeing a mouse. It pounced on them crazily, eating away at their souls. Odin nodded, stretched out his hand to summon the Eternal Spear, and touched the gun body with his palm. Suddenly, there was a cry from the Eternal Spear, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from Odin's mouth. Seeing this, Tony flashed and appeared in front of the two soul bodies. "Father." Different from the souls of ordinary gods, the souls of Odin and Baal, one gold and one silver, appear extremely extraordinary. Feeling the coldness in his hands, Tony showed a satisfied smile on his face. Roll. Unfortunately, the black energy encroached too slowly. After watching it for a while, Tony completely lost his patience and could only turn around and leave the Shadow Kingdom and return to the Immortal Palace. Not far away, Tony watched this scene with his hands folded, without making a sound or disturbing, quietly watching the two of them spend their last moments. Nature. This is the spirituality cultivated by Odin himself. If it is not obliterated, Tony will never be able to control the Eternal Gun. Take Hela and leave Asgard. Seeing this, Baal also triggered the flames, burning his body. He wasn't worried about Odin lying to him. After all, Hela and others were just gone, not dead. If Odin lied to him, he would just kill them and that would be it. These two people did not so much die in his hands as they ran out of life, so naturally they would not be able to speak like ordinary slain gods. But when he heard Odin Chuo's lonely tone, he suddenly realized something. Before he could speak, Odin interrupted him directly. The next second, terrifying divine power fell from the sky, covering Thor and the captain, lifting their bodies and flying towards the Rainbow Bridge. At the same time, two soul bodies also appeared in place. As they left, Odin suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time a clicking sound came from him. Mental power filled the air from his mind, and Tony used his mental power to turn into two substantial hands and slowly fell into the kingdom of shadows with their souls. Odin turned to look at Baal and said with a wry smile, "Father, I'm hurting you." At that moment he stopped talking, but a smile appeared on his face. The next second his body spontaneously ignited, covering his entire body. Tony watched this scene with interest, wanting to see what would happen to the world of shadow after devouring the souls of Odin and Baal. As soon as these words came out, Thor's expression changed. He was focused on fighting and did not see what happened on the battlefield with Odin and the others. At this time, Tony, who had been silent, spoke again. "Okay, old man, your work is done. It's time to fulfill your promise." Hearing this, Odin smiled. He is also a father, so he can naturally understand Baal's feelings. Above the Asgard, looking at the Asgard below, which had been completely ruined after a great battle, Tony slowly shook his head and did not return to the palace, but turned towards the border of Asgard. In the border starry sky, there are still traces of the original resistance to the Dark Elves, and everything is just like yesterday. But the immortal palace guards who once guarded the border have long since disappeared. Of the 9 kingdoms guarding the border, there are now only 8 kingdoms left. Even the gods who are above them have completely disappeared at this moment. Tony took all this into consideration, his face remained calm, and he just told himself in his heart that being weak was the original sin, and he must continue to become stronger. And just as Tony was walking along the border, suddenly the space around him fluctuated and the next second Loki slowly stepped out. Turning to look at him, Tony raised a smile on his lips. "You're late, Saul and the others have already left Blue Star." "I know." "Oh," Tony gave Loki a confused look. "I feel Odin's power fluctuating." Listening to this explanation, Tony nodded clearly. "Anything you want to ask?" Tony said calmly. He knew that Loki must have many questions to ask, otherwise he would not show up at this time. Hearing this, Loki was silent for a while and then said, "Has Odin fallen?" "No, but it's coming soon. Why do you want to plead with him?" Tony was a little curious. "If I beg for mercy, will you let him go?" "Won't." Tony refused directly and said that although he valued Loki, he only valued him. "So, it doesn't seem to matter whether I beg for mercy or not. It's just that I felt a little empty for a while. The person I had always hated suddenly disappeared one day, and I felt like there was a missing piece in my heart." "Are you sure it's hatred? It's not just to get his attention?" Tony's tone was playful. Loki smiled hoarsely. "That's right, I'm like a child who wants attention, but it's a pity that he never looked at me. He finally arranged an escape route for Saul and Hela, but he didn't mention you. Do you know why?" Tony asked. Loki hesitated for a moment and said uncertainly, "Maybe he forgot." "That's not true, it's just that he knows you don't need to worry about him. After all, you and I are on the same side. In Blue Star, parents are most concerned about naughty and impulsive children and ignore sensible children. They believe that children can take care of themselves, but they don't know that no matter how sensible children are, they also need the care of their parents." Tony said calmly. Loki listened quietly from the side, and the two had a rare chat for a while. Suddenly, the entire divine realm was shaken at this moment. The next second, blood rain fell from the sky and strong sadness filled the world. The suspended continent that had been suspended in the sky seemed to have lost some support at this moment and fell directly from the sky. Boom! The suspended continent fell to the ground, and the entire divine domain was shaken. The aftermath of destruction hit all directions, landslides and ground cracks. A scene like the end of the world appeared in front of Tony and Loki. Seeing this scene, Tony couldn't help but sigh. Odin has completely fallen. As soon as he finished speaking, Loki, who was following him, trembled slightly, and a look that seemed to be crying but not crying or smiling but not smiling appeared on his face. Seeing this, Tony patted him on the shoulder without saying a word. After a long time, Loki regained his composure. Different from the previous pretense of calmness, now he seemed to have put down all the shackles, and his whole person felt calm from the bottom of his heart. Odin can be said to be his inner demon all along. He has neither hatred nor love, but he is like a shackle that binds Loki, preventing him from truly being himself. But now the shackles are broken, and Loki is in a sense reborn from the ashes. However, Tony did not continue to pay attention to these. He had more important things to do at the moment. The Aesir are almost completely wiped out, and Odin, the king of the gods, has also completely perished. Although there are still many powerful forces in Asgard, compared to the Aesir, the master of Asgard, those powerful races have become insignificant. This also means that Tony has been planning to devour the world for a long time and can finally put it on the agenda. Slowly closing his eyes, Tony checked the layout of the formation through the perspective of the Shadow Ninja. At present, the formation layout has come to an end, and it will not take long to be completely completed. Therefore, Tony also waits patiently. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, the formation was finally completed, and Tony finally opened his eyes. Glancing at Loki, who had been waiting beside him, Tony raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Let's go, it's time for us to leave this world." Hearing this, Loki nodded. At that moment, the two of them left the divine realm together and came to the outer starry sky. Floating in the starry sky, looking at the vast world below, Tony thought, and the dark red reality gem suddenly appeared in his hand. Looking at the reality gem in his hand, Tony said to himself with a smile on his face, "Your opportunity to advance has come, go ahead and enjoy your feast." After speaking, Tony threw the reality stone casually. Suddenly, the reality stone began to expand continuously, and countless dark red particles quickly surrounded the entire Asgard. Asgard, which was originally blue, now turned red under the rendering of dark red particles. The next second, the reality stone began to squirm like a human chewing food, and a crisp clicking sound immediately echoed in Tony's ears. The two people's eyes completely penetrated the reality stone at this moment. looking towards Asgard. They saw that Asgard's sky began to collapse, the earth began to shatter, and countless creatures went crazy under this disaster that could be called apocalyptic. In the land of frost, countless giants tried to break out of Asgard. Unfortunately, Asgard, wrapped in the reality stone, has completely turned into a trapped place, unable to enter or exit. Midgard, Mimir's resting place. Mimir, who transformed into a sacred tree, roared and wanted to rush out of Asgard, but no matter how hard he rushed, he could never open a gap. In addition to these strong men, there are more weak mortals. Facing this doomsday-like scene, they are completely powerless and can only pray for the salvation of the gods. Unfortunately, they have no idea that the gods have fallen long before them. In this way, under the gaze of the two people, Asgard collapsed bit by bit, and the gods in the divine domain went completely crazy. Including the world's will at this moment, it can only scream under the oppression of the reality gem. Asgard is completely coming to an end. Brilliant fireworks bloomed in the starry sky, and the bright light cut through the darkness of the universe. The collapse of one world set off waves of cosmic storms. With the cooperation of the reality gem and the formation, Asgard was like a candy swallowed by a mouthful. Swallow. Soon, Tony recalled the reality stone, leaving a huge amount of black hole where Asgard had been. The dust floating in the universe is swallowed up by the black hole, and the terrifying suction engulfs everything around it. The destruction of Asgard is insignificant to the entire universe, but for this star field the impact has just begun. But all this has nothing to do with Tony. Looking at Loki, who was a little distracted next to him, Tony raised his hand and patted his shoulder and said calmly, "Let's go." Hearing this, Loki nodded, and then their figures disappeared into the starry sky together. Although the reality stone is powerful, it still takes time to digest Asgard. Now it is just swallowed whole. Therefore, Tony temporarily sealed the reality stone in the Shadow Kingdom, and when Asgard disappeared, the 9 realms were also severely affected, especially Blue Star. The moment Asgard disappeared, it directly triggered a major earthquake that affected the whole world. Fortunately, the magnitude of the earthquake was not strong, but countless people were still injured or missing. Shield Hela, who had temporarily settled in Shield, suddenly let out a cry of pain. Her calm face showed a burst of pain that could not be concealed. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Saul and others changed. Saul immediately stepped forward and said, "What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" After the words fell, Hela didn't speak for a long time but kept screaming in pain. After a long time, Hela's expression gradually became calm, and an inexplicable sadness suddenly appeared on her face. "I feel it, Asgard is gone." This was Hela's first sentence after she calmed down. Suddenly, everyone who was looking at her with worried expressions changed their expressions. Especially Thor, his eyes were full of tears. As the saying goes, men don't shed tears easily because they haven't reached the point of sadness. The death of his family and the destruction of his hometown were a series of blows that completely broke Saul's inner defenses. "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Thor muttered to himself, and the captain and others around him looked at him with uncomfortable expressions. Although Thor had expected this outcome after he was sent out of Asgard, when it turned out to be true, he was still a little hard to accept. At this moment, the door to the conference room opened, and Nick walked in. Looking at the people gathered together, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, he sensed that something was wrong in the atmosphere and did not speak. He quietly watched Saul and the two venting, and at the same time asked the captain to find out what happened. After getting the captain's answer, Nick looked at the depressed Saul, and the two of them couldn't help but comfort them. "I'm sorry, we couldn't prevent this tragedy. However, I hope you can cheer up. At least you are still alive and you still have a chance to take revenge." The captain disagreed somewhat. Just then, another person walked in, Nick's assistant. Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. Although everyone's faces were filled with anger, they did not act excessively. "If we are just so decadent, we may not be able to take revenge." Before doing this, he would definitely not have asked this question. After all, in his opinion, no matter how strong Tony was, he would not be able to destroy Blue Star. At this moment, he was afraid that these guys would make trouble for Tony on impulse. According to what happened in Midgard, humans are completely the food for his legions. "I don't know, do you have anything to say?" However, after learning about Asgard, he suddenly no longer dared to guarantee it. Therefore, even if Tony didn't show the slightest tendency, he still had to be on guard and had to prepare early. The assistant said loudly with a solemn expression, "You can't say that. After all, this is his hometown, and his relatives and friends also live on this planet." Feeling the feeling of common hatred emanating from everyone, Nick's face changed slightly. He quickly raised his hands and pressed them down and said, Everyone, calm down, please stay calm, don't be impulsive. As his words fell, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly changed, and the captains had angry looks on their faces. But this time, Hella in the crowd spoke up. Nick kept talking, and he knew what he was saying was nonsense, but he could only say this, and this was the only thing he could do. Even if Tony doesn't attack Blue Star, do you think he will let the humans outside go? Nick nodded and waved the assistant away. Hearing this, a sneer suddenly appeared on the corner of Hella's mouth. Even if what you said makes sense, have you forgotten how Midgard was destroyed? Saul and Hella's faces were full of coldness, and their eyes were fixed on the assistant, which brought him great pressure. Since Tony was able to destroy Asgard, who knows if he might also have thoughts about Blue Star? Seeing this, a trace of helplessness flashed in Nick's eyes, and he could only ask in another way, then do you think Tony's return this time will have any impact on Blue Star? They were all stunned by the destruction of Asgard before and didn't think about anything else. Now after Hela reminded them, they suddenly realized that even if Tony didn't have the idea of destroying Blue Star, it didn't mean that he didn't have the idea of destroying mankind. Director, I just checked that Tony is back. Hela sneered, and suddenly the expressions of the captain and others changed. Seeing this, Nick breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to look at the nervous assistant, coughed lightly and asked, when did Tony show up? Where did you find out? Okay, I understand, you go down first. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke and they didn't know what to say. After the assistant left, Nick immediately clapped his hands, looked at everyone and said, everyone, I believe you all heard clearly, so we are in trouble. Nick asked. It would be fine if he could pass the beating, but it was really inappropriate to come back and give someone a head after he had just been beaten. 20 minutes ago, the information came back from the agents we arranged at the gate of Stark Industries. Do you still need to ask about this kind of thing? With Asgard's lessons learned in front of him, do you think he will give up the fat piece of Blue Star? After receiving the order, the assistant felt as if he had been granted amnesty. The depressing atmosphere in the room made him almost breathless. Naturally, he did not want to stay here any longer. The expressions of the captains and others changed one after another after Hela's words. Nick, who didn't know the inside story, saw this and couldn't help but take the initiative to ask. In this regard, the captain did not hide anything and told the matter again. After hearing this, Nick broke out in a cold sweat. He had already overestimated Tony's danger level. But now it seems that he still underestimated the danger brought by Tony. This also made him a little curious. What exactly happened to Tony in Asgard, and why did he become so dangerous after traveling so far? Although he was not a fuel-efficient lamp before, at least it was still within the control range. Now it has completely exceeded this range. He frowned as he had a headache. Looking at the helpless people, Nick couldn't help but sigh. Okay, nothing should happen in the short term. You are all tired, please rest first. I will have people monitor Tony. If there is any problem, I will notify you as soon as possible. However, I also want to remind you that it is best not to appear in front of Tony recently. I will let you know when I think of a way to deal with him. Nick said in a warning tone, but most of his eyes stayed on Hela and Thor. Obviously, these words were mainly spoken to the two of them. After all, their hometown had just been destroyed by Tony. He was afraid that the two of them would act impulsively and go directly to Tony for revenge. Not only would it easily anger Tony, but they would also lose their lives and strength in vain. But he thought his gaze was very hidden, but he didn't know that Hela was seeing everything. If it had been when he was just born, Hela would have dug out his eyeballs and looked down upon him. But after experiencing Tony's severe beating, she also completely recognized the reality and knew that she alone could not be Tony's opponent. Therefore, although Shield's power seemed weak, she did not want to give up this help. At that moment, he nodded with a half-smile and said, "Don't worry, we will be patient." Hearing Hela's promise, Nick smiled and felt relieved. Then he did not stay here anymore and left the conference room directly. Back in the office, Nick locked the office door and opened his safe. Soon, an old-fashioned communicator appeared in his hand. This is one of the biggest trump cards in his hand. He originally didn't want to use it, but Tony is getting stronger and more dangerous, and he is afraid that if he doesn't use it anymore, he will really be unable to stop Tony. But when the matter came to pass, he still hesitated. Should he activate the communicator and play this trump card? As he kept thinking about it, Nick was a little unsure about paying attention, so he couldn't help but light a cigarette and fell into thinking. Smoke lingered in front of him and his face looked uncertain under the shroud of fireworks. Potts cried and cursed, then turned around and hugged Tony tightly with both hands. Suddenly, Tony burst into laughter and left slowly. Tears fell on the back of Tony's hand. Tony felt distressed for a while and his tone suddenly became softer and said, Why are you still crying? You are the president now. If someone sees you, they won't laugh at you. Stark Industrial Building, President's Office. Potts lowered his head and processed documents with an extremely serious expression. For a moment, there was no other sound in the office except Potts's sobbing. On the other side, Stark Industries, when Tony showed up at the company, the hot girl at the front desk almost didn't recognize her boss. **** hole. She was wearing a white professional skirt, her slender legs were wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, and she was full of uniform temptation. After all, Tony disappeared for almost a year and time always washes away everything. In response to this, Tony, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly laughed. "Why haven't I fed you just now? I'm so resentful. Do you want to do it again?" After seeing Tony's face, Potts calmed down completely, and at the same time 2 lines of tears instantly poured out of his eyes. She was already shy enough to take the initiative to do that, but now that Tony took the initiative to bring it up, it made her blush even more, so she immediately issued an eviction order. At that moment, the news of Tony's return quickly spread throughout the company. Soon, a strange sound came from the office. After a full 2 hours, the sound in the office disappeared. The radiant Potts straightened his clothes, sat elegantly on the office chair and joked, "You still knew you were coming back, I thought you were missing." The sudden touch startled Potts and he let out a scream. There wasn't much verbal conversation, and the two of them had long since passed that era when they needed sweet words to maintain their relationship. Fortunately, this situation did not last long, and as a well-known playboy, he was eventually recognized. Listening to the familiar voice coming from her ears, Potts, who was about to struggle, was stunned. She turned to look at Tony, and Tony's smiling face came directly into her eyes. As soon as he opened the door, Tony saw the female secretary guarding the door. Her face was flushed, her legs were close together, and she quickly lowered her head when she saw Tony. Seeing this, Tony stopped teasing her and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll leave first then. I'll pick you up when you get off work and we'll have dinner together in the evening." Suddenly, Tony took a breath of cold air pretending to be in pain and then smiled bitterly and said, "What are you doing? Are you planning to murder your husband?" Then Potts stepped directly on Tony's instep with the high heels on his feet without thinking. After Potts' emotions were almost vented, Tony was about to speak, but suddenly Potts kissed him directly. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. After reacting, Tony unceremoniously turned his back and started walking up and down with his hands. After saying that, Tony stood up, kissed her on the lips, turned and walked out of the office. After speaking, Tony raised his eyebrows. The female secretary who was about to report on the company's business stopped at the door. Her face turned red, and she immediately guarded the door. When Tony quietly opened the door and walked in, he looked at Potts, who didn't notice him at all, and couldn't help but reveal a warm smile on his face. "I can disappear for a year and I'm not afraid of selling the company." Listening to his words, Potts's face suddenly turned red, and he gave Tony a charming roll of his eyes. Without noticing anyone approaching, Potts was reviewing a document. At this moment, a pair of hands wrapped around her slim waist. After saying that, Potts lowered his head with a rosy face. Potts said arrogantly, and it could be heard that she still had some resentment in her heart, "You will bully me, just go and do whatever you have to do, I still have to work." At the beach villa, when Tony entered the door, Jarvis's voice suddenly sounded in the villa. "Welcome back, sir." Listening to this long-lost voice, a smile suddenly appeared on Tony's face. "Long time no see, Jarvis, where is Loki?" After returning to Blue Star, Tony, who missed Potts, separated from Loki directly. "Sir, Mr. Loki is in the underground research room. His research seems to have made new progress." "Oh." A strange look flashed across Tony's face, and he immediately turned around and walked directly towards the underground research room. Soon, Tony saw Loki in a white coat in the research room. At this moment, he was standing in front of a pile of machines and studying seriously, looking like a scientific researcher. "It's really good. I entered the research mode as soon as I came back." Looking at his appearance, Tony immediately greeted with a smile. "Jarvis said that your research has made new progress. Let me take a look." Hearing the sound, Loki glanced at Tony, then kept moving and said, "I already had an idea before. I'm just continuing my previous research." "Tell me more in detail and be more straightforward," Tony said curiously. Although he does not understand scientific research, this does not prevent him from being interested in it. Loki also knew that Tony knew nothing about these things, so he tried his best to simplify the language and eliminate some professional terms. "It's actually very simple. I asked Jarvis to cooperate with me in some research and found that the most difficult thing about mechanical life forms is not the body structure, but the birth of spiritual will. So I used the Mind Stone to inject spirit into the machines and used methods to make them produce self-will. Now it's almost done. As long as it can produce self-awareness, it can be regarded as a real life form. Hearing this, Tony suddenly understood. Of course, he knew that things would not be as simple as Loki said, but it didn't matter. He only needed to know that Loki's research was about to succeed. How long will it take? I'll be watching from the side, it shouldn't affect it. It doesn't affect the time, it will probably take a while. Okay, then I'll wait. After saying that, Tony stopped disturbing Loki and watched him gradually shape the machine in front of him into a human form. Soon, the robot opened its eyes and an electronic synthesis sound sounded from its mouth. Hello, Master, number 1 is at your service. Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but ask, did it succeed? When the words fell, Loki frowned and shook his head. No, although the intelligence is not bad, it is still a dead thing and has no will of its own. But let's wait until I finish the last step and then take a look. While explaining, Loki took out the mind scepter. The divine power in his body poured into the scepter. Suddenly, the mind gem inlaid on the scepter lit up. Soon, Tony felt a huge amount of spiritual power being injected into number 1's body. No. One's eyes suddenly flashed and began to undergo some inexplicable transformation. Time passed little by little, and the expectation in Tony's eyes gradually disappeared, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his heart. Although he didn't understand how to create machine life in his induction, no. One never produced the fluctuations that life should have. As expected, Loki's experiment failed. Sure enough, soon Loki stopped moving, stared at number 1 with a frown, and murmured to himself, how could this happen? The combination of intelligence and spirit should be enough to give birth to self-will and evolve into a true being. It's just a living thing, why doesn't it respond? After thinking for a long time, a flash of understanding suddenly flashed in Loki's eyes, and he immediately turned to look at Tony. I think I may know the problem. What's the reason? Tony asked curiously. I'm not asking you to help me with my research. What I mean is, can I let Jarvis do the experiment? After all, he had tricked Loki into creating mechanical life in the first place, and now he admitted that he didn't understand anything, which made him feel like he was dead. Only life will put forward its own requirements. Although artificial intelligence looks very smart, it mostly just follows the program settings. Don't worry, it's no problem, I'll change it for you later. You should have heard what Loki said, what do you mean? Loki also stopped moving at this moment and nodded with joy in his eyes. It's done. It's done, Tony said in surprise. However, he was thick-skinned and firmly believed that as long as he was not embarrassed, others would be embarrassed, so he refused calmly. Jarvis looked at his palm and said, with a rare hint of surprise in his usually calm tone, it is definitely intelligent enough. After injecting spiritual power, it has a high possibility of evolving self-awareness. Tony touched his nose guiltily, a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. Soon, Jarvis, who gained the ability to move, started to move. This surprise came and went quickly, but it did not escape Tony and the two of them. Jarvis seems to be not far away from real mechanical life. Is this what it feels like to have a body? How amazing, Tony responded with a smile, his face full of joy. It should be because it is not intelligent enough, so even if spiritual power is injected into it, it will be difficult for it to transform into a real life form. Therefore, I need your help. Jarvis's tone was as calm as ever. How can I help you? I have no research on this. Soon, Jarvis resumed his movements again. Compared to before, his eyes became more alert and he even moved his body subconsciously. I think I'll give it a try. Thinking of this, Loki couldn't wait to take action and once again activated the Mind Stone to inject a lot of mental power into Jarvis. Boss, I think I need to change my body. This body is too rough and makes me feel a little uncomfortable. After hearing this, Tony nodded immediately. Okay, he agreed, you can do it. Jarvis, Tony called out. As the spiritual power poured in, Jarvis seemed to be stopped, standing there blankly. He connected Jarvis's parasitic server to number 1. After some operations, no. One's intelligence was exchanged with Jarvis. I'm here, sir. At that moment, Tony and Loki looked at each other with a trace of shock flashing across their faces. Soon, in Tony's induction, a special wave came from Jarvis. This wave was very familiar to Tony, and he had felt it in all intelligent beings. As soon as these words came out, Tony suddenly understood, then shrugged and said, this matter depends on Jarvis's opinion, I don't care. Listening to Jarvis's request, the two people who were still a little unsure at first were finally convinced that Jarvis had really evolved from artificial intelligence to mechanical life. Tony looked stunned. Loki was not surprised by this, or he was not aware of it at all. As soon as the words fell, Loki immediately took action. The computing ability of artificial intelligence is inherently better than that of humans. No matter how talented humans are, they cannot match artificial intelligence in computing. It's just that artificial intelligence lacks creativity, so it has more or less certain flaws, including the previous Jarvis. Now, Jarvis has completely evolved into a real life form, making up for this shortcoming. I believe that after he adapts for a period of time, he can replace himself in research and development. By then, all Stark Industries' scientific research projects can be handed over to Jarvis. Nailed it. Maybe he can help him finish the things he hasn't finished, such as making a suit of armor by hand. Thinking of this, the smile on Tony's face became even bigger. By the way, if the experiment is successful, will it be possible to mass-produce intelligent life? Tony looked at Loki expectantly. Hearing this, Loki rolled his eyes. Although the experiment was successful, the key is that Jarvis's intelligence was already very high before, so he completed the experiment. With my current methods, it will take some time to successfully create a highly intelligent person like Jarvis, so I have to continue research. Is that so? Okay? Tony shrugged helplessly, happy in vain. However, with a breakthrough, the subsequent process will be faster, so Tony immediately calmed down his anxiety. Then continue your research, Jarvis. You assist Loki. I'll leave first. Yes. Okay, sir. Loki and Jarvis responded at the same time, and Tony turned and walked out of the research room. As soon as he left the research room, the smile on Tony's face disappeared, and the joy before was completely gone. Because just now, he suddenly thought of a question, whether Jarvis would have other ideas like the original plot. After all, he is now a real life form, not an artificial intelligence. After thinking for a long time, Tony shook his head helplessly. There was no way to guarantee this kind of thing. Although the predecessor had input the 3 laws of artificial intelligence when making Jarvis to prevent Jarvis from losing control, who knows if it would work on Jarvis who had evolved into a living body. Fortunately, Tony was not afraid. Even if Jarvis was really out of control, he could knock him back into a pile of scrap metal at any time if he wanted. Therefore, such worries did not stay in his mind for too long before he was swept away. Mind. Just when Jarvis successfully completed the evolution, on the other side, inside SHIELD, a man and a woman were walking towards Nick's office under the leadership of Assistant Nick. But Assistant Nick's eyes looked a little dull at the moment. When the 3 of them arrived at the door of Nick's office, the assistant fainted immediately, and the man and the woman pushed the door open and walked in. In the office, Nick was processing documents when he suddenly heard the sound of the door being pushed open. Suddenly, Nick pulled out a laser gun from the drawer under the desk and aimed it at the door. After seeing the 2 people at the door clearly, Nick immediately said, "Who are you?" His tone was very calm, without any panic. After all, this was his home court. Although he didn't know how the 2 people appeared in front of him, as long as he delayed for a few minutes, someone would naturally come. The 2 people who were pointed at the gun were not panicking at the moment and even had a disdainful smile on the man's face. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Pietro. This is my sister Wanda. We belong to Hydra." Pietro directly revealed his identity. Suddenly, Nick's expression became a little strange. The reason why they put down their guns later was that there was no fear on the faces of these 2 people from the beginning to the end. It was obvious that the guns in their hands did not pose a threat to them. In addition, after he inquired, he found that his assistant had only fainted, not died, so the chance of the 2 of them coming to cause trouble was slim. Hearing this, Pietro couldn't help flashing a flash of anger in his eyes. As a young man, he didn't have the power of Nick. However, thinking about the purpose of this trip, he finally endured it and said word by word, "Really? If you're really getting along well, then why is SHIELD monitoring him 24 hours a day? That's why we came to join forces with you." "Oh, I don't know. What do you 2 want from me?" "And is my assistant alive or dead?" Pietro said slowly. "We know very well how powerful Tony is. That's why he raised his gun as soon as the 2 entered the door. So what? Why should I cooperate with you?" "Don't worry, he is still alive. He just fainted temporarily. He will be fine after a sleep." Nick gathered his thoughts and asked proactively, "Can't the majestic Hydra still be able to deal with an ordinary person who—" Pietro looked serious, but Nick didn't show any signs of being moved. Hearing this, Pietro smiled and said, "Director Nick, let's not tell secrets. Although our Hydra's intelligence is not as good as your SHIELD, it is not far behind." Pietro spoke slowly. After listening to his words, Nick decisively put away his gun and said, "The 2 of you please sit down. Shouldn't we SHIELD think he's fine now? Do you think I'd make him angry just to help you? If you want to deal with Tony, just go there yourself. What do you want from me?" He whispered the name and Nick's expression suddenly changed, but he soon regained his composure. Nick's tone had a hint of sarcasm. At this time, SHIELD members had gathered at the door of the office and carried the assistant away. A group of heavily armed SHIELD members completely blocked the door of the office. This also made Nick more confident about the next conversation. Has the world changed, or have you failed to keep up with the times? After all, since they have no hostility and the guns in their hands pose no threat to them, it doesn't matter whether they hold the guns or not. I wonder what you two want to cooperate with me. The people from Hydra dare to appear in front of me, the director of SHIELD. This shows that they don't take themselves seriously at all. As for us, we are looking for you to cooperate with you, or in other words, we want to cooperate with SHIELD. Putting his hands on the table, Nick looked at the two people in front of him, his thoughts turning rapidly. Seeing him change his face faster than Sichuan opera, Pietro and the two were obviously stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted and walked directly into the office and sat across from Nick. It's simple, we want to work with SHIELD to deal with someone. He raised the gun before because no one in SHIELD would enter his room without knocking, so any behavior without knocking could be regarded as intrusion. It was precisely because of this that he decisively put down the gun. He was thinking strangely, but there was no emotion on Nick's face. Tony. When Pietro finished speaking, Nick's expression changed slightly and Pietro continued. Tony has what we want in his hands, and he has a grudge against us brothers and sisters, so you don't have to doubt our determination to fight against him. Similarly, I believe that Director Nick has long wanted to get rid of him. After all, how can you tolerate a disaster hanging in front of your eyes? So, Director Nick, please give me some warm words. Do you want to cooperate or not? If you still refuse, then we will leave. Pietro said a lot in one breath, causing Nick to fall silent. To be fair, did he want to get rid of Tony? No doubt he did. However, he also knows how powerful Tony is, and even more aware that he directly destroyed a world not long ago. Therefore, even though Pietro acted sincerely, Nick still couldn't make up his mind. After all, if the action failed, the consequences would be completely unbearable for him. But he was unwilling to give up like this. Hydra's power was still not weak. If he joined forces with them, the chance of winning would undoubtedly be much better than if SHIELD fought alone. Since you have investigated Tony, you must also know how powerful he is, so I want to know where your confidence comes from. Nick tentatively said he wanted to know more information. However, Pietro was not stupid, and naturally he would not tell him everything. A smile appeared on his face and he said, Director Nick, since we dare to scheme against him, we are naturally a little sure. It depends on whether you dare to follow. Hearing this, Nick frowned and felt even more hesitant. Firstly, Tony was too dangerous and uncontrollable, so he didn't want to give up any opportunity. Secondly, since Hydra dared to take action, he didn't believe that they would be unprepared at all. So after much hesitation, Nick finally nodded and said, We can cooperate, but I need to see sincerity first. Looking at Nick's determined look, Pietro knew that this was Nick's bottom line. He nodded slowly and said, Okay, then just wait for our good news. After saying that, Pietro got up and walked out the door. Wanda followed without saying a word, and Nick watched the two of them leave with an inexplicable light shining in his eyes. Soon, the captain and others came to Nick's office. Seeing that Nick was the only one there, the captain frowned and said, Where are the intruders? Gone. Nick lowered his head and said, Gone. The captain was a little unbelievable. Those guys are from Hydra, right? How could you let them go? The captain questioned. When he arrived, he had already received news that Hydra had invaded SHIELD, so he came in a hurry. After all, he and Hydra had a feud. After listening to the captain's question, Nick looked up at him and then said calmly, I have reached a cooperation with them. As soon as these words came out, the captain's mentality exploded instantly. Nick, have you forgotten your identity? How can you cooperate with those rats in the sewer? Seeing the captain's excited look, Nick had already expected it. After all, the hatred between the captain and Hydra is the deepest. If possible, he didn't want to tell the captain about it, but it couldn't be hidden at all. The captain would know about it sooner or later, so it was better to make it clear from the beginning. I don't want to cooperate with them, but there is no way. They invited me to deal with Tony together. Nick said helplessly. As his words fell, the captain suddenly lost his voice like a rooster being strangled by the neck. If it comes to other things, he will definitely have to reason with Nick. But when it comes to Tony, no matter how unwilling he is, he has to admit that SHIELD alone cannot deal with him with its current power. So when Nick told the reason, he suddenly lost his confidence, but he still murmured unwillingly, Even so, you can't cooperate with Hydra, don't you know who those guys are? After saying that, the captain didn't wait for Nick to reply, turned around and walked out the door, leaving the office directly. Looking at the captain's slightly forlorn back, Nick sighed helplessly. Weakness is the original sin. Nick has always understood this, but he never thought that this would happen to him one day. He also knew that Hydra was not a good thing, but what could he do? Tony is like a time bomb, no one knows when it will explode. He has had enough of this kind of fearful life, so even if he knows that cooperating with Hydra is seeking skin from a tiger, he can't refuse. On the other side, after Pietro and the two left SHIEL, they quickly returned to Hydra's stronghold in New York, a luxurious villa. In the villa, when Pilot and the two entered the door, an expressionless Hydra member immediately came to greet them. "Mr. Pietro, Senator John is here." Hearing this, Pietro nodded and immediately walked towards the hall, while Wanda went directly upstairs without joining him. Coming to the living room, a fat middle-aged man in a suit was sitting on the sofa and waiting. He is what Hydra members call Senator John. A member of the United States Congress, he rose to power with the support of Hydra. Seeing Pietro, John stood up quickly, his greasy face suddenly filled with a smile. "Mr. Pietro?" Pietro nodded, then waved his hand and said, "Sit down." After saying that, John sat down again, but it could be seen from the look on his face that he was very nervous at the moment. Glancing at the calm Pietro, John organized the words in his mind and said carefully, "I wonder what Mr. Pietro has come to New York for this time. As long as you need my services, Mr. Pietro, just tell me, I will definitely give him my help. Try best. I have to say that what politicians say sounds nice." After hearing this, Pietro suddenly showed a satisfied smile on his face. "Congressman John, you're welcome, but I do need your help with a little something. You must have heard of Stark Industries. They have been very active recently and have sold weapons to our territory. So I would like to ask Senator John to help hammer it out," Pietro said with a smile, and just after his words fell, John was suddenly startled and broke into a cold sweat. Naturally, he knew that Stark Industries was the #1 arms dealer in the United States and a real behemoth. Compared with such an existence, he, a mere council member, is no different from an ant on the ground, but he is asked to beat such an existence. Isn't this making things difficult for him? At that moment, John showed a troubled expression on his face and said, "Mr. Pietro, I'm just a small congressman. I'm afraid I can't do it."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.